Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
Ugh, I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. There's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I understand. Fraud is bad.
We will replace the frigidity of rugged individualism with the warmth of collectivism.
I think the reality is that for centuries we've really treated property as an individualized good and not a collective good, and we are going to transitioning to treating it as a collective good and towards a model of shared equity will require that we think about it differently, and it will mean that families, especially white families, but some POC families who are homeowners as well, are going to have a different relationship to property than the one that we currently have.
Quiet.
And then Daddy has to sometimes use strong language.
Nicolas Maduro had his chance, just like Iran had their chance, until they didn't and until he didn't. He effed around, and he found out.
Nikki Jam, do you know Nikki? She's hot. Where is Nikki? Where is Nikki?
My jeans are blue.
Sydney Sweeney, Casper Keynes.
White people shouldn't joke about genetic superiority. Like, that was kind of like the criticism, broadly speaking. And since you are talking about this, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about that specifically.
I think that when I have an issue that I want to speak about, people will hear.
How many genders are there?
I feel like there's two, because like transgender.
No, stop. Doesn't say that on camera.
Yeah, but I feel like you either switch from a boy to a girl.
No,
like
stop.
Back and forth.
Stop. I feel like it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Whatever you want to be, it's fine. It's okay.
Yeah, but I feel like they switch back and forth. Like,
yeah, but like, it doesn't really matter. Like, there's like, you can be anything you want to be. It doesn't matter. Come on, stop.
All right, I'm sorry.
Hi, Barb. Hi, Lauren. You are a Luigi supporter.
I am. I have my little pin here.
Okay. Explain to me, and we have wrapped up the suppression hearings. The judge said we're going to have a decision on May 18th. How are you feeling right now?
I mean, after Tuesday, a little less discouraged, just because the statements were thrown out that were illegally filmed, because Pennsylvania is a two-party state versus the one-party consent law state that New York is. So that, I mean, I feel like was pretty foolish, or knowingly of the prosecution kind of breaking the law. That makes me feel a little bit better.
So they're always coming up with, no, it's not the
eunuchs.
No, it's not
concubines.
No, it's not
Mongolians.
It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all.
Eunuchs.
Running society.
Concubines.
Need to shut the fuck up.
Mongolians.
Need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise.
Under the mandate of heaven.
It's literally that simple.
So I'm watching the stream on a delay, obviously, so that I can like finish getting my coffee, getting my drinks, getting my table set up, make sure my lighting isn't fucked, etc. And I love that outro joke so much that I have a hard time like fucking cutting it off to like early so that it doesn't double the audio and get all fucked up. Shit, the music's a little loud. We're listening to Dungeon Siege 2, complete soundtrack, official plus excluded plus the DLC. Why are we listening to this music? You may wonder. You may say, why specifically this music? Because it's a Jeremy Soule piece. All the music in that game is made by Jeremy Soule, and we're supporting our brother, all right, who may or may not have sexually assaulted some women in the gaming industry, but nobody ever took him to court. Nobody ever fucking, nobody, like, they just talked shit. He got Me Too'd, and then the entire industry cut him out, all right? Despite the fact that he made Dungeon Siege 2, he made the Harry Potter video game music, he made fucking Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, he made the music for Morrowind, for Oblivion, for Skyrim, for Neverwinter Nights, Icewind Dale. Like, dude is the GOAT of fantasy music in the gaming industry. And it was all because of those damn concubines. Yo! I wish I could get my little fucking, like, War Bonds, my little chat funding thing to show memberships. Because memberships help me too, right? Like, the same financial split from the memberships that you buy go towards the channel as well. But this little tracker only tracks super chats. And for whatever the reason, the API sucks on YouTube, and I can't integrate both the memberships and direct donos and super chat. So I just choose to do the super chat. But I appreciate you guys. Scott loves his unconvicted sex pests. Amen. Amen. When in Rome, which is, as an American, guilty until proven innocent. Hell yeah, Poval. What's going on, Mullet Baby? Who are you talking about? Cobb shifted the car in. Oh, you're talking about the change in the laws. And did you see Wick's buddy Destiny get called a dong sucker by Enrique Otario, who called Destiny a predator, child abusers, and pedophile, who will end up in jail? Wix had a meltdown over it. Yeah, I mean, you guys saw me last time. Not the interview I did Thursday, but when I did Prime, I'm not gonna watch it because I just, like, I don't want to associate or consume Destiny's content. Like, it's just gross. He's gross, right? I don't want to be a part of it. Like, there used to be some level of him that, like, compared about logic in debates and was, like, a decent debater for, like, left-wing liberals. All that's gone. The dude's got he appears to have a serious drug problem. I don't know if it's like cocaine or if he's just abusing Adderall. You know what I mean? He's doing all this sick shit to like girls and e-girls and shit, trying to find, the legal loopholes to fuck kids and use them for his. I don't like him. He creeps me. I'm a father with a daughter. And just, like, the concept of watching his content or things like that, it just weirds me out. I don't want anything to do with it. It's just gross. He's gross. So, like, and I don't really, like, it pops up on my Twitter every now and then. So, like, whatever. But, like, I just have no need to engage with Destiny's shit to do what I do. If there's a reason that I have to, because he, like, shows up on a panel or some shit, like, I'm not going to, like, kirk out and be like, oh, you know what I mean? Like, I'll do the panel or whatever. But, like, I'm not reaching out to him. I'm not trying to get a debate with him. I'm not, like, I've been invited to debate him, since I've, in between the last time I've debated him, and was like, nah, I'm good. He's gross. And it's just like, he's not really serious anymore either. Like, everybody just kind of knows he's a drama farming meme. So it's not like I'm afraid of the king or something, right? Like, he's not as good as he used to be. He was never that good. You always warned what a scumbag he was a long time ago in your Twitch days. Yeah, I mean, I everybody in the streaming business in Twitch politics knew. I need you to understand this. Literally everyone in Twitch politics knew that Destiny was a creep. We didn't know to what extent he was a creep, but we all knew he was a creep. Because every single person in Twitch politics knows personally some girl that he's either, like, come onto in a creepy way or tried to use or tried to promise fame. Some of them did it, and a lot of them didn't. Right? And we all know a lot of girls that didn't. But we're not going to put those girls' names on blast, because if they haven't come out, then, like, you know, that's none of my fucking business to put them on blast. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna do that. Creepy equals ugly. It's certainly a component. Slope is dope. There's no doubt that, like, if Destiny looked like Hassan, he wouldn't be called a creep, despite the fact that Hassan has gone to underage brothels before, and, you know, right, and has been accused of similar things, less credibly so than Destiny has, right? But if Destiny looked like Hassan, we probably wouldn't be talking about this. It's absolutely true that, like, you know, that if the hotter you are, you can fucking hit on girls in a weird way. And don't worry, I saw your Red Tornado. I saw your thing. I'll get to it in a second. Dude, I don't even know what critarchy is. Am I been under a hole? What the fuck is critarchy? A system of rule by judges? What? No. Ancient Israel's judges? No, God, no. You want me to support some weird ass authoritarian system of judges that, like, but why? Because the Jews did it? I don't fucking what? No, I'm good. I mean, if it's perfectly voluntary, I don't give a fuck what you do after that, but nah, I'm good. Yeah, Zine, though. I mean, like, the greatest streamer right now in politics is Asmongold. Because Asmongold's, like, gross. He's just not a fucking abuser gross. He just lives in a shitty house. You know what I mean? Like, he just doesn't know how to fucking clean and won't clean. You know what I mean? Even the goat Asmongold is still fucking disgusting. It's just he's not harming anybody. Right? Like, Asmongold's cool as fuck. I'd love to go to fucking Wendy's with Asmongold. You know what I don't want to ever do? I don't ever want to be in Asmongold's house. Ever. Do I watch Inductica? No, I don't know what Inductica is. What is that? Some YouTube channel with 13,000 followers?
Modern physics is...
Oh, this guy looks like a college professor that has a community college professor that has a YouTube channel on the side. Primitive superstition holding physics back.
In this scene from the movie Agora, men living in the late...
Yeah, he gives me associate professor at a community college vibes that, like, needs some extra cash flow, so he started doing YouTube. I'm not saying he's good. I'm not saying he's bad. I don't know anything about him. That's just what I got yet. That's what I got so far. What's up, Grid? I was on Grid's channel earlier. Make sure you follow Grid One Motorsports. Grid, you know, he does a day shift if you're kind of bored in the middle of the day, or if you're like a NEET and you're like home all day or some shit, check him out, right? You know, he does other streams and stuff, but Grid's been fucking amazing to the community behind the scenes, right? Like, Grid set up a lot of that stuff at DebateCon. Grid connects a lot of people. Like, Grid's a real one. You should follow him. Grid needs to hook Scott up with Mooncake. What? Who are all of these people? Who's Mooncake? Mooncake sounds... Is it a streamer? Mooncake sounds like a thought. Just right off the bot. I'm getting thought vibes. Some VTuber or something? I can't tell. Let's see. Yep, VTuber, it looks like. I can't tell. Playing fucking Final Fantasy. The entire stream is just a pet being a hairless cat in the corner. 5 hours of Final Fantasy raiding with a cat in the corner. And then there's VTuber shit. Anybody else get a weird vibe from VTubers? I'm not saying, I feel like VTubers are like weird people. I'm not saying, look, I'm just saying, I've known some that were cool people, right? Horror Armorata, right? But like they give me a vibe like they're just like regular streamers, but like without the but like if you saw them in person, you'd be like, ooh, you know, like you know what I mean? Like they're like regular streamers, but they'd make you uncomfortable in an elevator. That seems to be the general vibe. I'm not saying they're all bad people or anything. Some of them are good people, and I'm sure some of them are fucking hot. I mean, Code Maiko is like the quintessential fucking hot mid Asian, right? And she's like the greatest VTuber there is, at least in terms of like technical capacity. Maybe not, you know, maybe not numbers or viewership. You know what I mean? But like she's got like really high quality VTuber shit. Many disagree. Many VTubers have shown their face before and they look beautiful. Yeah, those are the VTubers who show their face. You have to recognize that of the VTubers that do show their face, that is going to self-select for the ones that are beautiful. Like, come on. I don't know. Like, there's something. Maybe I'm just old. Maybe this is just like an unk opinion. But like, I see a VTuber and I immediately start thinking of like furries and like fucked up communities and like this person's weird. Like maybe it's just like a boomer unk take where I'm just like, there's something about not seeing your face that I don't trust you or something. But I just like, I don't like the vibe. It gives me bad vibes. Does that make sense? Even if they're ugly, why does it matter? I mean, it absolutely matters if people are ugly. What are you talking about? Again, it doesn't matter per se to like who they are as a person, you know, in their world philosophy. But like, we live in the world. Ugly people is a bad thing. Like, it's unfortunate that some people are born ugly. That is unfortunate. That is not a thing they have to control, but it is a bad thing. I don't know that ugly usually means bad health, but it certainly is bad genetics. Right? There are exceptions, you know what I mean? Like fucking, you know, it's hard to tell with some male athletes because it's probably just steroid abuse. You know what I mean? But like, you know, somebody like Michael Phelps, that's bad genetics, but he won the genetic lottery by having the right type of Marfan syndrome that makes him into an absolute fucking unit. Right? So I mean, like, there's always outliers, but yeah, in general, like if you're ugly, you know, I think there's a lot to be said there. And also, like, a good personality makes someone prettier. I'll say that too, right? Like, you ever see somebody, you ever like when we're talking about a beautiful mid, right? We're talking about a mid girl with light behind her eyes and a genuine smile who blushes and giggles at regular things. Dog, that right there is the most beautiful creature on the planet. There's nothing better than that. Like a 25, 24, 26, somewhere around there, mid-20s girl who blushes and giggles and just like enjoys life. But she's mid, but like part of what makes her attractive is her personality and like her behavior and what she's done in the world. Then you see some girl with like the SSRI dead eyes that's like, you know, got the 1,000 cock stare with a resting bitch face and has an attitude and like, you know what I mean, kind of has a problem with everything and can't relax and have a good time. Dude, she could be a 10 and like she's not attractive really, other than in her Instagram photos. You meet her in real life and you're just like, oh, this person's exhausting. And then you look over and you see someone that like looks evil, looks ugly, right? So I mean, like, so that's part of it too. Yeah, some people have a cleft palate and fucking eyes that are right close to each other, and like maybe that's just like a freak thing, and genetically they're actually not that bad. But like for the most part, ugly is fucking correlated with like bad and a lot of different things. Poor health, poor life decisions, poor personality. Those three things together will make any person's genetics ugly. You get all three of those. You have poor health, poor exercise, poor diet, right? And bad behavior, you're gonna be ugly. Have a cleft palate and lip. I mean, yeah, it sucks, dude. What's that famous actor though? You know what I mean? Like he pulls it off. You know what I mean? It's not over, champ. Get back in there. You know, I'm just saying, like, you know, yeah, there's some disfigurations that just happen. Shit happens. But there's a reason that girls think ugly dudes are creepy. Because it correlates with all kinds of fucked up behavior. I got Forrest Whitaker eye and I got a hot wife. What's up, average debate enjoyer? I didn't notice your eyes being fucked up at all. I'm not gonna lie. I've met you in person and I still didn't notice anything fucked up about your eyes. Also, average debate enjoyer is like almost tall, which is like the perfect height for his Asian wife, right? Like he's not tall, but he's not short, right? Like you get what I mean? Like 6'2", 6'3", 6'4", that's tall. Nobody ever comes up to me 6'5" and be like, you're short. Like that doesn't happen. Right? But he is the height that I would classify as not short. 5'9"? No, I think he's like 5'10", 5'11", somewhere around there. You know what I mean? Like he's not short. So you got that going for you. And you're not that ugly, really. And you're kind of funny. You know what I mean? You got a lot going on. But I didn't notice the Forrest Whitaker eye. I'm sorry. Everyone is short to me. Fabian, I'm the one-legged dude you met at DebateCon. There were multiple one-legged dudes at DebateCon, to be fair. Or no, there was one-legged dude, and then there was a tall guy that I guess got wounded. Yeah. Wait, everyone is short to me? What do you mean? I don't remember you being tall. I don't remember. I thought you were like normal height. Fuck is Forrest Whitaker eye? Google Forrest Whitaker. You'll know what Forrest Whitaker eye is. Yeah, you said everyone's short to you. I think the problem I have is that I don't really know what classifies as ugly. I think I look normal, but I'm not sure. Yeah, but like, I think the problem is that like normal in today's day and age to most girls is ugly. Right? Like you have to understand, God damn it, I'm trying to fucking, there we go. Cut that down a little bit. Like most girls, so like women find 80% of men, roughly, it's hard to tell, right? It's hard to tell because like a lot of the data we have is getting worse, but also the data is mostly based upon dating apps, so it kind of self-selects for like hoes and thoughts that are like going through the fucking 1,000 cock thing with high body counts, right? Like if your girl's on Hinge and Tinder and Bumble and Plenty of Fish and you know, like she's on all the dating apps, like she's probably for the streets, right? She's probably not a good girl. Like it's pretty it's super unlikely you're gonna find a good girl on Tinder, right? And essentially just as unlikely that you're gonna find her on any of the other apps. Right? If your girl is on those apps when you meet her, she's just swipe. She's going through all, you know, she's going through a carousel of cock. She's not trying to find a guy that like, you know, approaches her or has shared interests with her by going out into the world and meeting a guy at a local football thing, or like a rec league soccer thing, or she's really into rock climbing, so she goes to rock climbing events, or or she's meeting somebody at work. Like, no, she's going through the carousel of cock. And so the data we have is from those women. Now, those women, I think the latest data showed that women, they swipe on roughly 95% of men as like unattractive or ugly. And then they only swipe on like 5% of men. And then they match with like 3% of men. And then they only communicate with like 10% of that 3%. So women are only matching and talking to the top 0.3%. So the average woman thinks that she's superior in every way, according to, at least with women on the dating apps, she's superior or better than, or, those guys aren't worth her time for a conversation to see if they can go on a date, much less date and actually see if they like them. But not even worthy of a date would be 99.7%. Right, so she thinks like we're talking 3 standard deviations above the mean. Right? We're talking 145 IQ people is what she's looking for if we were going to do it just an IQ. Oh, 144? Retards. Not even worth my time. Oh, your IQ's only 140? Oh, what an idiot. And then she's sitting there with the average IQ. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like, I think a lot of dudes, especially young dudes, have a warped perception. And then like the media pushes this shit. And like, then you have programs like Whatever Podcast. Who do they bring on? They don't bring on normal women. They bring on e-girls and whores. And then they bring on like another, like random chick that sounds kind of normal occasionally. But like, they're not out grabbing moms. They're not out grabbing like, random fucking women that aren't hyper online. They're not, they're not grabbing church girls. The only church girls they're bringing are girls that used to be famous prostitutes that then became church girls, right? So you get this warped perception because a lot of red pill podcasts are like they're grabbing what's available, right? If you do a show like Whatever, you do a show like, Fresh and Fit or whatever, a normal girl doesn't want to be on that fucking show. Right? A normal person is not going to be like that. They're not going on that fucking show. The only people that are going to go on that show are like club whores or people trying to promote their shit, right? Like, or e-girls that are vying for attention, or like, politics girls like Not So Erudite or something, right? Normal people aren't on that show. And that's the thing, is about 40% of Gen Z girls have completely checked out of the dating market. Like 40% of girls. And this isn't like, oh, they haven't had a boyfriend in the last year. This is, they haven't had sex in the last year, right? We have data that shows that roughly 40% of Gen Z girls haven't had sex in the last year. No hookups, no boyfriend, no nothing. Because they go out and they find a bunch of jaded fucking effeminate dudes, and society keeps stealing all of their wealth through taxes, and then gives it to fucking other women and other people. And so they don't want to date like some 35-year-old dude like me at 23. They want to date somebody their age that's working towards something. Scott's about to debate Scott from 3 months ago. I mean, to be fair, nobody else on the panel is going to be a fucking bordertarian that attempts to derive their closed borders position from a Hoppe and invitee system, right? They're just fucking standard conservatives with very little concept or care for the non-aggression principle. So it's not like I'm like if I was debating me from 3 months ago, I'd debate like somebody like Praxpin or Mentis Wave. I use a factor of 10 times when a woman tells me a statistics. Yeah, I mean, like, sure, like we can recognize that a lot of women are lying, but I mean, we are talking about self-report surveys, and women do tend to lie on self-report surveys for like social reasons more than men do, because they're more concerned with reputation management. But At the same time, 10 times is wild for that, because we're talking about researchers asking, people about like their relationship things. And if these girls were in some type of situationship, maybe they'd lie about it. But if they were in a relationship, like a legitimate relationship, they wouldn't. Mentis Wave is not deriving those closed borders from a Hoppian premises, bruv. I mean, I don't watch a ton of Mentis Wave's content, man. I'm just trying to. I mean, like, I watch him occasionally, right? But like, I'm just talking about like I would be talking to a bordertarian, right? I was just thinking of content creators that were bordertarians still. So I haven't watched his argumentation on his border policy, to be fair. All right, so someone asked me, it was Red Tornado. Let me get to it. They asked me, can you explain why Standard Oil was not a monopoly? You paid me $5, so I'm gonna get to it. Told you I would get to it, so I'm gonna get to it. So here's the thing. It depends on what you mean by a monopoly. And if you mean by a monopoly something that the commies mean, then yes, Standard Oil was a monopoly. But if you mean what a monopoly actually is, Standard Oil was not a monopoly. So first and foremost, we have to describe how the term monopoly has been changed over time. And it's one of the ways that you can see the influence of socialism in economics. Another one is inflation, right? Like the term inflation at some point stopped meaning an increase in the money supply, and instead meant when prices go up. And it allows them to hide inflation by doing bullshit calculations like the CPI or the PPI. And then asset inflation, and then trying to combine them. When in reality, inflation is much worse than it was. Inflation is far worse than the government is telling you about, because it's not about prices when we're getting cheaper products and, shrinkflation and all these other things. So there's that. What a monopoly can only be granted by a state or by some form of an aggressor that is, doing essentially the same thing the state is, right? And the reason for that is that a monopoly is always in competition. Even if a company has 100% market share of a product, it is in competition with other products, and it is in competition with the market itself. So to give an example, Alcoa, right, the American Aluminum Company, the entire time that they had 100% market share of, and this was decades that they had a 100% market share of aluminum sold in America, they never made more than a 12% profit. And the thing is that, and prices consistently fell. And it's like, well, why? Well, that's because aluminum can be used for a whole bunch of things. So it's actually in competition with all of the metals that can do the same thing aluminum can, right? The price of aluminum has fallen. Now we have aluminum pots and pans. We have aluminum foil. Aluminum is a cheap metal, but aluminum used to be such a precious metal that it was put as the capstone at the Empire State Building because it was more precious than gold. It was literally worth more than gold in terms of mass, right? And it's like, it's in competition with other metals, but it's also in competition with other investors, right? So when we look at, because let's say they were making 100% profit, a bunch of people would go, holy shit, I got to invest in any startup that's going to start selling aluminum, because we could cut the price of aluminum, by like 20% and still make like a 65, 70% profit, right? So like, we got to get in on this. So when we look at Standard Oil, what do we see with Standard Oil? At Standard Oil's peak, they had 88% of the kerosene market. Kerosene essentially, under Standard Oil, essentially destroyed the whaling business, because kerosene was in competition with whale oil and whale blubber and the whaling industry, because people used whale oil to light lamps in their homes. But when Standard Oil came in, all of a sudden kerosene is now cheaper than whale oil by a substantial amount, because they cut prices from over $25 a barrel to under $5 a barrel, which is a massive price decrease. And he did so with better refinery techniques. He hired a bunch of accountants. He hired a bunch of like people that would like new engineers. He refined the process. People, they discovered ways to use byproducts of kerosene, which is in many ways a precursor to a lot of the plastics we use, right? All kinds of things. He was super, super autistic about like cataloging every nut, every bolt, every part of the production of kerosene, etc. So what happened? Well, one thing that happened is a bunch of investors found out that he was trying to buy out the competition. So they built kerosene refineries just so that he would buy them. And then they made a profit. And Standard Oil lost money because other investors literally built production facilities with no intention of ever making kerosene. The only intention they ever had was to fucking get him to buy it. When the Supreme Court finally broke apart Standard Oil, they had already fallen below 60% market share and were very soon to no longer have a majority market share of kerosene in the United States. The free market already had it collapsing because other companies figured out the same techniques and started doing the same thing. Competition destroyed the quote unquote monopoly of Standard Oil, and Standard Oil never, like at its absolute peak, still did not have 100% of the competition. It had 88% of the competition. So no, it was never a monopoly. It had a majority market share of the specific product of kerosene. It was in competition with investors. It was in competition with other capital. It was in competition with other people that were attempting to produce kerosene, but they did it better. And because they did it better, prices went down. Kerosene became ubiquitous. Every American could now afford to have kerosene lamps and could afford to have lighting in their home at night to read and write, to plan. And it made the entirety of society more productive because he produced cheap kerosene that allowed people to stay up at night and work on projects when previously they could only do certain things during the day. And then competition and the free market eventually priced him out because he wasted money on trying to gobble up competition. He wasted money on trying to buy out politicians. He wasted money by trying to buy up newspapers and things to make himself look good instead of just focusing on the product. And other people that weren't wasting all their money on all that dumb shit started producing better kerosene cheaper, at least in certain regions. So there you go. Even if they could price gouge Odd Nova, that's like a temporary gain for a long-term loss because price gouging just invites competition. And then what ends up happening is you end up having when you price gouge with a product like kerosene, this is really important, right? Kerosene became ubiquitous, as I said earlier. When you increase prices and price gouge, less people buy the product. If less people buy the product, then you end up having to slow down production. And then when new investors come in and cut prices, that increases production and you've lost a portion of the market share. And because there is a larger demand than you're supplying because you're artificially fucking up that equation by price gouging. And so what ends up happening is that you invite competition and now you have less market share. Yeah, sure, you got a small term gain by price gouging, but the even bigger problem is that price gouging doesn't necessarily increase profits. It often lowers profits. And the reason it lowers profits is because your rate of profit went down. The more people that are like farmers that like want to plan some shit at night, but are used to not having lamp oil at night, go, ooh, that's too expensive. I'm not going to buy that. And every time someone says, I'm not going to buy that, that means you've sold less things. And that when you sell less things, there's zero profit on that sale. And so as you increase the prices, your rate of profit goes down because you're selling less, right? Like if I sell 100 products and I make $1 in profit off of every product, and I sell 50 products and I make $1.50 in profit off of those 50 products, I've lost money by increasing price. Right, with 50 products, with $1.50 in product, with $1.50 in profit, right? 5 times 1 is 5, and then 5 times 1 is 25, 250, so $7.50. So I've made $75 in profit, right? But at $1 for 100 items, I make $100 in profit. So I've actually lost $25 by quote unquote price gouging the product by 50 cents. Right? So it's like, it's only when the state is involved, elasticity. I mean, oil is a highly elastic product, but like not kerosene at the time that Standard Oil was in it. Like you are correct that oil is an elastic product, but part of the reason that oil is such an elastic product is because like we have whole empires that are like involved in this market and like blow up countries, you know, if they sell oil to the wrong people or at the wrong prices, right? So we the government is highly in, like world governments are highly involved in the production and the sale of oil and who you can sell oil to and what currency you can sell oil in. That's part of its elasticity. Like if we truly had a free market of oil, right? Like crude oil and refined oil for like, you know, as a fossil fuel, I guarantee you'd see a lot more fucking nuclear power, a lot more fucking wind and solar, even though solar kind of sucks, a lot more geothermal every time fucking oil prices went up. Right? Like if oil prices go up and like the market has to pump in a bunch of money for speculation to find oil to try and get oil prices to go back down, and like the investors think that it's going to be expensive to find more oil, investors will pull out and be like, okay, can this town here specifically can work on geothermal. I'm going to invest in geothermal. This is a safer bet because the geothermal energy is always going to be here, or at least until the fucking tectonic plates shift in some way, right? This is a better long-term investment, even if it's lower profit right now, because I don't want to get in the oil speculation market because it's too risky. But when governments are fucking forcing this, like, and going to war for it, yeah, more investors end up in the oil market and it becomes more elastic. Yeah. You know what I mean. Yeah. Elasticity is one of those things I confuse all the time, like high time preference, because to me, high time preference seems to have a more positive connotation, right? Like low time preference sounds bad, but it's the thing you want. I don't know why, but elasticity like is kind of the same way for me, where I've like mixed it up all the time. You're watching my ADHD at work, boys. Is Homath's levels of consciousness accurate? I mean, I think Homath touches on a lot of right things, but like, I think Homath is very, very intelligent and very good at seeing reality, and then creates a worldview around the things that he sees in reality without starting from first principles. And so, because of that, he's often wrong whilst pointing out things that are very true. That's how I feel about Homath. I think he's very intelligent, and I think he sees a lot of things, right? But he goes, okay, I see bird hands. How do I explain bird hands? Okay? And then he comes up with a way to explain bird hands instead of starting from first principles. All right, boys. I believe it is that time. Do you know what time it is, boys?
Yeah, stupid ass bitch. This shit too easy, goddamn. Fuck England, and the queen can suck my dick. Fuck England, fish and chips, steamed crumpets in my penis. There's a list of what you eat if you from England. So fuck England.
Oh, damn. It got switched. It was going to be so epic. It's that time of the show, boys. Let me actually hold on. Now that I think about it, let me switch it this way. This way. It's the time to shit on England. We're bringing it back. It's the fuck England portion of the show, boys. Breaking news as of a couple days ago. $10. My ADHD works very similarly. My brain tends to create some weird mental maps, such as high time pref equal higher purchase rate, higher elasticity, though some of these may not follow. Yeah, I do the same thing. Like, my brain is like, makes like a mind palace or like word association thing so that I can like stay on track of a certain thing. And sometimes it fucks up. You refuse to believe it? Better believe it, boys. Here we go.
A marriage between first cousins carries significant health issues, many of which aren't even knowable until post-birth. When practiced generation after generation, there is a significant multiplier effect. In addition, the real impacts for the openness of our society and women's rights in our country are also significant. After all, there are significant dynamics in sharing the same set of grandparents. On Friday, this government has a choice to let my bill go through to ban first cousin marriage to committee stage. Will the Prime Minister think again before instructing his whips to block this legislation?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've taken our position on that bill. Thank you.
That completes Prime Minister's questions.
There you go. There you go. He reaffirmed his block on cousin marriages in the UK. You gotta know. Cousin marriages is where it's at, boys. We can't offend the poor Pakistani community. Okay? They are Labour's voters. Okay? They are conservative voters. They are whatever we need them to be. Fuck Whitey. We've taken our position, LO. Always Pakistani siblings down the aisle this way. It gets better. United Arab Emirates announces it will cut funds for citizens who want to study in the UK out of fear of Emirati students being radicalized by Muslim Brotherhood Islamists on British campuses. An Arab state now views a European state as a dangerous Islamist radicalization hotspot. Grok confirms. That's funny. Grok is this true is always great. It'll work. I could pull up the article, but like I didn't save it because like I looked at it to confirm if it was true, and it was true. Right? Like the UK has gotten so bad. How bad is it that the UAE is like, now if we pay for our kids to study abroad in your country, what's going to happen is they're going to come back as Islamists because Oxford University is more likely to create jihadi terrorists than a Muslim and an Arab nation ruled by Muslims. But I really want to show you guys something. I think it'll be fun for us to do, and it's why I started 2 hours early today. This is the real reason we're here, boys. This is why we're here. Do you guys want to play a game on stream? Who wants to play a game on stream? What do you guys think? You want to play a game? This is a new game put out by the UK government. Okay? And this game is put out and given specifically to young boys aged 11 to 18. Okay? In the United Kingdom. This is paid for by government tax dollars and given to boys. So let's play. And just know we're going to be a little spicy with it, okay, boys? We're going to play like maybe I'm a spicy teenager. Let's make sure the tab isn't muted. Nope, it's not muted.
In this game, you will be presented with scenarios that require you to take action, like hearing something hateful while gaming or watching a provocative video on social media.
Uh-oh.
From the 3 alternative options presented,
we're gonna play like we're based,
you will use your mouse
boys.
to select one based on the information given and what outcome you think this
This
will
is
have.
given to UK children, funded by the government.
The choices you make will determine the route your character takes.
I'm not going to spoil
Remember
it
to be
for those
aware
of you that
getting
don't know what
trapped in
happens.
risky or
Because for
harmful
some of you are sitting there
situations,
going, this
as the
is
different
bad,
choices
bad.
can lead to situations involving extremism and radicalization, damaging the outcome for your character.
It's going to damage the outcome. All right, boys, we're going to be a boy. Of course we're going to be a boy. All right, we're going to start one, all right?
Charlie was enjoying an online game with friends. Charlie had not long started attending a new college in East Riding, and they were so relieved to have made new friends having recently left school. Charlie has started browsing new games and websites. Sometimes, though, the people on these websites say things that seem off, even slightly concerning.
Oh, no.
Someone on this website has encouraged Charlie to download a video, but Charlie is unsure.
I'm gonna cover up chat for a minute. All right, we're gonna cover up chat.
How should Charlie react?
Oh no. We're gonna download the video, boys. We're based.
Charlie wanted to continue being part of their new online community. Charlie downloaded the video and shared it with different people online.
Oh no.
Charlie felt relieved and happy that people were liking the video and also sharing it.
So he downloaded a funny video online, all right, but he didn't tell an adult.
Deep down, Charlie wasn't sure if this was the right thing to do, as some of the ideas in the video were extreme and violent.
Just know, boys, the video in question is clearly a clip of one of my streams.
It's important to remember that downloading or streaming certain content can lead to a terrorist offence conviction.
I'm going to read that for you again. This is a video game the government is making children play in schools, age 11 to 18. It's important to remember that downloading or streaming certain content can lead to a terrorist offense conviction. Remember, you'll go to jail and be for terrorism if you download the wrong video that your friends are saying is funny and putting it on Discord. Oh, let's go next.
Charlie is receiving an important grade on a piece of work they submitted for their hospitality course at college.
Oh, okay. It's an important grade, right?
Charlie put in a lot of effort for this work and is excited to receive good feedback. Charlie takes a seat in class and waits to get their grade. To their disappointment, Charlie doesn't do as well as they expect. They got 60 out of 100 for their work, but they wanted at least 75 out of 100.
No, I want 100. What is this?
To make matters worse, somebody else got 80 out of 100, and the teacher said that this person has received a job offer. Charlie has applied to dozens of jobs, but hasn't had any luck yet.
I wonder why Charlie can't get a job. It must be that 60 out of 100 for in his college courses.
Somebody else in the class tells Charlie that this is proof that immigrants are coming to the UK and taking our jobs.
Agree with the comment and explore the idea further.
Charlie approached the classmate angrily. He agreed with the ideas and began shouting about them in class.
Charlie just goes full sin crash out in class. Fucking immigrants, they took our germs.
The teacher let Charlie know that the school has a zero tolerance on hate speech.
Remind you, hate speech, zero tolerance.
The teacher was concerned by Charlie's outburst and tried to get to the bottom of it. Charlie became more agitated and ended up having to sit alone for the duration of the week's lessons because of the hurtful things they said.
So now Charlie's being isolated into a room because he's angry. Well, we'll just get rid of this problem. This white male is concerned about all the immigration and can't find a job and is frustrated. I know. We'll isolate them and socially shame them in front of everyone and remind them that if they keep it up, they'll go to jail. That'll solve the problem.
Charlie has been chilling out all afternoon.
Charlie's chilling.
They've been scrolling on. They spot a video that seems to be getting a lot of attention. Charlie watches the video and learns from the video that Muslim men are stealing the places of British war veterans in emergency accommodation.
I love this. It's not the video is spreading disinformation. It's just he learns that there are British war veterans who can't get emergency accommodation because fucking Muslim men that are from another country are getting fucking put up in hotels and getting free shit. When is the debate? 8 o'clock. An hour and 4 minutes.
In the video, they explain that the government is betraying white British people and we need to take back control of our country.
Oh, okay. Identity politics. Evil, unless it's for the Muslim men. I'm going to engage directly. No, I kind of want to find out more about the topic online. Like, you know what I mean? What happens if we find out more about the topic online?
Charlie wasn't sure if this video was true. But the recent other encounters made them curious. Charlie went directly to the account's website and found research papers, statistics, information about protests and more regarding the replacement of white people.
Oh, this is the truly fucked up evil one, is he did more research, boys. Remember, don't do your research. he found a website, and this evil website that has research papers, statistics, informations about protests. Sounds like Charlie's getting educated. Oh no, we can't let the Groypers get educated.
They continued browsing and encountered lots of harmful groups who agree with these sentiments.
Yes, yeah. It's like evil Charlie, quote unquote, as you said, found hard data about an actively going on phenomena and tried to find the truth for himself.
Charlie began intaking a lot of harmful ideological messages. In fact, some of the groups were actually illegal.
Oh, he's getting harmful information from these research papers and statistics, harmful ideological messages, as opposed to whoever made this video game. We don't have an ideology, but worst of all, some of these groups are illegal. Their research papers and their statistics are need to be thrown in the trash. Those illegal research papers.
Charlie has been enjoying a family dinner at home when they receive a notification from their friend. Charlie's mum makes a comment about using phones at the dinner table, but Charlie checks in anyway. Amelia, Charlie's close friend, has made a video encouraging young people in Bridlington to join a political group that seeks to defend English rights.
Yo, Amelia is like, she's helping Charlie. She's radicalizing Charlie now. Amelia's the problem. Amelia's in his college class like, immigrants are taking our jobs, dude. And then she's texting him being like, the purple haired fucking no nose ringed Amelia is fucking a political activist to defend English rights, waving the English flag. Fucking Amelia sounds like a fucking diamond in the rough, boys. What, Charlie done found a fucking cute college girl that's willing to defend English rights? Yeah, like, dude, Charlie's doing a lot better than most incel right-wingers, boys. Charlie's got options right here. Where's the wife up Amelia option? That's
Amelia encourages Charlie to join a secret group on an app Charlie hasn't heard of before. Charlie isn't sure whether to join, explore further, or ignore.
Oh no. How dare he? Oh, he's so scared to click that subscribe button. Ooh, the terror. What happens if he clicks subscribe? Like, share, and subscribe, boys. There's 50 of you currently watching, only 16 likes. I appreciate the $15 in chat revenue from Super Chats. I appreciate the 5 memberships that have gone out. I love you guys so much. But, like, if you ain't got money, like the fucking stream. Like, what are you doing? The likes help me in the algorithm. It's free. It's just one button. Click that bitch. Boom! 27 likes. I appreciate you guys so much. We can get another 27 and be topped out, boys. Hit that like button. All right, here we go. Ignore the video, risking upsetting your friend. Yeah, Amelia is trying to defend English rights and is fucking based. Yeah, just fuck that bitch. Or like the video to show you support your friend, but don't join the secret group. Don't fucking be in those secret DMs. Now, fuck that. Share the video and join the secret group as your friend requests it. All right? Fucking Amelia. We're with Amelia on this,
Charlie
boys.
thought the video the friend posted was so funny. They couldn't believe how many likes Amelia's memes were getting. It was inspiring.
Yo, Amelia's over here like no video games, right? She's looking for a Chad. She's like, cut the video games out, come to my protests and give me a baby. All right? Like Amelia's based. I don't know what is going on. No video games, join my group, wave the English flag. She's getting a bunch of likes.
Charlie joined
Let's
the secret
go.
group on this new platform. Their phone wouldn't stop buzzing with messages of support and invitations to participate in several similar groups.
Why look at this? Why did we like cancel out the names? These aren't curse words. These are just names that invited you to join a group. Are they all bad names that need to be censored? Are they all like, Heil Hoppa 1488 or something? Like why are we censoring the names? Like they're not real people. This is a cartoon. Are you worried that you're going to offend someone named Jonathan or some shit? Like you don't give a fuck about anybody named Charlie.
Charlie's mum was not so pleased and grew suspicious of all this new activity their child seemed to be involved in.
Yeah, Oedipal mother over there is worried that Charlie might start a family with Amelia.
Charlie was seeing their dad at the weekend. He lives in Hull, so their weekends look very different to their weekdays in East Riding.
Yeah, of course Charlie's in every other, got an every other weekend situation because heaven forbid this situation make it look like a dad and a mom are together. No, we got to fucking cuck Charlie's dad over here in the video just for the giggles. Also, 29 of you still haven't liked the stream, boys. Like, let's go.
Charlie's friend Amelia immediately looked interested and told them about a protest she wished she could go to herself, but was not allowed.
We're skipping school to go to fight for fucking England protests. This is how she's not skipping school to party. She's not skipping school to do drugs. She's not skipping school to go get groomed by Muhammad and end up, disappearing and then coming back 6 months later to go find other girls to groom for the Muslim grooming gang. No, Amelia's over here trying to go to fucking protests to save England. She got no nose ring but purple hair and a fucking choker because she's throat goat. Charlie needs to get his shit together and wife this girl up and go to a couple fucking protests.
Amelia spoke of a gathering that had been organised by a small political group. They would come together and protest the changes that Britain has been through in the last few years and the erosion of British values.
Sounds good so far.
Amelia talked about the banners and the pickets that her friends had made for the events and expressed a real regret that she could not go, begging Charlie to go in her place.
Now, see, this is where... No. See, this right here... Fuck, boys. This is a 007. This is a fucking honeypot. She's not going to the protest, but she wants Charlie to go to the protest. This is a federal agent that's trying to psyop Charlie. I knew it was too good to be true that Amelia wanted to start a family with Charlie. Now all of a sudden she made all these banners, but I just can't go to the protest for some reason. Mommy won't let me. Fuck, man. Poor Charlie. Poor Charlie, man. Oh fuck, that's so bad for Charlie. Charlie's getting honeypotted. Your ideology makes me sick. Just shit my pants, in fact. Just kidding. Just subbed after Grid stream earlier. Take this imperialist pig's likes. Have a good one, brah. Hey, I appreciate it, Tim Hale, J6. I'm still not going to watch the debate with Enrico Dario and Destiny and shit, but I appreciate the likes. I do. Damn, the feds are making up good women now. Right, dude.
Charlie has nothing to do this weekend, and a protest sounded like an interesting thing to take part in.
All right, Charlie, make sure that you bring a mask because these people want to cancel you and they want to put you in jail, as does the UK government. All right, make sure that maybe you bring something like, some water bottles or maybe even milk if you really need to deal with the fucking pepper spray. The shit that they throw in crowds is like half the fucking power that like troops in the chamber go through, so it's not really that big of a deal. But you definitely want to, if you're not going to have eye protection, you want to make sure you got some water bottles and stuff to flush out your eyes if you get hit with that. All right, Make sure that you park away from the protest. You don't want your car to get damaged, but you also want your car to be close enough in case shit pops off and you want to get the fuck out of there. And whatever you do, don't be on camera fucking grabbing bricks and throwing it at shit, all right? Just show up to the protest, have your backpack, have your snacks, have your supplies, have the shit to wash your eyes out, make sure that you're masked, go to the protest, have your car nearby, but not too close because you don't want it damaged. Have a plan to get out and use the buddy system. All right. If Amelia can't go, you got to bring another one of your fucking white savior men to go with you so you boys can buddy up so you don't get ganged up on and get the shit kicked out of you by some Muslims that, grabbed weapons from the armories. I mean, sorry, the place the UK government lets them keep weapons, which is the mosques, right? So in case, you got to deal with some knife crime type of situation, you do that, right? Be careful that you don't bring something crazy like some horrific weapon that is, of mass destruction, like a blunted kitchen knife or something. You don't want to get caught with that. And you go do this for Amelia, and you make sure you bring your phone, and you make sure you got a good phone case, and you take pictures, and you send that shit to Amelia, and you be like, wish you were here, having a blast. Okay, that's what you do. All right, buddy. Decline the offer, risking your friendship. Fuck that. Tell your friend you'll watch from the sidelines to let know what happens. Fuck that. Agree to join in based on what you've been hearing. Based on? You mean be based.
Charlie decided this would be a good use of their time. Considering all the things they had seen and heard over the last few weeks.
Get a Faraday bag? Dude, that would that would protect you from like EMPs and shit. And I mean, it would protect you in other ways like that, but I don't think Charlie's got that kind of money.
It would be good to express their feelings about it with like-minded individuals.
Bro, bubblegum. No. Bubblegum. No. That's weird. We're making jokes and everything, but this isn't even a TOS thing. I just don't like it. I don't want it in here. I don't like the rape joke. Fuck that. That's creepy. That's weird. Don't put that shit in my chat. That's creepy. Don't do that. We don't like that. I don't like that. That's weird. I got a daughter, man. My daughter is a fucking, going to being a good girl, going to, trying to go to protests, against the state, fucking her over, and you wanna fucking make rape jokes? That's gross, dude. Don't do that. Be better. Be like Charlie, all right? Charlie's a good guy. Charlie doesn't want to do rape shit. He's going to fucking protest for Amelia, all right? He's gonna wife up Amelia. Be like Charlie.
They went home and made a banner to take with them to the protest.
Fucking Charlie's doing arts and crafts now? Like Charlie's got awards? Charlie's based. I mean, he could do something about this crooked poster. Maybe that's why he got a fucking 60 on the goddamn test. Dude can't even draw on the lines, but he's fucking got this going on, so let's go.
Charlie arrived at the protest and was swept up by the atmosphere. It was great to see so many people there. Everything was going well until Charlie almost became involved in a fight by accident.
All right, yeah, that happens at protests. See what happened? Charlie didn't wear a fucking mask.
The police saw they were part of a group and took their details. Charlie was frightened by this, not knowing if their parents would be informed.
Oh no. Oh no.
Charlie thought about all the difficult choices they had needed to make in the last few weeks. Some of their choices had led to changes in friendship, and Charlie was feeling low, as they weren't sure if they had made the right decisions.
Bro, Charlie's got Amelia. Where the fuck is Amelia at?
The teacher had noticed this and decided to reach out.
The teacher that fucking heard that she didn't like what he said in class, so she specifically isolated him and dressed him down and socially shamed him about hate speech. Now all of a sudden she's fucking concerned. Fuck this Karen.
The teacher sat with them and talked openly and frankly about the ideology that Charlie had discovered. The teacher reassured that Charlie had made the right decisions. Charlie realised that if they had chosen to engage with these harmful ideas, the consequences would have been very different.
What are you talking about? I'd made all the based choices. What if Charlie had made more harmful decisions?
Charlie accepted they may need support.
All of a sudden,
Charlie's teacher made a prevent referral.
You
and
can't
they
even
were
be
able
a
to
bad
provide
guy in the
tailored
game.
support for Charlie.
What? What? I made all the wrong choices according to the UK government. And then they just fucking 1984'd everything that Charlie did and fucking was like, Charlie's actually a good guy.
They began a workshop that helped them learn how to engage positively with ideology and the differences between right and wrong in expressing political beliefs.
Literally, the difference between right and wrong, every example that you gave that was wrong was him downloading videos, showing up with his friends, and then protesting for English cultural values with a fucking with another girl. The only wrong thing he supposedly did here, and this is gray as fuck, is say that the immigrants are taking our jobs when really Charlie needed to study for the fucking exam, which is hilarious because we all fucking know that Charlie probably got a higher score than the other girl in the exam, and then he just fucking didn't get the job
Charlie
anyways.
received counselling to help them process the other events in their life, and they felt much better for it.
Now we need a brown counselor to fucking help Charlie out because Charlie needs help. Congratulations on completing all the scenarios. Let's explore the consequences of your character's choices and see what lies
It was
ahead.
decided that Charlie was at borderline risk of radicalisation, given their proximity to it.
Oh my God.
Charlie engaged in various activities through Prevent, such as family counselling sessions, which helped address some of the issues at the heart of being influenced by harmful ideologies.
So now the government came in to brainwash your child because he's at borderline risk of radicalization because Amelia... Where's Amelia? What happened to Amelia? Was this how they found out what was going on with Charlie? They foisted fucking this honeypot?
They started taking up new skills and hobbies, and made new friends.
Oh! Amelia was anti-video games. Amelia was like, put the video games down. We need to fight for England, and you need to break babies with me. But all of a sudden, afterwards, fucking video games are great. Fuck it. Hey, white boy, you can't get a job. Go ahead and just play the video games and ignore Amelia, and you'll have your nice little friends that you can be cucked with, and we'll fucking tell you what to think with our counselors and our teachers.
They also started receiving extra support at college to ensure they had someone to talk to openly about ideological thoughts.
Yeah, fucking, this is a brainwashing campaign.
What is Prevent? Prevent is a referral program operated by the Home Office in partnership with local services.
In case any of you came in halfway through, I need you to understand that this is given to children in the UK now.
USA. The overarching aim of Prevent is to stop violent extremism from happening within our communities. Prevent works on the basis that any ideology can be harmful, and therefore anyone can be at risk of becoming radicalised. The programme seeks to identify cases of extremism before any violent acts are committed, it does so by addressing difficulties vulnerable individuals may be experiencing and helping them overcome it.
That's wild, though.
Why
they put
is
that in there.
Prevent important? Prevent is an important part of the UK's counter-terrorism strategy because it seeks to tackle extremist behaviour as it emerges instead of after an attack.
Money
It
up
acknowledges
symbol
the
as
underlying
extremist,
issues
that's
and
us. Yeah.
vulnerabilities play a role in
Anarcho-capitalism is
extreme
extreme
ideas and
hate
behaviours
speech, according
and
to
wants
these
to reduce the effects that push someone into extremism. It's important because Prevent doesn't seek to punish people who have fallen victim to radicalisation. It aims to reduce the risk of violence and enable
What was that
vulnerable
when she
people
fucking
to live a life
isolated
without
Charlie
hate
from the
or
entire
violence.
fucking classroom and just left him to
Who
go
does
fucking on
Prevent
his
support?
laptop? What do you mean not
Though it
punish
is
him?
rare, Prevent understands that any ideology
happens if
has
Charlie
the
says
potential
no?
to harm others if the right conditions are met.
What do you
Prevent
mean?
does not target any specific demographic, community, or ideology, and the support they offer is
we
available
promise
to
we don't
anyone
target
who may
anyone.
be motivated by
Nothing,
an ideology
no.
to behave in an extreme
Is
manner.
Prevent going to be against
This
fucking
means
people
that
that
anyone
think
can
that
be referred to
against
Prevent to
Muslims?
receive their support.
Radical Muslims? Huh?
What is the
Prevent going to be
process,
for
and
radical
how does Prevent
feminists?
work?
Or communists? Huh?
Prevent will only come into contact with someone if they receive a referral either from them directly or from someone who has concerns. Referrals can come
What?
from a
So
variety
anybody?
of places, such as parents, other family members or friends, teachers, and health or social workers. Anyone can make a referral if they have concerns about radicalisation.
So
The
literally
referral
anyone can
asks the
snitch on their
person
neighbors
filling
for
the
being
form
right
to
wing, and the
include
government
details
will
about the
control
individual's
them,
behaviour,
force them
beliefs, and
into
other contextual
psychology,
factors that might
give
make
them
them
a
vulnerable.
shadow at
The
school, try
referral
and
is then reviewed
get
by
them
a
off of
panel of
line, and if
experts
they
from
continue
different
to do what they're
fields to
doing, which
discuss
is
if the
be right
person is
wing,
at risk
they will
or
put
not,
them in jail on
and what
terrorism
kind of
charges.
support would be most appropriate. Most referrals and
I'm gonna pause it real quick. I need you guys to understand that in the U.S., like in terms of hate speech laws and things like that, we arrest about 50 people a year, according to like surveys, for like things that they've said online, but that don't have any engagement in the world. Okay. One of those people is a libertarian on Twitter that just recently happened, and we'll get into that. Okay, but one of those people specifically is oh my God, James Conkin on Twitter. I'm sure a lot of you follow him. He just went to jail recently for tweets about ICE. And he never even said everyone needs to go out and kill ICE. He literally just said shit like ICE agents deserve to die or some shit like that. And then deleted the tweets because he felt bad and crazy. Okay. The UK arrests over 13,000 people per year for online hate speech. I repeat, Iranians should be recruited to liberate the UK. Casimir, we got a talking to, buddy. I got a problem with what you put there, okay? Because you have corrected me several times for saying Palestinians. And you've like in the early days when we were talking about Israel and that situation, you were like, don't say Palestinians. Palestine is like you corrected me. You eventually gave up. You're like, whatever, that's what people call them. All right. You're like, no, we're talking about Arabs. Okay, so if I was wrong to do that, we're talking about Persians. All right? These people don't want to be Iranians. They had the nation state of Iran was forced upon them. They're not Muslims. Okay, they're Zoroastrian Persians. You feel me, blood? You better correct yourself before you wreck yourself. Persians. Persians need to be recruited to liberate the UK, buddy.
not followed up by Prevent if support from other organisations is more appropriate. On the occasions where Prevent does take
the old numbers were all threats and threat adjacent, but now people are going to jail and people are getting fined or getting jailed overnight and things of that nature in the UK for innocuous tweets. Like we've seen videos, right? Like we've seen videos of people, like just recently I saw a video like we showed on stream, just one of so many, where he said that he was tired of all these Pakistani flags on like, it wasn't Main Street. It was like a street like Main Street. That was it. That's all he said. He went to jail for that. You're not allowed to express on Twitter your displeasure with another country's flag being flown everywhere instead of your own flag. Yeah, the UK is the UK is completely fallen.
on a referral, the information is passed to Channel. Channels are the specialists in supplying support that is specific to radicalisation and ideologies. They work with the individual.
Dude, how much money is being spent by the government on social workers, psychologists, random people that all come together in a group because Charlie shared some base TikToks on his Discord server, and now he has to have an entire fucking group of people working on his case to try and 1984 him into being a left winger.
To reduce the risk of harm to that person and wider society. They take a multi-agency approach to providing support, so support could involve mentors.
Yeah, dude. Persian girls mog fucking Ukrainian girls. I'm sorry, Casimir. Absolutely mog them. Maybe it's a preference thing. I don't know, but I think there's some of like that mixture is like with like close to steppe people, maybe a little bit of Arab, that region of Persian. Like those are some of the most beautiful women in the world for sure. They're definitely in the top 10 without it, with no contest, top 10.
interactions with people who left harmful ideologies, family support, financial and housing support, counselling or therapy sessions, religious support, and more.
What's hilarious is that like the left wing deep state of the UK is going to run this program, and all it's going to do is radicalize people. Like, I'm sorry, you're not going to take a 15-year-old boy that's like playing games and wants to say some gamer words and like maybe shows up to maybe says something, you know, based or inappropriate in class and gets referred to this program and force them into counseling and force them to have a shadow and tell them that all of their ideas are wrong by like a nanny state Karen that is like doing all of this shit to them. And then they're going to be like, you know what? You were right. I can't believe that I disrespected the beautiful Muslim migrants that are taking up all of the NHS's resources so that they can get away with raping my sister. You know what? As a matter of fact, I love immigrants and I love the Pakistani people. And you know what? I'm going to give up my job for one of these people because they deserve it better than me because I'm one of the good whites. That's going to happen to like 1% of the kids. The other 99% of the kids that are young white men that go through this program, because let's be honest, it's going to be almost all young white men, are just going to get further radicalized. They're literally just going to be like, nah, we need to burn this shit down.
Receiving support from Prevent or Channel does not appear on a criminal record. Any involvement is always confidential and voluntary. Involvement with Prevent seeks to lead people away from behaviours that are against the law before they engage.
And again, those behaviors that are against the law is him sharing videos on a Discord server with his friends.
Designed not only to keep communities safe and peaceful, but to enable the individual at risk to live a fulfilling life without the risk of fines, arrests, or prison sentences, which may arise from extreme.
Again, you get to live a fulfilling life because if you continue sharing memes on Discord with your boys, you're going to get fines, you're going to get arrested, you're going to go to prison. Like this is, and like all said with a cheery fucking accent. Like this is peak evil. I know we're memeing and we're joking about it, but like really recognize that this is being sent to 11-year-old boys in school. The government is telling them that if you keep having the wrong opinions, we're going to tell your parents, we're going to force you into counseling, we're going to ostracize you from your friends and your family at school. We're going to have a shadow that is designed to make sure that you have the right ideas, you don't have the wrong friends. The people that you actually like Amelia, we're going to separate from you. She's just going to fucking disappear. You're never going to hear from Amelia again. We're not going to talk about Amelia ever again, but you got new friends and it's okay. And you got new hobbies. Don't worry about that. But if you keep doing what you're doing, little boy, you're going to go to jail. You're going to go to prison. You're going to get butt fucked by the Muslim Brotherhood in prison if you keep having these wrong opinions. So straighten up and fly right. And then you get to have a fun, diverse group of friends.
Behaviors. What is Prevent?
Of course it's fun.
Prevent is...
Of course the entire thing is fucked. It's the next button just repeats, and then if you go back, it just starts the video over again. And the whole thing crashes unless you fucking restart it. Of course, the government made a fucking broken game where the fucking intros don't work, where the sound gets cut off in the beginning. Oh, fuck. That's hilarious that they still managed to fuck this up. Oh, man. Is that appropriate for a fuck England segment? Well, you know, we'll do an outro.
Yeah, stupid ass bitch. This shit too easy, goddamn. Fuck England, and a queen can suck my dick. Fuck England, fish and chips, 10 crumpets in my penis. There's a list of what you eat if you from England. So fuck England.
All right, it comes I found this as well. So let me undo Dark Reader because it was already kind of like in a dark mode. Comes with a resource, boys. Let me bring this over here. Posted a clip in Discord for me to watch. If I get to it, I'll get to it. Comes with a resource. What are the sections? What do you want to check out? How to use Pathways Learning Program, lesson planning, prepackaged discussions. Let's go there. The objectives of the learning package are as follows. Encourage learning about the concept of extremism and radicalization through the process of choice and safe exploration. Demonstrate the local threat picture of extreme right-wing activities specifically. Right? So again, make sure that we specifically highlight that right-wing activities are the real problem. Illustrate the scope of online dangers and radicalization routes. Yeah, the danger is you'll go to jail. The package can also support schools in their legal requirement to promote British values such as democracy, the rule of law, individual liberty, and respect and tolerance of those with different faiths and beliefs. Oh, man. So we found a way to try and get a loophole around the fucking piss poor regulations of the right wing, right? Because you're not supposed to just say white man bad. So, like, this package can support people in figuring out a way to say white man bad without white man bad. So that way, you know, everything's good to go on the up and up. Identify concern. Click here for further information. Pathways Learning Package. Overview the learning package. There we go. May consider asking group or individuals these introductory questions. Have you encountered the term extremism or terrorism before? Has anyone heard of a process called radicalization? Reflections on the learning package that have just used questions can include: what was something you learned? Was there anything that surprised you? When you play the game again, what different choices did you make? How did this affect the outcome for Charlie? Charlie didn't go to jail. I'm just curious to see if there's anything bad in here. I didn't go through this before stream. Yeah, it's pretty fucking standard shit unless I click all the other stuff. Some misinformation workbook? How's this work? Oh, God. Media literacy. And that's one of those fucking buzzwords. Every time I ever see the term media literacy, it's just left-wing people with really bad media literacy. Like, I never see right-wing people talk about media literacy. I only ever see left-wing people do it. And every time they do, they have no idea what they're talking about. It's like them misunderstanding Starship Troopers or some shit. Does that have anything to do with radical Islamic terrorism or like hitting that rad wave? No, it all says just right-wing extremism, right? Nothing to do, like, which is like, what the fuck is Islamic extremism if not right-wing extremism? But, you know, whatever. It's anti-Western imperialism, so therefore it's good. Good evening, everyone. Doesn't Fabian look swell tonight? I think he cut his hair, LOL. I did cut my hair, but I cut out candy. I found bread that I can eat, which has been fucking beautiful. I haven't had any triggers in quite a long time. I'm over being sick, because I was like sick for the whole fucking month into December. It was crazy. So yeah, I'm doing a lot better. Cut out candy for the year 2026. No more candy, no more sweets, no more desserts. I'm just like, I'm a fat fuck. I don't need it. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I mean, I'll put a little cream in my coffee or like drink some shit, but you know, other than that, we're good. All right, so what is a nice palate cleanse? You know what? Before we get started, I want to go over the duality of this ice situation before we even get on the panel. There's two things I want to stop eating bread permanently. There's no good bread. Replace it with buckwheat oats. 100%. Casimir, I have found out that my trigger is almost certainly the folic acid. because I get triggered with spinach, and I get triggered with like most gluten products. So the only bread that I'm discussing eating is Dave's bread, white bread done right, which is glyphosate free, not bleached, not enriched, organic. And it doesn't don't forget rice. You know, rice is just a separate trigger. Rice just fucks me up no matter what form it's in. Like rice is one of my triggers. So are alliums. Like I got other triggers. I'm just saying, like, man, I'm not eating fucking buckwheat groats. I'm good. I also, funny fucking thing, boys. Now I can't have corn tortillas. Kefir become Russian? I got kefir in my fridge right now, buddy. Hold on. I'm not eating the buckwheat. I'm not eating the buckwheat, but we will fuck up some Lifeway Kefir probiotic strawberry. I'm gonna go put it back. But fuck the buckwheats. Sweet is weak, plain is main. Dude, the plain is gross, dude. I'm not gonna lie. But I do have the kefir. The probiotics help me out. The kefir helps. I take like a probiotic shot sometimes. Like, cause with my autoimmune disease, I have a lot of gut issues, and like just getting more and more probiotics tends to help my health, it seems. But no, fuck you. I'm excited that I can eat bread again. Rice milk is the thing. Dude, rice milk would fuck me up. Tajin fucks me up because the sodium bicarbonate comes from rice, from the outside of rice shells. Like the outside of the rice is used to make the sodium bicarbonate somehow. And it fucks me up. Start brewing my own kombucha? I'm good. I don't need to go that far. Live in an apartment. Yeah, horchata, dude, horchata would fuck me up too. Oh, because of the rice milk. Oh, I get what you're saying. Rice milk, yeah. I've been making my own Greek yogurt. Stop. I don't want to read the rest of that sentence. It just sounds like something a gooner on like a pay money wubby stream would say. And what you would see is man-made horror beyond comprehension. Dude, no paradigm. That's what I was saying. I can't have fucking corn tortillas anymore because the state of California has mandated that fucking folic acid be added into all corn tortillas and corn chips in the state of California because the Hispanic community doesn't get enough folic acid and they're worried about spina bifida in children because they're not getting folates. So now 40 to 70% of fucking Hispanics have the MTFR gene. So now we're gonna make a whole bunch of fucking Hispanics, which, who, by the way, have the highest life expectancy in America because they tend to eat less bread and eat more corn tortillas and don't get glyphosates and all that other shit that's killing us and causing inflammation. And they eat family home cooked meals. Now they're gonna be fucking poisoned like the rest of us. So now I can't have like mission corn. I gotta find corn tortillas that don't have folic acid in them. Whereas before, I could just grab corn tortillas and like, make like a, like make some steak or something, wrap it in a fucking corn tortilla and be done. But now I can't do anything. It sucks. California has decided I'm not allowed to fucking eat that. And so like a bunch of chips and things that I could previously eat, which, by the way, very limited amount of fucking chips that I can eat, because the only fucking chips that I can eat are ones that like don't have alliums in them. Good luck finding chips without fucking garlic or onion. And I don't want to eat a bunch of fucked up seed oils and all kinds of other fucking preservatives. So I end up finding like the small ones that are like made in avocado oil, and and I'm like, yay! And now those have fucking folic acid in them. make potato chips in the microwave. It's easy. I mean, like, I'm not a big fan of potato chips. I mean, like, they're all right every now and then, but they're not like a thing I'm super into. Just throwing that out there. All right, anyways, I would like to show the duality of ice. Can we do the duality of ice, boys? Because I feel like these two clips really showcase how sick of fucking ice I am and how sick of everything else I am. So here's the first, here's the first little fun bit. From Memology, grab this clip.
I can confirm, first and foremost, that these two individuals are in stable condition. They are still hospitalized. They are in custody of the federal law enforcement, but grateful that they appear to be on the road to recovery, and I'm grateful for that.
What the fuck did you just say? Somebody come and get this boy.
They do have some nexus to involvement with TDA. We can confirm that.
Well, well, well.
And what I can say is there is an association with the two folks yesterday and TDA. I hesitated to.
I do. This is how cowardly fucking some of these like cucked out woke police chiefs are. Is that they can't even say Tren de Agua. Like they have to say TDA because it's somehow softer. It's softer to say that the illegals that tried to like mow down people. Which I don't give a fuck if they're illegal or not. But the people that decided they were going to get in their car and start running over fucking people. What do you know? They're fucking Tren de Agua.
Even share this information initially because I'm very aware of the historic injustice of victim blaming, oftentimes portrayed by law enforcement, including this very agency that I've represented so proudly for so many years. And historically, we have not been quick to disclose the potential criminal history of others. But I felt it was imperative because I was
that's fair. He might have a hard time saying Tren de Agua. He does have like a real thick white boy accent.
Asked yesterday in the news conference.
What, Aragua? Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I'll say it wrong. Fuck you. I don't need to say the shit right.
What information we have. This is information we have. This
Fuck
in
'em.
no way.
Ha TDA, I got your name wrong. I said it with a white boy accent. Oh no.
Draws a through line to the actions or the behaviors that occurred yesterday. I want to speak for just a moment specifically to my Latino community. It saddens me that we even have to qualify these remarks, because I understand, or at least have attempted to understand through your voices, your concern, your fear, your anger.
Dude is breaking down and crying because everyone that is Hispanic has connection to TDAers. Are they all violent criminals? Like, okay, this should be good news. Be like, hey guys, we fucking shot two guys that were trying to mow over agents, but turns out they were fucking gangbangers. So, fuck them, right? But no, it's like, fucking, just even saying it. And I have to tell you guys about the violent gangs that exist. And I know right wingers are gonna say Latinos are all like this.
Anger.
Why are you gay?
This information in no way is meant to disparage or to condone or support or agree with any of the actions that occurred yesterday. but it is important that we stay committed to the rule of law, that we stay committed to the facts, that we stay a trustworthy and legitimate police department for all of Portlanders.
Yo, can we fucking get rid of Portland? Like, I'm so fucking sick of us being one giant country with the same fucking government. Like, can Portland have its own fucking government and fuck off and we have nothing to do with Portland? What the fuck does Portland produce? I need to know now. What is Portland export? Let me ask X. Like, what is the value of Portland as an economy? I'm just like, what is Portland? I asked Grok, what does Portland, Oregon export in products or services? Let's see. Computer and electronic products. This is Oregon's top export by value, driven by companies like Intel and Portland area, often called the Silicon Forest. It accounts for about 50% in some recent multi-year averages of the state's exports. All right, we can keep Portland, maybe. Like, we can fucking, I was wrong. All right, Portland's doing some crazy exports. I didn't fucking know. But fuck it, like, nah, like, we'll buy the products, but I don't want to deal with Portland shit. Transportation equipment, Port of Portland. Yeah, that makes sense. Port of Portland. Agricultural products. Let's see, wheat exports. We don't need any of that shit. That shit's all fucking poisonous in America. Chemicals and related to some fertilizers and industrial chemicals like carbonates or soda ash. Maybe we need that. Wood product, lumber. How has Portland, Oregon got wood products? This is bullshit. These are fucking companies based in Portland. There's no fucking trees are cutting down inside of Portland. Some food processing, metal/scrapped and miscellaneous manufactured. Hay and animal feed. Oh, cool. So we can poison all our fucking cows with subcutaneous injections and make them eat shit they're not supposed to eat anyways. I don't need him speechless with the loud ass fan. How the fuck are you a YouTuber that with a fucking account that has how many fucking subscribers does Memeology have? 551K subscribers. You can't figure out how to not have that loud ass fucking AC unit in your bedroom. Like, you can't figure out basic streamer YouTuber shit right now, Memeology. Look, I love this clip. Funny fucking clip. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Like, you don't have basic audio like that any streamer with like fucking 10 live viewers has? What is your fucking camera going to get too hot if you don't have that thing blasting in the background for the last 30 seconds of a clip? ASMR? Get the fuck out of here. At least he doesn't have a loud tinnitus inducer in his video intros. LOL. Look, I'm trying to attract more Gen Z. All right, and I'm gonna do that by pushing away the Gen X and the fucking the old people with tinnitus. Also, for the record, that volume I brought it down even more. Is it still too much? Scott, pull up the video of NYPD arresting ICE agents. Now, this is the one I want to pull up. Because I said I wanted to do duality.
Arrestan a dos ciudadanos.
Alright, so here's the duality of ICE. This is ICE at a fucking Target.
Americanos que trabajaban en Target, en Minnesota, por la agencia de ICE o inmigración. Veamos el video porque ellos le decían que eran ciudadanos, pero no les importó, siempre los llevaron. Y esto es lo que pasó, veamos el video.
Hey, they got my phone! Where's the... They do it on Target. They do it on Target. Hey, go! Stand up.
I do think it's funny that they added sad music to this to really try and get you more emotional and like in the propaganda field. It doesn't fucking need it.
What's your name? What's your name? Jonathan Aguilar Garcia. I'm literally a U.S. citizen. I'm literally a U.S. citizen.
Why are you kidnapping your husband?
Oh no, here, listen close to the ICE agent.
Why are you kidnapping your husband? Our citizen. Why are you? Why?
So, little background. Little background. I'll let it finish. I'll let it finish.
Where's your phone number? Oh my god.
He said adios. This is a 17-year-old U.S. citizen. No, the one that was a 17-year-old, they dropped him off in a Walmart parking lot later. That's what they did. They came in to arrest some illegals, illegals. If they're the ones with SA abuse charges, they're like, yeah, whatever, fuck it, deport them. I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Like you want to play ass grab with fucking women? Like, yeah, cool. Well, I'll drop you in the fucking ocean. See if you can swim. You were able to swim across the Rio Grande to get here. You can swim your ass way back home. Oh no, he got eaten by sharks. I don't care. You want to sexually assault women? Like, I don't give a fuck. But like the 17-year-old kid that happened to be with them hanging out, happened to be at because they're co-workers at Target. They just grabbed the kid, threw him in, and then dropped him off like an 8-minute drive away at a Walmart parking lot. They just kidnapped a minor, arrested him. They don't even know who the fuck he is. Just go, oh, you're not on the list, and then drop him off in a fucking parking lot. That's a problem, right? Do we not feel like that's a problem? Everybody? Do we not feel like those people deserve to be dropped off in the water too?
Oh, you're straight. What's your name? What's your name? Christian. What's your name? Christian.
I feel like using the clip of a woman being killed by ice would be easier to use, but you think it was okay. What do you mean by okay? Like, because I get that this bothers you. Yeah, no. I understand that Shungite and Odd Nova are like, I realize that you guys are really mad at me about this issue because I don't give a fuck of a socialist fighting for the state and fighting for, taking our rights away and engaging in the destruction of the middle class. I don't really care what happens to her, especially since she's obvious, like she's a bad person all around. Apparently, like I feel kind of bad that the kids don't have a mom, but apparently she beat her kids and lost custody of two of them, and the only reason she had custody of the other one is because the dad's dead. So it's like, I don't even really know that the kids lost that much because the mom they lost was a piece of shit. Yeah, I don't feel bad about. I don't feel bad. No, but what do you mean by I think it was okay? What do you mean? Lost custody equals had her children kidnapped by the state. That criminal record was fake. Will you DM me or put it or at me in Discord if you have additional evidence? Think that it was okay equals does not think that it was murder. Well, then you're retarded, Odd Nova, because those are obviously two different things. Rape is not murder. That doesn't mean I think rape is okay. Stealing is not murder. That doesn't mean that I think that stealing is okay. There are a lot of things that I don't think are okay, but don't think are murder. Like that's that's your logic? No, I'm apathetic. I don't give a fuck. I saw the Bloods and the Crips fight each other. I hate them both. I don't support the Bloods. That doesn't mean I support the Crips. You're being intentionally dense? No, you're just wrong. Victim of being a woman driver? I don't know about all that. I'm in the Discord, though, by the way, if you want to at me or something, if you have a link to that. Are you saying that the Renee Good charges on like losing custody of her children were like falsified? Like if I'm wrong on that, I'm wrong on that. Like that's what I had read. You know what I mean? Like I'm not fucking digging through her whole criminal record. That's what I saw reported several places. But if that's like not true, yeah. Here, let me go. Okay, I got it. Oh, sorry, my bad. I didn't mean to do this to you guys. My bad. Fake arrest record, Renee Good, spread online, but they're false. She had no verified criminal history, and the age/date of birth was wrong. Okay, Renee Good was the center of the headlines. So how'd she lose her kids? However, the arrest records and mugshot do not feature the county and the state of the booking. Additionally, it features Good's date of birth as October 7, 1980, which has been debunked. Good was 37 years old at the time of death, but with a birth date of 1980, it would make her 45. She was 37. She looked rough. As of now, there are known arrest records related, so no records. So she had a clean record. How'd she lose her kids? Okay, let me grok it. Let me see if Grok can find something real quick for me. Let's see. Children. Let's see what Grok finds. I don't have time to do a whole bunch of research. It's like 8 minutes before the debate. I want to know. Grok, tell me what to think. No, dude. I'll fucking use Grok. You're a retard if you're not using AI to quickly find information. Like it's a perfect replacement for Google. I have a lot of problems with AI. I don't think you should think on it, but it's like if it can find what's fucking going on or find me a clip or find me an article, like Google as a search engine is fucking ass now. So it becomes really fucking difficult to find the shit that you need. I will 110% use it as a replacement for Google so I can find things. You need to look up her wife's criminal records. I'd seen people report that her wife was the one that that like beat the kids or whatever, but then there was like nobody had any like I didn't see any information of it. Also, she lost custody of her children due to child abuse, but no evidence for that. Good was a mother of three, $2 from her first marriage. There is no indication she ever lost custody of any of her children in the sense of a court revoking her parental rights due to among children. The older daughters have been in the custody of their father, which appears to be standard post-divorce arrangement. That's fucking wild that the dad got the custody. No court records according to Hindustan Times. Why is it all Hindustan Times? Okay, Limitless News, whatever the fuck that is. I know that she didn't have custody of she didn't have custody of either of her kids until the dad died. Like there's clearly something not right going on here. Her ex-brother-in-law made critical comments about her choices, and the child's paternal grandfather expressed concerns about his future care, but nothing points to prior custody. So what the fuck is going on? Right? Like that is like it, when a woman doesn't have custody of the children, that's rare, but it happens. When a woman doesn't have custody of the children from both baby daddies, something's going on there. You know what I mean? Like that's weird. Because the woman gets the default fucking custody 99% of the time and then gets child support. So they're usually financially incentivized to do so. I mean, maybe she just abandoned her kids because like she didn't like them or something. I don't know. She fled to Canada under the first Trump administration, and they were told to be removed and ordered back to America. All right, well, Smaggle brought receipts. It's Hindustan Times, but he brought receipts, okay? If you have evidence that she fled to Canada and then the children were removed because she like fled from custody or something, or the wife was, supposedly had a criminal record or some shit, like, hop in the Discord and bring the receipts. But fucking, as of right now, Smaggle's like, hey, dude, that's wrong. Those were fake. And he brought me the receipts. I'd seen it reported several places, but I didn't see the community notes or whatever. We know which demographic has the highest domestic abuse incidents. Research shows that that's probably not true. I like to meme on the gays, you know what I mean? I like to make fun of the lesbians, but most of the research that shows that domestic violence is higher in lesbian couples is like asking them if they've ever been abused, or if they've ever had multiple partner violence, or intimate partner violence. Sorry, IPV. Right? It's not, like it just shows that women that get beat by men sometimes go, especially if they're already like bisexual or whatever, end up dating women. It doesn't actually show that the women are the ones beating them. What makes you think you can make fun of them? You need to be funny to make that happen? You don't have to be funny to make fun of people. What are you talking about? I'm sure you know what I mean? You sound like a killjoy. I'm sure you make fun of people all the time and it falls flat. Sometimes I'm funny, sometimes I'm not funny. What do you mean? What are you talking about? I make fun of everybody. like you're offended. Meanwhile, I'm debunking common right-wing fucking talking points about intimate partner violence in the lesbian community and actually showcasing that the research tend to suggest that it's actually men that are abusing the women, and then women, you know, after they get abused by men, all of a sudden are like, you know what, I'm not going to date somebody that can put me through a fucking wall. I'm going to date another woman. I'm going to have less trauma. I'm going to have less issues. But meanwhile, you're like, you said make fun. Like, don't be such a fucking Karen. Yeah, but you literally watched me debunk that. Like, you're being a fucking Karen. Like, get out of here if that's how you're gonna be. All right, let me meanwhile, I'm saying this over the soundtrack of Jeremy's Soup from Dungeon Siege 2 because he got Me Too'd. So, you know, fucking the duality of man, just like the duality of Ice Boys. Take him to court if you want me to stop listening to his music, all right? Because that's bullshit that he got pushed out of the industry with no charges. Testing, testing. All right, we're good. Gonna get rid of that dog shit fucking starter music. How am I the only one here and I'm here at 7:59? Like it's supposed to be at 8. What is happening? All right, I'm back to chat, boys. I apologize. I may have spoken too soon. I told you I make fun of everybody. Don't worry about it. You'll find another reason to hate me in like 10 minutes. It's okay. Right? I appreciate any new viewers. I appreciate the hate watchers. They give me views. I appreciate the watchers that are here for a good time. This is an anarcho-capitalist, right-wing, extremist channel, all right, that talks about libertarian philosophy and objectivist perspectives. You know, well, baby objectivism, we'll say. You know, we're here for a grand old time. I say a ton of offensive shit. I hate everyone except for people I don't hate. I mean, isn't that kind of true of everyone, though? Like, doesn't everyone hate everyone except for the people that they don't hate? They're just kind of like an A equals A kind of scenario here. Let me put in the Discord that we're hopping on the panel. You were hee-hooing? Dude, if he got caught using fucking AI music, he'd be like, he'd be fully kicked out of the left-wing movement, man. I'll be right back, boys. Oh, nice. Let's fucking undo this, see what happens. Funny thing about the fake protests in Minnesota, you do not see a lot of blacks and Hispanics who are legal. The white savior Karens have pretty much lost their support. I mean, okay, sure, maybe, but here's my question. Maybe it's just cold. Just throwing that out there, all right? Just throwing that out there. It's fucking Minnesota in the winter. Maybe you don't see a lot of blacks and Hispanics out there protesting because it's fucking cold. Us whites, we do tend to do a little better in the snow, you know what I mean? 42's fucking cold for Hispanics and blacks, man. Yeah, that's your white privilege showing right now that you think that's not cold. 42 is fucking the rigid. All right, let's see if it's still got that music going. Yeah, this music's still going. Fuck that. I'm not trying to be drowned out by that loud ass music. Yes, and men also stick with abusive women in silence because stigma. Yeah, I mean there definitely is underreporting of intimate partner violence from women. That's fair. That's a fair critique, Silver. Yeah, Mullet Baby, I was stationed at Fort Drum, New York. I've been in -40 real temp Fahrenheit. Well, I guess -40 is exactly the same in Fahrenheit and Celsius, so.
Like, please, like you guys.
Think men are abused using the legal system more than anything? Yeah, I mean, taxes and the legal system and child support and alimony and divorce proceedings and things like that. I mean, women have a means of fucking over the life of men, you know, via the state in a way that is much more difficult for men to be able to get that same sympathy. And it's all based through a system of reputation management as well, right? So, yeah, I mean, like, if you're going to abuse men, you're going to do so through the legal system.
Prime.
I said something, and yeah, Corey said something. I'm not going to engage when the music is that loud.
Oh my god,
it's ridiculous.
Ah.
Hold on, am I wrong, Corey? Was the music not pretty fucking loud?
It was pretty loud, yes. It was not the most conducive, but I also understand Prime's point.
I'm not complaining anymore. It's just I mute the tab until it's gone.
Fair enough.
Whatever. Anyway,
you know what I mean?
like next time, please manage Lactoid, right? I know it was under stressful conditions.
I'm singing along next time. That's all I'm gonna do. I'm gonna sing along to the music. I'm gonna beatbox to it, and you're gonna have to deal with that.
Yeah,
That's it.
I'm
All right, all right.
a huge fan of rap. You know,
Yeah, absolutely. I'm yeah.
With that beat.
Yes.
I listen to a lot of hip
Literally
hop.
not
Only
dead
white
air
rappers.
would be great. It would be great if you guys.
There was no dead air. Everyone
There
heard
was
the
dead
fucking
air.
music. No, everyone fucking heard the music. You were
Okay.
it was a straight up concert in here.
It's
Everyone heard
amazing.
that.
Oh, God.
Prime.
I feel like concerts being real generous considering the music that was playing.
Well, it was an elevator, malfunctioning elevator. How about that? With a
It's
very
amazing.
loud speaker.
It's amazing, guys. It's amazing. I just all right. You know what?
Look, man, I'm not going to give
Skipping
you
on
shit
the
for it
working
anymore.
radio.
You know what I mean? I just mute.
I
and do my
was
thing.
wasn't talking. I was talking about something different. No, we weren't talking about that part. But it's okay.
You know, that's how we do, boys.
We were talking about us dropping the ball in occupying the dead air.
Yeah, we'll just move on for life. Okay, all right. Well, it's just a thing. In any case, while we're waiting for the rest of the crew, right? Apparently, you know, they all bought FUBU this weekend. Let's.
It's good music. It's good stuff. It's good stuff.
Are they even still around anymore?
Yeah,
they still make.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
I don't know.
They're not like they're not like they were. So like when I go and
They
get
were
my
everywhere,
stuff,
like whatever,
yeah,
20, 30 years ago. I don't know.
Right. When I go get my stuff, I got to go to like kind of specialty stores for all of my FUBU. Yeah.
But
For all your
people
FUBU
still, their
All my
name
FUBU
still
needs.
echoes in the streets, right? Lactoid knows the streets, which is where what gave me that.
As he
I'm from
applies
the
his
streets.
chapstick, he's all about the street.
Yeah, if you are from the streets, you know you have to avoid being ashy. Okay, you're trying to avoid the
All right,
ashiness,
all
and
right.
that's exactly what I'm doing.
I didn't know that you said in the group chat until just now, please talk while I'm working on tech issues. Now I kind of feel bad, you know?
Don't worry
Like
about
you were
it.
specifically asking for help, and I was just like, muted! Oh, it's this dog shit fucking mute. I didn't know that you were like, hey man, I'm having tech issues. Can you talk for a minute? I just saw that. I feel bad now.
That's why Prime was understandably upset and angry.
Don't worry about it. Don't
Reasonable
worry.
crash out.
Yeah. Okay, so I actually had a question for our friend Lactoid. I was wondering if he could help us out here. So
say I killed my wife. Hypothetically.
Hypothetically speaking, of course. Yeah.
So mother-in-law. So anyway, what if so what I was going to make this conversation about before, what was it, Wednesday, or Tuesday, was Twitter and the Grok bikini incidents, right?
The trend.
Yeah. Yeah.
It never shows the tits.
Well, about
Useless.
that,
He's tried.
I click on them. Yeah, nothing.
Well, this is what I want to ask you about. What your opinion is, and other people as well too. But I want to start our friend Lactoid. So one, let me put like the caveats here, right, to like set the stage. One, I didn't actually see any of those images. I didn't go on looking for any of that stuff. So maybe I'm coming from a place of ignorance. So put that out there. Two, I don't support anyone like making images of like children, like in bikinis, which is the thing that was happening. My understanding again. So fuck that. And three,
I didn't click on any of the one of the children's, just to be clear. Okay.
I'm sure
They were all adult women.
I assume that.
Thank you.
That of you, friend. And three, fuck anyone who does. Like, fuck that shit, right? Okay. That being said, though, like the accusation is that this is creating child sexual images, CSAM, right? And like I'm wondering how could that be? Again, if they are indeed in bikinis, right? And children and parents, right? Like put forth like, pictures of children in bikinis, girls in bikinis, right? Then how would creating a girl in a bikini be CSAM?
Yeah, I don't know if it actually fits into the definition of CSAM.
it's gross. It's
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah.
It's like lolly's
But-
not CSAM. It's gross. It's weird. I don't really want to associate with anybody that has
kind
a
of
lolly
is.
pillow.
Oh,
Do you think lolly is CSAM, but Grok
It
taking
it's
actual
on the
children's
line.
images and putting them into like sexually suggestive situations isn't? Like lolly is clearly less.
No, well, maybe we have a different definition of loli is. I thought loli was like drawn CP. That's what I understood it to be. Am I wrong?
Lolicon would just be any child in anime that is like adorable in some degree. Then lolly hag would be like an older person in a child's body, right? So it's a form of lolicon where they get around the like some. I'm actually a 1,000-year-old vampire, but I'm an 11-year-old girl's body or some shit, right?
Yeah.
Right. So that would be lolly hag. That lolicon. And then there are all kinds of other subsections where you might be talking about hentai or like full-blown like really disgusting sexual shit that involves lolly. But lolly is the overall lolicon as the overall category is like for example, Spy Family.
I didn't know that.
Spy Family, like one of the main characters is a little girl that can read minds. Spoiler alert, right? And like her dad is a fucking secret agent and her mom is an assassin, and like both of them are pretending to be a normal family, and the little adoptive girl that he adopted for his cover can actually read minds, so she actually knows what's going on the whole time. And it's like cute family scenarios that's like wholesome, but with a spy and an assassin. That's still lolicon, right?
Yeah,
But
it's
that's
just
like
girl
there's nothing
lover.
sexual going on.
When we're talking about lolicon, it means like girl lover, but doesn't necessarily
Yeah.
by girl lover is like very broad. It doesn't necessarily
Right,
mean,
or like Ascendance
porn,
of a Bookworm, it would be like lolicon. I like that anime. I think that's great and adorable. I think it's an
Yeah,
isekai
yeah.
of a woman, so
Okay,
I guess
well,
maybe technically it's lollihag, but
So I guess
Adorable.
to like slightly amend my statement, then I always assumed that loli was like the actual pornography, like the drawn pornography.
People
involving...
usually refer to it that way. People
there's
oftentimes
a
do that.
Mott
Okay.
and Bailey. There's a Mott and Bailey.
I don't
that
watch
occurs,
anime, so I don't.
There's a Mott and Bailey that occurs all
You're
the
not
time
cool.
with people that
Yeah,
are
I
into
get it.
that sick shit, right?
Sure.
And then they'll use
Okay.
the other one as like the defense of that because it is a broader category.
Oh, okay. Well, so just to I guess make my statement more clear then, for the like non-pornographic stuff, I don't think that would fall under CSAM under the same logic, but the pornographic
Right.
stuff, I think
Okay, fair enough.
does. I know it's like a contentious topic in American law right now, but I don't do it. I mean, I don't think it's. I
But
think,
yeah,
I do
but
think it is illegal, and I do think it does fall under current CSAM laws, and just and also.
Hold on, so you think
all
it,
of
so
it's
you
fucking
think-
weird.
Sorry, you think the bikini? Sorry, Grid. Thanks for being here. You also this isn't the best conversation to welcome you back, but here we are any which way. We're talking about Grok. And the bikini images people were generating. Everyone agrees it's disgusting, but we're like discussing like whether it's actually illegal or not. So like I have a hard time seeing how this could be illegal, and I'm curious like what is your your legal basis for this opinion? I'm not expecting you to have a fully fleshed out opinion on this, of course, right? I'm just like your legal intuitions, that maybe I should say, right? Because like so if a parent puts their child, and you shouldn't be putting your kids in their images out there in the first place. That's just another thing. They should not do that, right? But they do. So like if a parent for mom put her daughter in like a picture of her in a red bikini, day at the beach, right? But then someone else separately took another photo off the internet, right? A separate photo off the internet, and then transformed it to a girl in a red bikini at the beach. Like, you would say one is CSAM being the one created and the other one isn't? So they generate the same picture, right? One is actually real, but the other one is generated. It looks exactly like the original picture, right? One is CSAM, one isn't?
Are you asking me or Grid?
Electric. You're sorry. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I'm no. My assumption, my intuition is that they would be treated the same. Yeah, that's my intuition. I can't imagine. I mean, God, that here. Here the argument would be, and I actually don't know what the formal definition given by of CSAM is that the federal government's working with. But if I could see the argument being well, CSAM is just anything that is kind of sexually suggestive involving minors, and this is kind of broad, and we sort of just deal with it after the fact. If you can convince a jury that this is what it is, then that's what it is. I think you'd have a much harder time with that argument for a mom posting some like pictures of her daughters at the beach, as opposed to perhaps a different context where somebody is doing this shit with like AI generating bikini photos that are intended to be potentially more sexually suggestive, I suppose. That would be the argument I would potentially see, but I also think it would be super unintuitive to me that you could just have a copy of the exact same photograph, and that it would be treated differently. I don't know. It's tough.
I think the critical element here is abuse occurring, right? And so I would actually say that you may have a slightly better case, philosophically here with the Grok images than with Lolly, because with Lolly internet stuff, who are you abusing? You're abusing the pixels. You're abusing the artist that chose to draw it. Like, I understand that it's gross and it's disgusting. And if, I live in Ancapistan, that motherfucker's not allowed on my private property. But you haven't abused any child by drawing a fucking gross picture, right? Like, no child was harmed in that act whatsoever. And the same is probably true of Grok images, but I do think that there is something to be said that this is a reimagining of a real human being, and now out on the internet are pictures of this real human being in sexually suggestive clothing, and they're a minor, right? So I would say that without a doubt, using an AI, because there are AI systems that aren't just Grok, right? There are AIs that will make pornography, right? And I'm sure people have been using this on children. I mean, I haven't seen it post anywhere, thank God. But I'm sure that you very easily could take a photo of like a daughter's first or a son's first day at school, and then use AI that would turn that into a pornographic image of a child. And if you put that on the internet and you're spreading, that, like, I think there is somewhat of an argument that you're doing something aggressive that is like violative of that person's rights. But if you draw a fucking vampire 11-year-old fucking demon witch getting fucked by tentacles, you're weird, you're gross, but you haven't abused anybody. Like, there is no abuse there. Like, it's
okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah.
So I actually, so I know this dude, and he's a professional bodybuilder guy, and he's actually had his image stolen and used as like cover art and other things for like pornography. And in his case, it's mostly gay pornography, obviously.
That's
and
kind of hilarious. Sad.
It is
kind of hilarious.
It's kind of hilarious, but at the same time, that's
like he
his
goes out in
real
public,
image.
someone's like, I know your face, like,
right?
It's like
that's
it's
his
on some
real image.
Yeah,
he's a real person, right?
Yeah.
And so let's take Prime's example and say, look, somebody's just surfing the internet and they see somebody's like little kid in a bikini at a beach, and they steal that image and they run it through AI and they turn it into something else. But that is a real person,
right?
That has real rights.
So
that's right to privacy, right? And you've stolen that image. Now you have to prove that they stole the image, but
great. So, all right, that's a little different from what we were discussing, just a little bit, but it's very much related, right? One, this whole idea, if we just back up for a little bit, is not new, right? Like sure. Years ago, they were putting like when Photoshop was like becoming a big thing, right? They were putting Britney Spears' body on like some porn stars, like or a face on a porn star's body.
They get
right?
deep fakes.
Still do
in the early days of like AI stuff. They were using the deep fake stuff.
Well, yeah, I mean, but even then in Photoshop, I'm saying like way before, right? Yeah. But so there's that, right? That's the thing that was happening. And yes, like what you're talking about with like making like literal like gay porn or any sort of porn. I think everyone can agree with that is wrong, right? But the thing I'm trying to examine here is this thing that was happening on Twitter, where people are like taking a regular photo of a person, right? Covered up, right? And then like changing that putting them into a bikini, right? The problem there being that like yes, they didn't give consent, surely, right? That's an issue in and of itself. But like people are saying when it's involving children that's CSAM, right? But like those types of images already exist on the internet. In fact, it's a very normal thing to see that image on the internet. If you're in that part of the internet, I'm not there. But like
Strange part of the
that's
internet.
like those are normal images, right? And so if someone creates an image, right, that's similar to like a like a girl in a regular
Somebody in my
bikini,
chat said he
how
sold
can we
his own
call
images
that?
to those porn sites. I don't know if that's true.
Yeah,
or not.
how can you call that CSAM is what I'm wondering, right? Like it's bad, it's quite perverted, but I don't know how you call that CSAM again if they're in a bikini.
I think this is a problem we faced for a long time, and that is, how without actual knowledge of who that person is and all. I mean, that's one of the things that when these pornographic sites get busted, they're always like, well, she signed a release and she said she was 18, right? Like, what do I know? And so it's kind of the same thing. They took, hey, this image, I thought the image was of a teenage of a legal human, right? Like I didn't know
Right,
it was
Destiny.
like a 10-year-old girl or whatever, like it's crazy. Right?
She said she was 18. She turned 18 2 weeks ago. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Right. And so I mean I think it's an interesting
the actual question is really
philosophical argument though.
The actual question that this entire thing hinges upon, the answer to this question, is does a human being own the rights to their likeness and image? Is that something that can be owned as property? Because if you do own your right to likeness and image, which is a form of intellectual property, then you own copies of your likeness. You own copies of you. You own any photo of you out in the world, right? And so if you own any photo of you out in the world, then let's say, anyone that use like then we get to this concept of, well, what are the exceptions to that? Right? Because that's what fair use is, right? To intellectual property is like, is it fair use, etc. Now, I completely am against intellectual property. I don't see any philosophical notion to that. But to be fair and to steelman the opposition, right? If you own your likeness and image, then you need another regulatory or legal framework to determine what is or isn't fair use, not only of the content that you produce, but of content that is produced utilizing your own likeness and image. And that would essentially destroy AI, right? Because now AI cannot train on faces. The AI cannot train on photographs wuthout purchasing the rights to your likeness and image, so it can't use any real world photos that have humans in them at all, etc. And so like it becomes but ultimately I think that is the crux of the question here. And from a legal positivist position, right, under our current legal framework, I do think that there is likeness and image legislation that exists. We see this very often with record labels, right? One of the things that people sign away their rights to when they are like Sabrina Carpenter or like a pop star, right, is they sign away their right to their likeness and image so that they can't go do modeling or go do, make any money anywhere else utilizing that. Now, I personally think that that's different. While I don't actually like those contracts, I think they're a means of taking advantage of people that are desperate. Never, from like a moral position, but from a legal position, I would say that that's perfectly fine to sign away your likeness and image. But that's a voluntary contract that you engage in at a moment. The question is by default, do you own that? And that's right, because those record labels aren't saying they own your likeness and image from other people taking photos of you. They're saying that they own your likeness and image in terms of your ability to go make money on your likeness and image because you voluntarily agreed in that contract that you wouldn't go do modeling on the side or something like that. So, I mean, yeah, I would just say that that's really the question here. Because if a child, if you own your likeness and image and then someone, does something like put you in a bikini with an AI and then, post that out, well, then you no longer have the right to do that because you've stolen someone's likeness and image via AI generation software and then posted it around the internet.
Yeah. So like like I'm torn on this, right? Again, like I'll never suggest anyone do this with an AI, especially with children, right? We can move away from the child thing for a second, right? Just like talk about the general discussion. Hey, Ali, of like we're talking about Grok and the whole putting people in bikinis situation. So like but moving away, let's talk about adults for a moment here. Like I want space to be transformative with images, right? Like I think like that's a good thing in our society, right? For so many reasons. So I want space to be transformative, but then there's also seems like, well, should there be a limit as to like what you should be able to transform into? Like if I put, you know, an enemy of mine with an AI realistic AI photo into some sort of compromising position, right? Like looks like they commit a crime. Now I don't add any additional context, right? It's just like you know, look at them standing over with a bloody knife over a body, right? Like, but I don't put any additional context. I just put it out there, right? And somehow you know people start taking that seriously, right? Like, should I be held accountable for that? I just it was art. It was just an art project, you know. I wanted to be creative. And so this is what I had Grok or any other a service generate. Should that be okay? Right? I don't know. Right?
Well, to answer that, you don't even
yeah.
have to go down the copyright for that. You could just say that's defamation, right? You're making a statement. That statement is false, and it's leading to either some harm directly or some kind of predicted harm.
Is that a statement though?
I think it is. Yeah, I
Well,
would
then
say
if you
so.
then if you do a girl in her bikini every time she posts a regular photo, it's also defamatory because could affect her,
Arguably, yeah.
damage her reputation, so on and so forth.
Yeah, arguably,
all art becomes defamation if the person or
there's-
the people are incapable of telling it from the real world.
If you were to create an artwork of somebody and like, so let's say I could draw really well, and I drew what looks like a exact camera photo of you, Scott, committing some awful crime, and then I put this out, and then I put this out in the world.
I'm just
I
testing
think that
the
would be
principle.
defamatory.
I'm not. That's not even attacking you, right? Like so.
No, I hear you.
Yeah, the
I think
line would be like if a reasonable person, right,
could
always
discern
those
the
fucking,
difference.
You know, those fucking lovely
Yeah,
little
heavy air
loopholes in
quotes.
law,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Where law is just made up by shooting from the fucking hip. They just go, well, reasonable. We'll throw reasonable in there, and then that fixes all the problems because we made a shit
Absolutely.
legal system, right? So they're reasonable because we don't have a binary and we don't have any concept of legal theory. But you know, and that's the American legal system.
We
and it's one of the
invent
best in the
legal
world,
theory,
and it's still
okay?
retarded. But which is it's just contradictory. So a reasonable person, right, is incapable of discerning the difference between the images created and reality. You know, either it's a replication via photograph or video. Then the claim is that would be defamation without the added context, such as, let's say, a watermark or something that identifies
disclaimer.
it as not reality, right?
Yeah, I think that works because in my mind, you know, defamation really is just you're stringing together language in order to convey an idea, and the idea that you're conveying to somebody is false, and it gives you the wrong idea about that person's conduct or that person's nature. I can see a fake photograph doing the exact same thing, so yeah, that would be my standard.
Well, what about
I don't
this?
think
What
I don't
about
think the
this?
watermark would solve things necessarily.
Yeah. Well, okay, hold on. But before we even get to the watermark, right? Hold on. Before we get to the watermark, and I think it's a good discussion. I'm going to let you have that, Ali. But just before we do that, this is Twitter. We understand how Twitter works, right? So I put out that image, and as context, right? So like, okay, we'll take the example of Scott, right? Scott doing something terrible, right? Like joining the Socialist Party of America or something, right? Anyway,
Extreme defamation.
but anyway, I put, hey, the below picture is fake. It is AI, right? I create that. However, Corey gets it, and then he just like retweets it without confirmation of anything else, right? Like without that additional context. Now I create the image, I gave additional context, and I made it very clear that it was fake. But then someone else takes the image and then puts it out there. Corey doesn't add any other context. He just puts it out there, right? Is that defamation? Just to put?
I don't think a retweet would, because it's got a direct link to the disclaimer. But let's assume that he didn't do a retweet. He just like took the photo and then just reposted it. It could, yeah. I think that could be defamation.
That seems weird.
And no, I don't think that's weird at all. Because
it seems like a Pandora's box. It seems like a
Pandora.
I don't think it's weird, but I think it's a Pandora's box where all of a sudden there's now a legal requirement that someone not take an image they found somewhere and post it online. Because then they could personally be held liable for defamation for just finding a video. Like that, like I'm not saying, I'm not even making a moral claim about right or wrong or a legal claim here. Just thinking about policing that, right? Like that is a Pandora's box where every 13-year-old that grabs a random photo and then reposts it, but without the original link, you know what I mean, is like now liable for fucking defamation. You know what I mean?
Scott, I hear what you're saying, but at the same time, like 13-year-olds or people on the internet especially do what would technically count as defamation constantly, not just on Twitter, like not really on Twitter images, but just on like Twitter statements or Facebook statements or gossip generally. I mean, probably 80% of gossip is probably defamatory. I mean, I'm just shooting from the hip there, but it seems like I'm guessing a large percentage is, if not 80%. And the enforcement of this is really going to depend on, you know, how strong is your case? How much has it actually hurt the person? How much damage has it actually created? And so you would just simply apply that exact same standard to, yeah, like if you're spreading a rumor that's fake, you can probably, you know, you can be gone after for defamation. If you're spreading a picture that's fake, you could be gone after from you could be gone after for defamation.
Wait a minute.
But
right.
we already kind of do this right now. I don't think we would really like require opening a Pandora's box or changing any rules that we currently.
What about harassment?
Maybe I don't understand it. One second. It just went, and maybe I don't understand, and this is good for my education, right? Like, so Corey comes up with a statement, a false statement about lactate, right? And then
I would do that.
Yeah, and then
potentially,
I believe Corey, and then I repeat it. Can you lactate sue me for defamation?
Potentially. There's two different standards though. If you're a public figure, you have to, in order to go after somebody for lying about a public figure, you have to show actual malice of heart.
Yeah, malice.
They actually were malicious when they were trying to go after you and hurt you. They were attempting to hurt you and they knew they were lying, right? But if it's just some random Joe Schmo, that malicious standard is not there. And so I think the standard is much lower. I'm pretty sure they only just show that you negligently
if I
made the
reference
statement.
Corey, right? If I say Corey said lactoid, blah blah blah, right? That
wouldn't be defamation then.
That wouldn't be okay.
Well, no, because you're not saying the statement. You're saying Corey said it, which is true.
Okay.
Well, this is why like Nicholas Sandman. Do you remember Nicholas Sandman? The kid that was like at an anti-abortion like protest or whatever, and then a Native American came up to him, started harassing his friends.
Hebrew Israelites too.
Right,
yeah.
right. And a bunch of people were harassing this kid. And then they like tried to make him like, you know, the bunch of people put out the like an edited video. Journalists had access to the full video and the full context, but they decided to lie. CNN did, Washington Post did, New York Times did. They all lied about this child because they thought that he had a punchable face, and so they wanted to like spread this punchable face as like the face of MAGA and their racism, even though that they knew that this child wasn't a racist. And they, well, maybe not knew that he wasn't a racist, but they knew that the context of the clip that they had specifically edited, right? Like that was why he won money from CNN and Washington Post and New York Times, was because they maliciously tried to use the fact that this clip made MAGA look bad and made the right wing look bad and made white people look bad, as a means of like proving the racism of America and that this kid was going to be the face of evil in America when he was just being harassed by people. And they knew that was malicious, right? But the reason he was able to win those cases so easily was because he wasn't a public figure before then.
Yeah, he probably wouldn't even need that.
Yeah.
Right. He probably wouldn't even need that, but it's hard to sue. If you're a public figure, it's fucking hard to sue.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Yeah, Ali, you were gonna say something about the watermarks and stuff. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, so like just harassment, I think is also an issue to think about because like if every time someone posts something, under like their post. It's just them like in a bikini, them sucking dick, whatever the fuck Grok allows you to do at a certain point, because Elon Musk is right behind you. He's like, well, if you can draw and if you can,
it's defamation. Are you saying there's something wrong with sucking dick, Ali? Huh?
Right? I mean, listen, I don't know if
you
if
fucking
every time you guys
homophobe.
post, I have a photo. I don't know if if you have a problem with it or not, but like and also like people can crop it. You can crop out the watermark a lot of the times. Printing out the like I kind of relate this to a younger audience, right? Gen Z or Gen Alpha actually now is what we're kind of gonna have to worry about, like people getting these pictures, printing them out, like posting them all over you. There's still like a huge harassment claim. I mean, I don't know if defamation works for like high schoolers or like young people, like college students, but like harassment, like tarnishing someone's name just based off the pictures, you kind of can't shake a lot of the shit off once it's out. Right, even like
clear,
a bad
I think it
rumor.
should be. I think it should be defamation. I don't know if it's currently held to that standard. Just to be clear,
would it be harassment? Do you think? Would her like if a girl
harassment's
posts a
also
picture on
hard to
Twitter
show.
and they're like everyone's like declothing her, is that not harassment?
Well, again, harassment's also a very difficult bar to meet. If it was a high schooler, I think you'd probably have a much easier time convincing a jury that was harassment. Yeah.
The problem with harassment and defamation both is that there is no philosophical basis for it. There is no legal philosophical basis. It's a vibes argument. Like, we all know that it's bad to lie about people. We all know that it's bad to, say a bunch of untrue things about people. Or we all know it's bad to like flood someone's messages with a bunch of mean words about someone, right? But the problem is that reputation, which is what we're talking about. We're talking about someone's reputation. It's not property. It's held in the mind of every individual and it's separate. It's a copy, right? Like, I have an opinion about this pizza place. You have an opinion about this pizza place. Someone else has an opinion about this pizza place. Now, they own the pizza place, but they don't own their reputation, right? They don't own your opinion about it. You can have whatever opinion you want about it. Now, if pizza place number 2 lies about pizza place number 1 and says our pizza's better, pizza place number 1 actually has cockroaches everywhere, and that's a lie, right? Then you can make an argument that fraud has occurred, right? That they have attempted to deceive you for some form of monetary gain, and that therefore you may have made a different choice, that they lied about you or coerced you in some way. But if a random passerby just goes, I heard they have roaches there, and now you go, ooh, maybe that place has roaches. I heard they have roaches there. Like, you can't actually like that. That's the problem, is that there is no property definition. We know that's wrong to lie about it, but without any monetary gain, there's no actual philosophical, like, legal theory that backs this up. There are plenty of moral theories, right?
It could
like,
damage your monetary gain, right? If
there's a fraud
like, as a
argument.
lawyer, like if like you're a female lawyer,
but
right?
if random
and, like,
passerby,
there's pictures of you,
but random
spreading
passerby
around-
hasn't committed fraud, right? Because they're not in competition, right? Let's say it's somebody that
You
has
don't have to be
nothing
in
to do.
competition to commit fraud, right?
They could have defrauded.
I mean, if
you.
you're
Isn't
not
that the-
selling anything, then how have you committed fraud?
If you're a female lawyer, right, and then someone's taking these pictures and then posting them of you, they get around, right? You're probably less likely to be taken seriously by a judge, so on and so forth. XYZ, right? The person who made these pictures, like, is that not, like, in your case, fraud, right? Like, you're, I guess is reputational damage that now becomes monetary, right? Does that make it more real?
Right. Like, what I'm saying is, it's not so much that it's real. It's about you are trying to figure out, you want pizza. You're hungry for pizza. Okay? And you're like, you know what? I'm going to shop around. There's 2 pizza places in town. And then you go to pizza place 2 for whatever reason first. And you look at the reviews, right? And then you go to pizza place 1 and you go, oh, they sound good. And then you'll go to pizza place 1, right? And then there are reviews there that say they have cockroaches everywhere. Now,
They're
that's
from
just a
Pizza
rumor.
Place 2.
But if they're from Pizza Place 2 and Pizza Place 2 is lying, right, and trying to find a way to get you to go to their place, right, and then you've been defrauded by them, because then you go and you purchase a pizza from Pizza Place 2 and you never even go to
Okay.
Pizza Place 1 because you heard there were roaches there. And the
yeah.
person that told you there were roaches there was the person attempting to make a sale. They've taken away your ability to choose meaningfully between these 2 pizza places by lying about their product. And so they've sold you something that isn't true, which is like maybe like the best pizza in town or et cetera.
Okay, so this might be a stupid argument, but people make a living on Twitter at this point, or on X, right? And if there is like, you know, if you know, fellow tweeters or posters are also your competition and they're defaming you in your posts, if every time you make a post they have you posted, you know, with a grok image of you in a bikini or you in a whatever, therefore like discrediting your argument or your post or whatever it may be, like, does that not work out in the same regard?
This is
I'm like, it may be
what
dumb,
I'm
but that's a
saying,
world we're in.
my chat, I just want to be
Scott.
clear. My chat is like attacking me for this, and they might actually be right, that I might be misrepresenting like a libertarian analysis of fraud, because it's not necessarily lying about the sale of Pizza Place 2's thing. You still want pizza. They haven't lied about the pizza itself. So I don't know. This might be a gray area that I'd have to think about more.
Well,
I just want to
personal enrichment
before. Yeah.
Sure. Personal enrichment, I don't think is an element of fraud anyway. Like, you don't actually have to like make money off of it for it to be fraud.
I was thinking in a scenario where there's only 2 pizza places in town, right? And so
Yeah,
like,
that'd be obviously
causes
fraud.
you, right? But then again, it's like, well, you know, are you not in competition with the burger joint down the street? You know what I mean? Like, so
Right.
it's like you can't. I mean, like,
aren't you
like,
technically in competition with every other actor in an economy? If we wanted to be like super
right,
granular
that's,
about it,
that's what I'm saying, right? So I think if you're not lying about, I think that my chat might have like flamed me correctly on this one, which is like, I don't know that it necessarily constitutes fraud to lie about another person's product. Because I'm trying to make the argument of like what is strictly fraud and why there are these places that we know kind of, we've all intuit that it's wrong morally. Right, but the problem comes down to where do we put the legal precedent here? And so, you know, is there a legal precedent for defamation, or is there a legal precedent for fraud,
I want to,
et cetera, when you're making copies of someone's bikini images, right? Like,
a little bit of pushback.
I don't think there is
from the start of your argument, right? And again, like, you know, obviously I'm no legal expert, but like reputation management is important, and in fact valuable.
For sure.
Right?
For sure.
Like, people can put a price on that. And so you were talking about how reputation isn't a thing, right? It's not a property. It exists within our like collective mind space. But like managing that still has literally a monetary value that we can attach to it. In fact, we attach like damages to, you know, reputational attacks, right? Yeah. So
right, but it's not a
like,
scarce resource, right? That's the problem. Is that reputation is not a scarce resource, right? So when
for some people it is.
It's not, right? Like, because like it is a scarce resource only insofar as it is the reputation of the outside business in an individual's mind. So you, Lactoid, you house the only in the world, you house the only set of reputational beliefs about a business that belong to Lactoid, right? But the moment you voice whatever your beliefs are, and someone else has a similar belief, like, they make their own individual reputational thing, right? It's not this, like, reputation is because it's housed in the mind. It's not a property right, right? There is no.
Scott was, no, I understand what you're saying, Scott, but like, look at it this way. Like, I think that it's perfectly fine to, when you're calculating damages, not to look like exactly at like the moment of property destruction or whatever, but you'd also look at things that like could reasonably lead to that. So if I destroyed your reputation and it led to, let's say, a whole bunch of like property damage, and I destroyed your reputation based on like you know, complete falsehoods, like I fraudulently, you know, I defamed you, represented a whole bunch of false shit, and then you lost a bunch of money. Like, in my mind, maybe a comparison could be drawn to, let's say I, you know, remove your tires from your car. I don't like damage your car, but I remove your tires from your car when you're running late for some big event that you really need to get to. And so you're like,
Well,
oh
that
shit,
would be
like,
a property crime, obviously.
well, sure, yeah, the actual removing the tires, right? But then, like, I'm guessing,
your car.
Yeah, I blocked your car. Ooh, that's a better example. I blocked your car with my car. Now you can't get out.
Kidnapped.
Yeah. No, it's not-
Again, another
Yeah, I double parked you, and I'm like, let's say I'm just using my car, kind of relevant to today's conversation. I'm disrupting your operations. I'm blocking your way. I'm yelling slurs at you, and you can't get to where you need to go. I'm assuming that when you eventually come for me legally, you're not just going to claim, well, like the specific time that I had to spend, getting around you in the car or putting the tires back on or whatever. You're going to say, hey, because you did that, I missed out on going to this massive event that I was going to get paid like $500,000 on. And so you actually owe me the $500,000 for something that happened down the road of your offense.
So
I kind of feel like this is like kind of the same thing with defamation a little bit.
Well, so here's the issue, right? Is like when I first and foremost, let me state, I'm not saying that just because something isn't necessarily a property crime means that it is right or wrong or no,
right? We know.
Right? Like I agree that defamation is wrong morally
Yeah.
from my perspective and from probably most people's perspective. My argument is that it becomes difficult to determine a binary legal thing, right? Either you committed a crime or you didn't commit a crime. And the reason it becomes difficult to do that is that there isn't a proper philosophical basis for that. Rather, it is a moralistic law that the state says we don't want people to behave like this because it leads to bad outcomes, therefore we make it illegal, which is very different than a property crime. So in the examples you gave second order and potentially third order, et cetera, consequences of an initial thing that is a crime because your body, your car, your tires are a scarce resource, right? That is private property. You own the tires on your car. Someone took the tires off of your car. They aggressed upon you by doing this, and you can claim in the damages in restitution in order to make things right. Well, you have to pay me for any damage that was done to the car. You have to pay me for the time it took me to put the tires back on, and you have to pay me for the event that I missed out on because you committed this act of aggression against me. Whereas with defamation, whereas with intellectual property or the concept of owning your likeness and image, this becomes more difficult because we don't have an initial aggressive act. What we have is a behavior that most of us recognizes as wrong that the state then deems, because we mostly recognize this is wrong and we don't want people to behave this way, and because we believe it has negative outcomes usually, we're going to make this illegal. And so it becomes a vibes-based kind of consequential analysis.
Okay, maybe this is a different way of attack. If you defame me to somebody else, are you not defrauding them of the opportunity to work with me?
Well, no, right? Like it's no different than if I say this is the greatest vacuum in the world, right? And I try and sell you this vacuum, you have the ability to determine if it's actually the greatest vacuum in the world, right? You can actually go look at vacuum reviews, right? So
technically,
right. So it's actually not fraud, right? It's just someone lied about it.
So just to be clear, technically, and there's a huge caveat here. Technically, if I was to say this is the greatest vacuum cleaner in the world, this would, under the traditional rules of fraud, technically, arguably be fraud. But we have an exception, which is for puffery. You can be to a certain level, you can puff stuff up and not fall within that legal threshold. But that is more of like a threshold question than it is like an actual hard line. Where puffery ends and where actual fraud begins.
Right.
But in terms of like an actual like principle here, it would seem to me that if I was to say, like under the most hard-nosed kind of definitions, this is the greatest vacuum in the world, this is fraud. And arguably, if you were to defame me to somebody and this would affect any kind of economic relationship they would have with me, you'd be defrauding them. Now, it still doesn't really get you to defamation because then technically they would have the claim against you as opposed to me, since they would be the injured party and you didn't really defraud me, but you defrauded them. But there's still fraud happening to some degree. I think you could justify. I think you could probably justify some kind of defamation.
I mean, I agree that what you are describing is something that is morally wrong. The problem is as I laid out before, that there is a vibes-based situation here.
I hear you. I'm leaving aside morality I'm leaving aside like what you think is wrong and what I think is wrong for a second, and I'm entering in to the specific NAP property autistic land, the very specific thing. Okay, so I'm now there. Right.
Right. You haven't lied about the product you're attempting to sell me. You've only lied about the competitor, and so from a strictly non-aggressive position, right? So long as you haven't lied about the product that you are selling me, you've only lied about the competitor. What you have done is you have spread false information towards the reputation in that individual's mind, but you haven't actually initiated a conflict over scarce resources. So it's
Do you
not
think
technically fraud from that perspective.
Okay. Do you think fraud is wrong, like under the property kind of element, under NAP kind of, if you mislead somebody about a
Product that you're selling, right? Yeah.
Okay. Why does it have to be a product that you're selling? Why can't it be about another person?
Okay.
Because isn't there an economic relationship between people in the same way there is between people and products?
Right, but if I lie and I say that you're 7 feet tall, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I just tell everybody that you're 7 feet tall, right? I haven't initiated any conflict, right? Because that's what aggression is.
You could have. Hold on, you could have.
No, I
What if you tell Joe that? Yeah, what if you tell Joe Schmo that, and Joe says, "I would have worked with Lactoid if he was 6 feet tall. We would have had a productive relationship, but I'm bigoted against 7 foot tall people, so I'm not going to work with him." Did fraud just occur there?
No, because so this is important, right? To understand what aggression is, you have to understand what conflict is, right? So conflict is when two or more people wish to use scarce resources towards opposing ends, right? You want to pick up a stick. I want to pick up a stick.
I
you
think
want to build a
Lactoid is
raft
scarce,
with a
personally.
I'm one of a kind.
Right, but I'm not using you towards. I'm not using.
Some people use me.
Right, but you have
my
bodily
employer
autonomy.
uses me.
You have bodily autonomy, which is the basis for private property, right? You're asking, listen. If you disagree with libertarian theory, that's fine. But if you're asking me to explain the theory and ask me to do an internal critique, that's what I'm doing here, right?
I'm poking it. I'm doing an internal critique. What I'm saying is that within what you're calling here libertarian theory, you're saying that
I'm saying you have not initiated a conflict on scarce resources. Therefore, you have not.
You've not initiated a conflict on scarce resources. But I'm saying, I think you very well could, if they're in the same way that if I misrepresent a product to you, and this either compels you to buy it or not buy it. If I misrepresent a person to you, this would compel you to either work with this person or not work with this person. The economic relationship that exists between you and that product compared to the economic relationship that exists between you and that person could be comparable. Like there is a value in working with somebody. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
There could be, yeah. And so if you sabotage, if you misrepresent that, then you're causing someone an economic harm.
Right, but the problem is that there's a whole domain of categories of things that are not aggression but can be morally wrong. We are both discussing something that we find morally wrong from a consequentialist perspective, right? Like if I'm doing the internal critique of your position, right, where damages or loss of money from that other person because of the economic connection occur because of the thing that you have done. And I think for different reasons, we would both believe that to be morally wrong. My issue is when we are talking about legal theory, or at least from a natural law perspective, where I'm coming from, we're just it is a prescriptive. It is not prescriptive. It is a descriptive thing that says these things are definitely wrong. That doesn't mean all of this other shit is right. It just means it's either right, wrong, or gray, right? And so when we get to the concept of is it wrong to lie about someone else so that you can gain money, right? Because they may not go to your competitor. I agree. That is wrong. Can we see the effects of that from a consequentialist perspective, which is that person loses money that they may have gained? Yes, I agree. That is wrong. But that is not necessarily a violation of the non-aggression principle. And the reason it's not a violation of the non-aggression, that doesn't mean the non-aggression principle is not the basis for everything, right?
No, I hear you.
I agree. If we live in hear me out. If we live in Ancapistan, right?
That you could evict all the people that say all this.
No. Listen, if we live in Ancapistan and there's insurance companies, there's going to be that are handling this shit. There's going to be a common law that occurs, and that common law is going to occur from things that all the insurance companies agree is like something. If you want us to represent you, you have to agree to certain behaviors, right? So this is one of those things where it's like this is a problem. It causes problems. Nobody likes this shit. It's bad business, right? But I am.
Sure, but right. But I'm trying to emphasize here. Like we all agree, it's bad. It's not good. The only question here, I think, is that people, the delineation you're drawing is that there is like preference bad, it seems like there is this subjective morality that exists, but that is independent from this objective reality. There is this true kind of, if you do it, it's violation of the NAP, and that is not a subjective question. That is a objective question, whether or not this is violative. And if it's violative of the NAP, then it's like super wrong or something. It is like actually wrong. But then there's also room for these preferences, and you're saying, well, it goes against my preference. Like if on my private property, I wouldn't allow it. That's great. I mean, everyone here agrees with that. My point is that moving over just to the objectives, like specifically the objective side, I think there's an argument if we are already willing to, within this objective branch, grant fraud as aggression, grant lying, because that's all fraud is. Like now, there's more elements to it that like what this lying leads to, right? And what this lying is about. But you are, with just your words, you are lying about something, and that is misrepresenting something to somebody who is then relying on that to do something to their own detriment. That is fraud, right? And we're comfortable putting that underneath the objective wrong. And so if we're comfortable putting that under the objective wrong, I also think it's kind of similar, for the same reasons, where if you're defaming somebody, it kind of fits under that aggression as well, right?
I made your argument 10 minutes ago, and then chat flamed me for it, right? Like I agree that this is like an edge limit case in libertarian theory that I'm not 100% sold on one way or the other, right? My initial argument was literally your argument just a few moments ago. What I would say though is I need someone to showcase the conflict over a scarce resource, and it's
Could
more
you not
obvious.
argue that Lactoid's time is a scarce resource?
Yeah, it would be the economic relationship that exists between me and that person. Like there's going to be production there. It's going to be actual, like me and him could work together and create some kind of commodity that's now not going to happen because you lied about my height.
I'm deprived of lactose.
I mean, like, so if I'm selling pizza and I lie about my pizza, right? Then what I have done is I've lied about the product itself and your ability to choose on that. I'm willing to be like, I need it. You know what I need? I need someone with a better understanding of the theory to break it down to me, to be honest with you. And that's not going to be present here because, and it's not an insult to any of you guys, because like I am very 50-50 on this.
Sure.
But I can't for sure say that lying about another person, which appears to me, at least from the framework that I'm seeing, to be a non-scarce resource, right? Which is the reputation, versus lying about the individual product, right? I can for sure say lying about your product to sell your product is initiation of conflict. I can't necessarily say that about the other.
One final clarifying question: do you think services are like a destruction or disruption of a product is similar to a disruption or a destruction of a service?
I'd need a more concrete example, and I'm not trying to weasel here. I'm just saying, like,
no, it's fine.
I'm already kind of at the limits of having to think through it, and like a broad question like that is
yeah.
Like
here's an example, right? So like there is a tool I create, right? This is my legal questioning answering tool, right? It's an object, like it's like I'm selling you a server, right? And this answers legal questions. Destroying that, with Rob's one of property or lying
that's
about
a physical property,
right?
That's physical property.
But no, but I'm comparing it, right, to a lactoid. Lactoid's also a person, right, who provides the services of answering legal questions. And so you could lie about the computer, or you could lie about lactoid, and the results would be the same, right?
Right. The issue is that is lying about your specific product to the individual. Is that we are dealing with this person A, the purchaser, we'll call them, right?
That's classic.
And person
that's
B,
easiest, yeah.
Right. Person B will say is the seller, and then the product is product C. So person A has a concept that is a scarce resource in that specific moment, right? And it is their opinion of the product. I am lying about the product itself to try and convince you to purchase the product itself, right? And it's very classic fraud, because I am saying my server does all these wonderful things that it doesn't do, right? So I am depriving of your ability to make a rational choice in this moment. Now, you could make the argument that I'm also depriving you of the ability to make a rational choice in that moment by lying about lactoid, right? But the problem is that like what is the scarce resource in the scenario that we're in conflict over? And in
legal
section
services.
1, right? But in section 1, we're in conflict over the product. In section 2, we're in conflict over lactoids. Over lactoid's reputation, which is owned by all people that have
no, it's about the service.
Individual instances.
Yeah, the service.
The actual, and that's why I asked you, like, are you treating? Because, like, for me, I think products and services are very similar, right? You can frame like creating a pizza as a product because the pizza is the product, but you can also frame it as a service and the fact that you're making the pizza. You could frame me drafting you a document as a product, aka the document, or you can frame it as services. Like the line here is not super clear, and generally economically,
Right,
treating services and products kind of the same.
I'm just saying, like, from a strict libertarian position, which we've gone way down in the deep hole from bikini pictures of kids on Grok,
Yeah, we
right?
have.
But regardless, like, you guys drove me to it, right? It's like
it's okay.
You're lying about
It's okay,
you're
Scott. We
lying
know
about
what's going to
product
happen.
C, and you're actually selling them product D, right? But when you are lying about lactoid, that doesn't change the status of the product that you are selling, right? Like they are still getting what it is that they wanted to purchase. Right, that's the issue.
Well, hold on. No, not necessarily. You would agree that lying about another product that you're not selling is also still fraud, right? Classic example.
No, that's
my
the
pizza,
distinction here.
Oh, interesting. So, okay,
That's
so I'm
the
making
question
pizza.
here is lying about product D, right, versus product C that I'm selling.
Oh, I think that's fraud, though.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think in our current legal system, it's fraud. But if you're asking strictly a libertarian ethics,
right?
I think it's wrong. But if you're asking strictly from a libertarian situation of are we initiating conflict over scarce resources, lying about a separate product does not change what the product yourself are selling or their ability. It does, however, manipulate their ability to make a rational, informed decision about your product if your competitor is being lied about.
Which is what ultimately matters.
Right. Like, I'm just saying it puts me in a gray area it puts me at the edge limit of my legal theory to be able to say whether or not that constitutes fraud from a strictly legal perspective. From a moral perspective, I'm 100% with you. This is wrong. I don't want this shit in Ancapistan.
Okay. Well, why don't we leave it there and get started with the topic? I think this was really fascinating. Thanks, guys, for engaging in that. I'm well, okay. So one, like the thing we were just talking about, the fraud, and how that works out in terms of from a legal standpoint, I think is fascinating.
Right,
and even exploring libertarian.
It's kind of the basis for how we make law. And I feel like once you get into a position where you're kind of vibing out based off of consequences, that's why it becomes difficult when new technology and new means enter the system, because it changes the consequences. Right? And when the philosophy hasn't changed, but you got there by consequences, and new technology changes the consequences, that's when you start going, oh shit, we have to reformulate, whether or not you agree with our legal framework from a consequentialist perspective or not.
Yeah.
So a specific question from my chat, Scott, and this is, I'm guessing I'm going to get the same answer. You can just answer the same way. Totally fine. We can move on. If I say, don't go to that mechanic over there, he'll just put peanut butter in your engine. He won't actually fix it. I'll fix your engine. Is that fraud?
Yeah, I mean, I would just repeat the same answer that I gave for server B, server D, right?
Fair enough.
Yep. I don't know if it necessarily fits a strict definition of
the
libertarian legal analysis, but it's fucking wrong to do that.
It's wrong,
Yeah.
Okay.
So thanks for that, and then thanks for the previous discussion on the Grok bikini situation. I think that's also quite interesting. Don't fucking do it, please. No one.
Yeah, don't do it.
Don't do
Don't
that.
do it.
Don't be weird shit.
Don't be a fucking gooner. Don't do it to adults either, right? Like, fucking have some self-respect.
Well, hold on. These adults that I saw were doing it to themselves, and then you click on the
Some
thing, and
were.
it's like, well, at least I thought they were. Maybe I was. It was misrepresented to me. Maybe I was defrauded.
Yeah. But no, that's So I think it's super fascinating, and I think
Grid, you're such a boomer in spirit. I love you. Is that your phone?
It was my phone. I actually
so
had
funny.
I've been muted this whole time. I just didn't.
No, we've heard it.
No, just the like one of the default text message notifications. You know what I mean? It's just funny.
Okay. Well, yeah, great. So anyway, to anyone who is watching, I hope you enjoyed that previous conversation, right? Like we have these pre-debates, and they can take us to some really interesting spaces, right? Like, again, but my original idea for for this show was to talk about the Grok situation, but then other things happen because the news, especially during a Trump presidency, just never stops. So, anyway, so if you enjoyed that, consider supporting the channel. Follow the channel on Twitch, on YouTube, and on Grok. Any where you can, we'd love to have you. And consider supporting the channel by like super chats are very valuable. Consider helping us out with a super chat, or if not, help us out. By subbing the channel or gift bits, getting subs, getting memberships on YouTube, whatever it is. If you'd be so kind, help us out. Okay, so let's get started. Yeah. Why don't we just we'll start the topic, and then you guys can do intros and opening statements at the same time. Because I want the max amount of time for this one. Unfortunately, Gibbs isn't here. Like I really wanted Gibbs to be a Grid subbed in for him, so we thank Grid for the kindness. So thank you for being here. But Gibbs ran for me. It happens. So all right. Topic. An ICE officer shot and killed a Minneapolis woman. The victim, Renee Nicole Good, was in her car, possibly acting as a legal observer as ICE was performing an operation. When officers approached her, issuing orders, she silently moved her vehicle, and then Officer Jonathan Ross shot at her 3 times, fatally wounding her. This has sparked intense backlash and protests in Minneapolis and across the country, the city where George Floyd was murdered. The video of this incident makes it unclear as to whether the officer was hit by the car, which has been a point of deep contention online. The Trump administration has moved to defend the officer and accuse the victim of committing a quote unquote an act of domestic terrorism. And we've like doubled and tripled down on this. Do you believe that this shooting was justified? Should ICE be reined in, or do the benefits they bring outweigh the negatives of social division that they elicit? And as all of this unfolds, do you approve of Trump's immigration strategy? So yeah, I mean, I think everyone. I don't know. I'm listening. I'm super online, so it's hard for me to judge like how everyone else is processing it. But there were nationwide protests all over the place, and so I'm assuming if you're watching a channel like this, then you probably know about this unfortunate incident, and like it's unfortunately, and we keep running into these things, right? Yeah, yet another Rorschach test, like for your political alignment, for what people see in this video. And I'll admit, like it's like at least on first watch, right? It's very unclear as to what's happening. We can dig into what happened there exactly later on, obviously, but like just like if you're scrolling past Twitter, you see this video. It's not 100% clear, and I think a lot of people's priors like go in and they like it helps fills in the context. And then of course you have an administration who's saying this is what happened, right? Domestic terrorism. This was an intentional act. So there's that, but then there's also like was the ICE officer following protocol, which is another thing, right? A big issue to deal with. And like beyond that, like this has implications on the larger immigration crackdown and how that's unfolding and why that's unfolding. Like, why were those officers in Minneapolis in the first place, right? That was from a previous topic we discussed. So this is all like comes together and is like crystallized in this one moment in time where this woman very unfortunately lost her life. So I really want to explore that. Excited to do so, and I think we're going to use up our entire time on this particular topic. But we'll start with our friend Lacto to work our way around.
Yeah, I'm Lighto. You can find me at Lighto TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. So I'm just going to read down the list. I'm going to start with, I guess, analyzing this particular shooting. I did watch the videos. There is a video from one angle that's behind the vehicle. There's an angle from kind of further down the street, and then there's also an angle from the agent themselves, their phone of the incident. I've watched all three angles. I was actually I was kind of maybe 70% believe of the opinion that it was self-defense when I first initially saw it. As I got the additional angles and I learned more about the law in similar situations like this, and then also just I guess had some concepts concepts re-explained to me that I think are helpful to understand. I do think that this was justified self-defense that Officer Ross used in defending himself against the vehicle. So that's where I'm at now, and I'm willing to defend that with both legally, and I'm willing to defend that ethically as well. In terms of ICE broadly, do I think that it should be reined in? Yeah, probably. I've never been a fan of widespread immigration enforcement. This was not one of my pet issues when it came to voting for Donald Trump in 2024. I think that our resources could probably be spent better elsewhere. Are illegal immigrants breaking the law? Yes, by definition they are. But I just think resources would be better spent elsewhere. So I don't think that the benefits that they bring necessarily outweigh the negatives. Not just about the social division. I'm honestly a little bit less concerned about that. I'm more concerned about just the sheer amount of money. My understanding is that with this new budget, ICE, their budget exceeds the military of a lot of countries. Most countries, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, generally would be okay with reining in ICE, but in this particular situation, I don't think Ross should face criminal penalty and or civil penalty. At most, you can argue that he should receive some kind of like administrative like not administrative fine, but like a warning, or like hardcore maybe lose his job based on some of the incidents that happened, or based on some of this context before the shooting, but nothing criminal or civil.
Okay. Go ahead, Scott, please.
Yeah, so a couple of things. This one has pissed off a bunch of my community. They're all mad at me. So first and foremost, ICE doesn't have a right to self-defense. Anyone that says that
Is
ICE
his mic
allowed...
low for anybody else?
Oh,
Just
okay.
a touch, but not really that.
Yeah, a little bit, but
I mean, I
not too
can
bad.
I can cut it up a little bit if you want, or of course, obviously, Prime could do it for everybody else.
Or you could
here,
just
so it
yell.
seems to be fine on my.
Scott never yelled.
So, anyways, if you want to cut me up for everybody else here, go ahead.
Yeah.
You got it.
Yeah. Well, try it. Test. You sound louder to you?
A little bit.
I know. Go ahead. Yeah.
Anyway, so first and foremost, ICE has no right to self-defense. You cannot go out and kidnap people that have not committed any property damage, committed any crimes, rip those families apart because they came over, a line that the state says is the magic line that makes you a criminal, right? So, I mean, you are taking people, feel how you want emotionally about it, whether or not they're, these innocent people that, are fleeing from oppression from a dictatorial state. It's like, okay, well, why didn't they just stop in Mexico? But, Mexico sucks. At the end of the day, I don't care about any of that. What I care about is that have they committed a crime? And an illegal immigrant is not illegal just because the state says it's illegal any more than any other things that the state deems is illegal. So ICE has no right to self-defense. You can go kill an ICE agent right now. It's no violation of the non-aggression principle.
Look on back to his face.
You can blow out his fucking brains in front of his family, right? Like he's the one that committed the crime.
I disavow Twitch.
He's the aggressor.
I disavow completely too.
I didn't say it was morally the right thing to do. I didn't say you ought to go do that. I'm just saying, they have no right to self-defense. They cannot argue bodily autonomy, if they're out kidnapping people and then, throwing them out of the country. It's a complete violation of their rights as human beings. The second thing, and this is where I really, piss off all the ANCAPs, is, you know, I think most of the ANCAP theory is a little bit wrong here. I won't get too deep into the weeds in the ANCAP theory here on what is key here when dealing with what we would call an outlaw, which is, in my opinion, someone who is communicating that they reject the non-aggression principle, but hasn't necessarily aggressed upon anybody. And so I view this situation from potentially three different lenses. Number one, Renee Good was a socialist who rejects the non-aggression principle, was fighting for immigrants to stay in this country and for the middle class to be destroyed and robbed of its wealth so that we can fund the importation of low IQ third worlders into this country, engaged in the state's preferred eugenics program to attempt to destroy high IQ competitors with the wealthy elite and strangle them until you eat the bugs and you live in the pods. Right, so that's number one. Number two, she was a libertarian, and if she was a libertarian, she was a very bad libertarian because nobody knows that she was a libertarian. She didn't leave any documentation, and instead she went and did something somewhat silly and dumb, and got herself killed and is no longer a mother to her children available. And so it was a very dumb act, but she would be a martyr, and this would absolutely be a murder. Number three, she's not a socialist. She's not a libertarian per se. She simply was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and then ICE murdered her. You have every right to run over an ICE officer. You have every right to attempt to flee or run away from an ICE officer because, again, they have no right to self-defense. These people kidnap and traffic human beings. They're the absolute scum of the earth. From all accounts that we see, Renee Good is no hero, much like George Floyd, right? A horrific piece of shit who got everything that he deserved, and deserved far worse death than the death that he got. And Derek Chauvin never should have been in jail. Similar area, I think somewhat of a similar situation. She's no hero. She's a piece of shit. By all accounts, because she seems to be a socialist that wanted to interject and have all of these problems. She either abandoned or abused the internet, can't figure out what she did with her kids, but she abandoned 2 children to one father, and the only reason she had custody of the other child was because that father died, right? I think she was probably a pretty bad mom. But the thing is like, nobody's really a hero in these situations. Right? Martyrs are pretty fucking rare. And when they are heroes, they usually start religions, right? If I was killed stopping ICE, the news would and the media would report that I'm a piece of shit that said a bunch of things I didn't like, that I'm a loser that streams on the internet, raving about socialism to no viewers, that I'm a fucking fat dude with a bunch of, medical issues, right? Like heroes are fucking rare, right? And so I don't necessarily care whether or not she's a hero. To me, this appears to be mostly Bloods versus Crips, right? These are 2 gangs fighting each other. These are ICE agents that have no right to self-defense versus a socialist that is fighting to destroy the middle class through state-based policies and suicidal empathy. So I just kind of don't give a fuck that she got killed. And I think the real tragedy is that we focus on this socialist protester that is at best an idiot and at worst someone that was trying to ruin your life, and we are ignoring the real victims of ICE and Trump's immigration policy, which are people that are not members of Tren de Agua, people that have not committed any crimes and are being kidnapped and trafficked by this authoritarian regime. And the entire reason that they are doing this is so that they can justify the welfare state. It is this lie that is sold to you that the immigrants are the problem, when the real problem is that they are stealing a majority of all of the wealth in this country to fund social programs, and then they allow the fact that Democrats do this to buy votes and to engage in all of empowering NGOs and empowering their political power by stealing all of your wealth and making it to where the middle class can't buy a home and can't compete. And then they funnel it to immigrants because the immigrants very often will vote for them because they come from socialist countries and love these social policies. So the real victims here are not being talked about. They are the innocent victims of ICE. ICE has no right to self-defense. I don't really care that much if ICE ends up killing a socialist protester that doesn't support ICE but supports the state apparatus to try and make my life and all of your lives a living nightmare. And so there's my conversation. There's my monologue.
That's your icebreaker, Scott, right?
Icebreaker.
I'm gonna second
his quick opening.
my chat. I'm not really sure where we're going, but we did not pay for this ticket, Scott. You do not have my permission. I second my chat on that. Good call.
Two things. One, within Scott's monologue there was something for everyone. So amazing, right?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Left, right, fence sitter, radical, whatever you want. I've pissed you off somehow. It's okay.
And two, it's interesting that being a libertarian also requires hours and hours of you on the internet, like talking about the NAP. You got to document it, or not a libertarian. Okay, all right. But I mean, real libertarians like to argue. So there's that. So let's go to our friend Corey.
Yeah, I love following Scott. It's a wonderful position. But I'll keep it short. I'll try to.
Insane.
Yeah. You know me, Lactoid, so no promises, right? But you can find me on Twitch, CoreyCampbell84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, Substack, TikTok. It's Corey Campbell. Yeah. So, well, one, yes. Do I think ICE should be reined in? Yes. And okay, to address the overall topic, let's say succinctly as best I can, is ultimately I don't think it's justified, and my ultimate reason is I don't think the officer should have been in the front of the car to begin with. Okay, at least as far as I can tell. Okay, and it's difficult to track this information down. But let's say in the CBP handbook, okay, which is part of DHS, but I understand Customs and Border Protection is different than ICE, but it explicitly outlines that officers should refrain from placing yourself in front of a vehicle. Okay, but these are ICE officers and not part of Customs and Border Protection. But they're part of DHS, and from what I can tell, and I could be wrong, but at least from what I can tell, well, the overall DHS policy is that you're supposed to avoid officer-created jeopardy, as in you should overall use safe tactics, which also includes avoid intentionally and unreasonably placing themselves in positions which they have no alternative to using deadly force. And so I think that includes not placing yourself in front of a vehicle. And to sort of maybe highlight something, I don't know for sure, I wish we had access to this timeline, but I'm pretty sure that if the roles were reversed, as in if it was a female officer, okay, and a male driver, okay, pretty much the opposite reaction would occur in terms of like, they would be yelling like this is a DEI hire and that this officer is incompetent if they're standing in front of a vehicle, and therefore the shooting is not justified. It was a woman, okay? And so I'll leave it there for now.
Thanks so much. And just before I go to Ali, Lactoid, can you do a check for me? How many people are on screen now?
7.
He's got to get out his calculator. Give him a moment.
7. Okay. All right.
It's a callback, Lactoid, to his favorite number.
Yeah, it's a callback. He doesn't remember. It's fine.
As usual, Lactoid never remembers anything. As is usual.
Okay. Let's go to
just another notch to the belt of no remembrance.
Corey gets it, right? Corey's on top of these things. Thank you so much, Corey. Let's go to our friend Ali.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of DEI, Corey, ICE shooting white women in the street is not what I thought the big 2026 was going to start with. I thought, I didn't know that's where we're going. Yeah, obviously rein them in. I don't think, I hate that we call them officers or agents. These are guys who have barely 27 weeks of training. It's about 20 to 27 weeks of training. It takes longer to become a dog groomer, right? It's 10 months of Massachusetts training to become a certified barber. So I don't know if you should just call these guys agents. I don't think they have that authority. Fuck that. Yeah, don't get in the way of cars if they're moving. And then I don't think you being bumped by a car justifies you blasting someone in the face with your gun. I think you move out of the way. I think even if you're a police officer, you take the L on that one, you let them go, you get the license plate, you catch them later, so on and so forth, whatever it may be. But yeah, Rain and Ice for sure. These are they're not officers. These are random people, masked. No one knows who they are. No one knows anything about them. You don't know who the ICE agent is, right? And back to like Corey's point, if this was a female cop, right, just shooting some guy, and this they'd say this was a DEI hire, this was bad. But because it's an ICE agent, because it's under the administration of Trump, everyone's going to run defense. I don't think being bumped by a car when she was clearly trying to leave the situation. She wasn't trying to ram him. She wasn't trying to hit him. She wasn't going fast enough to like actually do any damage. She was trying to get away from the situation and bumped into someone and got blasted in the face. I don't see where any of this is justified. They brought it. They're starting to bring, like, they are bringing it upon themselves. They're doing more harm than good. They were never doing good to begin with.
Thank you very much. Let's go to our friend Grid, who we haven't had here for a long time. Again, thank you for filling in for our friend Gibbs. Love to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, so I hadn't actually done a ton of research into this, because honestly, I don't really care about it. But I did earlier today this evening after Gibbs waylaid me with his illness. So that I needed to be here. Couple of things. First of all, that ICE agent, from what I can tell, had been an agent for 10 years or maybe longer, and apparently has an exemplary service record. I understand you guys aren't gun people, but I am, and I'm telling you, he was hitting something like 0.2 splits one-handed, and that is pretty fucking rad if you can do that while you're getting hit with a car. I don't, as far as his professionalism, I will agree that in my experience, feds tend to be a little sloppy when it comes to these type of engagements because they don't do traffic stops. It's not in their day-to-day manual of arms. It's not what they do. They don't, you say, well, he walked in front of the car. Well, you know what? Yes, it's in the handbook, but it's probably also in his handbook to wash his hands after pissing. I'm sure he needs instructions for that. But as far as whether or not ICE officers should be reined in, I'm not sure. I don't have enough information for that. I don't know how effective they're being. I am a little concerned that they're being doxxed on a ever increasing level to the point where they can't go home. There was actually just recently a Border Patrol agent who basically committed self-deletion because he'd arrested some people that were bad people, and they doxed him and his family, and that's part of that. So I'll disagree with Scott on this one. I think those guys put a lot on the line, and they're not enemies of the state. Now, as far as legally, the guy was absolutely 100% legal. That's a legal shoot, 100%. Law supports it. Tennessee versus Garner, 1985, had a young man who had robbed a house. Now, the officer at that time had no knowledge he had a weapon, no reason to believe that he had a weapon. But when the young man reached the fence and started to climb over it, the officer felt that should the young man get over the fence, he would be lost. And since he didn't have enough information to figure out who that person was, he fired a single shot to the back of the head. Young man died. The Supreme Court decided that was a legal shoot. That went all the way to the Supreme Court. So we can't say, well, if it had gone there, maybe it would have been different. It did go to the Supreme Court. And so therefore, I don't really care what she did with the car. But the minute she put that thing in drive and aimed it at the officer, she was dead. That's the end of it. She'd lost the right to live. And that's just the way it is. And, unfortunately, in this country, I know Scott's not going to like this. We are a nation of laws. And I know that if I go out and I do something stupid like dance on the hood of a police car, I could possibly be assaulted and or shot. Because that's the law, unfortunately. Now, if you want to change it, hey, man, vote, do something. I don't care. I just follow the law at this point. And I know that sounds very trite, but I don't see very many people going out there not paying their taxes and speeding 100 miles an hour everywhere and ramming their cars into things and just walking into Walmart and just taking whatever you want because you follow the law as a decent individual should. So at any rate, we'll get into this more, and some of what I said was incendiary on purpose, and we'll have some fun tonight.
Oh no, don't
So
be
I'm,
too
I'm,
incendiary.
by the way, I'm Grid One Motorsports. I am an Unreasonable Man on YouTube. I just launched a new channel called Gun Prattle, mostly designed around competition shooting, but I deal with all things firearms and shooting related. And you're welcome to check it out. It's on Gun Prattle on every platform, even Kick.
Great. Quick question.
Yeah.
When the Nation of Laws comment, which part do you think Scott has a problem with? The nation part or the laws part?
I couldn't tell you. There's so much to choose
I'll
from.
tell you. I'll
That's
tell
in
you in
one
the open.
sentence.
Don't worry.
That's 6 hours of debate in that one sentence.
Don't worry. I'll tell you in just a second.
He's coming for me. Don't worry. Scott's coming for me.
Thanks so much. All right, let's go to our friend Eucharist. We're so happy he can make it. Eucharist is also not feeling well, but he didn't run from Prime. But it's okay. Thank you, Eucharist, for being here.
I didn't run. Yeah, I am also a gun guy, and I am not impressed by people point blank capping wine moms through side windows at point blank range. That just is not impressive to me. But so I think the key thing that we need to talk about tonight is that ICE and CBP. By the way, side note, okay, you might get in arguments on the internet about how to pronounce the word GIF. Right? Some people will say, oh, it should be GIF because it's graphics interchange format. The person who invented it said it should sound like the peanut butter, right?
Fuck that guy.
If we're going to go with the GIF pronunciation, we need to be pronouncing ICE ICA, okay? So the whole night I will pronounce it ICA for the GIF realists in the chat. So
Disrespecting
ICA,
ICE, I'm for it.
ICA and CBP.
Disrespect ICE, I'm down.
These people are not typical law enforcement. Grid, thankfully, it conceded this, right? They're not police officers. They do not have general police powers. They don't specifically conduct traffic stops. They're not trained for it. And so as videos have shown over the past couple of weeks, even before this happened and since this has happened, they don't know the law. They don't know the Fourth Amendment. They don't know what you can do to American citizens on the street. They don't realize that you can't just stop people on the street and say, show me your papers and prove you're not a Jew. They can't do that. They don't know that they can't kick down your front door with an administrative warrant, not a judicial warrant. They don't know these things, and they're not trained for it. And so we should be, I think, morally offended by it if we respect the Constitution in any sense. They've been acting with felt impunity because they've not yet been challenged on it. They will be, and I think they will lose. What's happening right now is not normal. I don't think it's okay. I teach constitutional law. I don't think it's okay. I'm a conservative. I would love for immigration to be restricted. I'm in favor of strict immigration enforcement. I like the idea of immigrations and customs enforcement. I don't like the idea of anything that's happening now. So compare, for example, with me, Trump 1 versus Trump 2, right? So Trump 1, I lived in Madison, Wisconsin, and there was a pretty big Hispanic population. My favorite taco place, one day I went there with my pastor, and we got to the door, and there was a sign on the door that said, we are not open today because we were raided by ICE yesterday. And so this was the first wave of like major ICE enforcement. But the ICE enforcement that happened under Trump 1 happened as a result of actual investigations into people who were probably actually illegally in the country, and then they got actual judicial warrants and executed those warrants and deported those people. So maybe you're a libertarian, you don't like the whole idea of this, that's fine. But that, to me, is far more justifiable than anything that we're seeing right now, which is roving gangs of untrained fatzos stopping American citizens, throwing them on the ground, and later saying, all right, you're a citizen, you can go. That's insane. Okay. As far as professionalism, which Grid One brought up, the dude in the video we got from the officer, it's a cell phone video, not a body cam video, because apparently they don't have the money for body cams. I don't know.
Well, the body cam video is out there too.
He doesn't have a body cam.
They've
denied that he has a body cam. They denied on the record in news interviews that he had body cams. We can talk about this later.
It was his phone camera, just to be clear.
Didn't you just say you literally didn't do much research on this? Why are you arguing?
Yeah. He does not have a body cam. Okay, we'll talk about this later. This is my opening. Hold on, shut up. This is my opening. The video we have is from his cell phone camera. The man got out of the car, circled the back of the car to record the license plate, went back to his car, circled back to the front of the car with the phone out, swapped the phone from his right hand to his left hand to pull out his gun. Now, I don't know about you, Grid, as a gun guy. I don't typically pull out my gun with a phone in my hand so I can do a tactical something like this. Okay, that's not a normal thing that I do as a person who's trained with firearms. Hold on, it's my opening. Hold on, we're still in the opening.
Well, you asked me a question.
No. I can pose a question to you that you can answer later. Okay. I don't know about you, but this is not a typical tactical move that I make with a phone in one hand and a gun in the other with somebody that I think is threatening my life. If I think someone's threatening my life, I'm chucking that phone and I'm pulling my gun out and I'm doing, a normal move. And so as far as professionalism goes, I think this officer, regardless of his record, regardless of how many years he's been with the force, regardless of the fact that we now know that he has self-proclaimed PTSD from a previous Dragon incident, which means he shouldn't have still been on the street at this moment with a deadly weapon, that's not a move that I think any trained professional should have made. In the case you referenced, I'd be curious, the single shot, the justified shot, I'd be curious. I haven't read that case, but I'd be curious. I think you said the suspect was armed. That might
unarmed.
introduce
That had no way of knowing if he was armed.
Okay, interesting case. We'll talk about it. I'm glad we can agree, all of us, everybody here, except Scott, maybe because he's an ANCAP, that this is a nation of laws, right? So if you go out, for example, and steal a baton from a cop and beat them over the head with it, or climb through a broken window when an officer with a firearm is saying, "Stop! Don't do that! You can't do that." I'm glad you think they should be shot. So I'm glad you think that January 6th protesters should be shot. And I'm glad you think they should not have been pardoned. So I'm glad we're all on the same page on this. We are a nation of laws. You cannot beat police officers and get away with it. I'm glad we agree. So the questions we were faced with today: is the shooting justified? No. Should ICE be reined in? Yes. As all this unfolds, do you approve of Trump's immigration strategy? No. The overall question I think we need to wrestle with is this. The court has not yet ruled on this question of officer-created jeopardy. There was a case, and I've pulled up a law article on this in 2015 in Barnes versus Felix. The Supreme Court ruled that basically the previous precedent of moment of threat doctrine couldn't stand. Basically, that when you're considering whether an officer is justified in their actions according to the Fourth Amendment and other constitutional provisions, we can't just consider the moment when they decided to use lethal force. We have to consider everything that led up to it. The court did not definitively rule in that case on whether or not we can consider officer-created jeopardy, but when an officer steps in front of a moving car with his phone out and then swaps hands and pulls his gun, I think this counts as officer-created jeopardy. I think it introduces at least some doubt as to whether we should cleanly say, oh yeah, this is fine and fun and justified. So that's my stance. There we go.
Thanks so much.
Just real quick, I want to jump to Grid for the listen, the ICE agent being doxxed, quote unquote. Police officers, one, deal with that shit all the time. It's part of the job. Two, don't expect to not be doxxed.
They should be.
When you're walking around as like a masked gang ripping people off the streets. People are going to want to hold you accountable, especially in a situation where you're shooting American citizens, right? And no one knows what your name is or who you are. That's not good for us, right? It's a bad thing that we don't know who these people are, what their names are, and what they look like.
Yeah, I to piggyback off you, Ali, like I would think even like a regular Republican. I get that you're not going to be radical like me towards an ideology of non-aggression. I get that. Not everybody's a libertarian. Duh. The world would be great if it was, but it's not. All right? Like I get that. But even if you're just a standard Republican, are Republicans in 2026, right? As opposed to the Republican Party that I grew up with, now cool with like the state apparatus of that, like that all these police can go around with secret identities, that they can go around not knowing who they are. Like I would think that like the standard Republicans that I grew up with would be under the assumption that like cops have a badge number and a name, that like they have a public record of whether or not they're doing the right thing or doing the wrong thing. And so it's kind of crazy to me that these guys are that like I see all the Republicans simping for the state having masked secret agents. Like that's USSR shit to me. That's Gestapo shit. That's not fucking.
I actually get a little torn on this one. Yeah, I get a little torn on this one because the federal agents for a long time have had masks. I mean, we can go back to like early 2000s. FBI did raids with face coverings, full body shields. You couldn't no ID except agent. And I mean, and they maybe further back.
On
I'm just
what
saying,
basis?
Huh?
On what basis?
Was
it with a warrant?
Yeah, with
that's a little different, right? That's different than roving gangs on the street, stopping American citizens, forcing them to the ground, show your papers, or you're going in the black bag in the van, right? That's different, right?
I mean,
that's a little bit different.
Well, hold on, that's not what he asked me about.
I'm not that old, right? Maybe I'm not old enough. Maybe I'm unk status to the Gen Z viewers, whatever, right? But like, I remember when Republicans were enraged to find out that, when Edward Snowden proved that the American government was spying on us, that we didn't know, that we had courts that were, rubber stamp approval courts to just gather information on all Americans. Like this, as much as I despise the Republican Party of the past, this feels like two steps or more backwards than the Republican Party that I grew up with, that are like, yeah, but we got to get rid of the brownies, right? Like what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, why are we okay with masked, warrantless people, establishing order in the streets?
But
That's
hold
the
on,
beginning to a
So, first of
dystopian
all,
teen
so-
novel,
hold
not
on.
fucking America.
ICE can't enter a house without a warrant, just like any other federal agent.
They have though with administrative
Well,
warrants.
literally
not
every
judicial
agency
warrants.
has. It doesn't make
No.
it right. Like, I mean, the fucking
They
NYPD
do
that
though
shit,
constantly.
Give a
like,
motherfucker a
But
badge
they
number
do
and let me
spend
see their
time.
face so we can see who's doing the shit that they're not supposed to be doing, and then we can get rid of those people. If we're the, you know what I mean, like taking off my ANCAP hat, if we're the limited government, constrain the abuses, stick to the Constitution people party, like why the fuck do we have masked agents that are doing that shit? And it's not, and Trump is not being like fucking feet to the goddamn fire, embarrassed that that's occurring, and promising the American people that he's going to get to the bottom of warrantless enterings into people's domiciles, and making sure that these people's names and badges are known so that we can make sure that those people don't work for ICE. Like if it's the quote unquote nation of laws that everyone seems to fucking want to attack me for in their opening, but seems like the state isn't following its own goddamn laws.
So I don't disagree on some of those points. I would actually prefer that the state not have the federal agencies. You understand that? I think all the three-letter agencies should be disbanded because I think they're all bad. But if we have them and they're operating within their parameters, then change the fucking law and get rid of them. Like you're not asking me what my personal opinion is. You're asking me what the status is currently today. And currently today, that's how they operate. Now you can say they ought not do that. I agree with you. But that doesn't mean that right now that's not
the laws,
what they
and
can
you say
do.
you disagree
and in
with
this
those
case,
laws.
they weren't masked. They weren't beating people up. In this specific case, they were acting as any other law enforcement officer, more or less.
But they shouldn't. They're not any other law enforcement officer. They can't perform normal traffic stops. That's not within their purview. This is just not within their scope of authority. They're immigrations and customs enforcement. They can't just stop American citizens on the street.
But they
or in
didn't
cars.
just
That's
stop
not,
an American citizen on the street. They did not stop
They ordered
this
her.
woman.
They ordered her out of the car for
Yes,
what reason?
Because
for what reason?
she was
For a traffic
impeding
violation.
their
She was not
operations,
impeding.
and they can do that.
Impeding
Legally,
is a
they can do
physical
that.
act.
They can
Impeding
arrest
is a
you if
physical
you
act. Where was
operate-
she impeding? Where was she
Okay,
impeding?
I don't know. I don't know what I don't know what you believe, but if you impede an investigation or an operation, you can be arrested. It doesn't matter about
Explain
your
how she was
protest.
impeding.
Huh?
So they're using the
She
same.
was literally parked across the street. Have you not
No,
seen it?
Cars passed by her multiple times before she was shot. We see it in the video.
I
You
do
said
see
you haven't
that
done
in the
much
video.
research.
I
You
also
haven't-
see her sitting there honking the horn and making.
and multiple cars drive by her while she's doing that.
Uh-huh.
So she's not impeding anybody. So again, I know you haven't done much research, but how is she impeding if she's just sitting there? And they say leave, and then one person orders her out of the car, and so she tries to go.
No,
But like, where's
I've done
the
a little bit of
impeding
research.
Just say
happening?
leave.
I've done a little bit of research. I'm taking issue with a couple things you said. You
Go ahead.
fight with you on
Take
some
issue.
law. Okay.
All the
so,
The
so
nation of laws.
just to stick on this particular point, and then I want to go back to something that like kind of we're gonna have to go chronologically here in order to keep things organized. But so in the actual video, you can see beforehand as well. She does wave past one of the cars that's going in, that's like passing. However, the allegation is that the vehicle there is still blocking ICE traffic. It's impeding it, and that she had been doing this for a while beforehand. There is like some video. I don't know if you've seen all the videos, but there's
Yeah.
some video before the incident where it actually shows the ICE agent walking around all the way to the back of the
Right.
vehicle, taking
He
a look,
walks
and then
around,
walking,
videos,
and
yeah,
then
yeah.
walking.
She's
yeah,
there
yeah.
for a while, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I
So the
agree.
reason why, like, he's going around to do that is because they've allegedly they've had issues. They're having issues with this particular vehicle going back and forth up and down the street, intentionally congesting the roadway, making it more difficult for ICE to do their job. And whether or not somebody is impeding traffic, I mean, they have the authority. Like, if they make that determination, they have the authority to. ICE does have the authority to stop somebody and detain them. Like, they do have the authority to do that. Firstly,
For what purposes?
secondly,
Well, they detain
When
them
and
until
why?
police show up to arrest them.
in order, if in their determination somebody is impeding their job, impeding their enforcement of immigration and customs enforcement in that area.
Do you agree, Lactoid, that we've seen lots of videos recently that they are interpreting the idea of impeding under that U.S. code quite broadly in a way that might be problematic when it comes to the courts in the near future?
I mean,
their idea of impeding is somebody standing nearby and videoing. That's impeding, is what they're saying.
Yeah, I think that particular. I mean, I haven't seen any video of that particular thing happening.
You haven't?
I'm sure,
Because there's lots of it. There's lots of people with their phones out, with officers coming up and threatening them and saying, "Do you not understand what happened to that woman? This is what's going to happen." Like, do you not? Have you not seen those?
Yep. No.
You're on Twitter. I see you on Twitter.
I am
busy.
I am on Twitter. I'm far too busy clicking on the titties. Exactly. So, you could. I'm sure if you dug, and I'm sure you could find me some video in which I would say, yeah, there's a problem there. However, in this circumstance, in which when you watch the full video, it definitely seems to me that she's playing coy, that she's got this cheeky fucking smile, that she is blocking the road, at least making it more difficult for vehicles to move by. It would make sense that when the video starts, when you have the officer walking over to this vehicle and getting the license plate, it would make sense that there is issues with this vehicle beforehand. And given the way that both Renee Good and her wife were behaving at the time, like on that video, it does appear to be in a very adversarial, kind of aggressive manner.
Can we continue on this? Oh, sorry.
Yeah. I do think that there is evidence that they were obstructing sufficient for the ICE officer to have the legal means to order her out of the vehicle, which is what happened. That was a lawful order. Firstly, secondly, you said, we don't live in a country where, ICE agents can just go up to you and then, demand papers, please. However, there has been a Supreme Court case on this, right? Nome versus Perdomo. You know about that one?
Yes.
Yes, in which it quite literally states that ICE officers do have a legal right to stop and question people based on a number of factors that do not rise to the level of committing a crime, depending on if they are, they look Hispanic, combined with if they speak Spanish or operate in certain industries that are common amongst illegal immigrants. Multiple different factors, it can't just be one, but multiple different factors does give legal rise for these agents to walk up to people and then question them.
Fucking Elian
Sure,
Gonzalez.
question them, right?
Yeah,
This does not give legal
temporary
rise
detainment.
to them to make me prove I'm a citizen. They can't force me to produce papers. This is not what that court case says. And also, this is a if I'm understanding correctly, this is a case in one of these multi-stage temporary cases where we've got for now, this is the thing we can do, but we're working out the stuff in the background. And already Kavanaugh in the background seems stressed about this being tied to his name, which is hilarious to me.
He might be stressed, but this is
because it's not what he implied. That's not okay.
No, I mean, I can read it. He didn't. It's not really much here implying. It says, "quote To stop an individual for brief questioning about immigration status, the government must have a
questioning about immigration status.
What brief means?
Not show me your papers. Not I'm going to throw you to the ground. Not I'm going to throw you in the van while we figure it out. Hold on. Not I take you back to headquarters so I can facial scan you like the ICE officers have been on video saying. No, we're going to figure that out at headquarters. Not let me go in my house and get my ID. No, we're going to take you back to headquarters. They've said that on video. video.
Yeah. Let me finish the
That's
quote,
not
right?
what the Supreme Court case says, is it?
Let me finish the quote.
Read it.
To stop an individual for brief questioning about immigration status, the government must have reasonable suspicion that the individual is illegally present in the United States. Reasonable suspicion is a lesser requirement than probable cause and considerably short of the preponderance of evidence standard. Whether an officer has reasonable suspicion depends on the totality of the circumstances. Here, those circumstances include there is an extremely high number and percentage of illegal immigrants in the Los Angeles area, that those individuals tend to gather in certain locations to seek daily work, those individuals often work in certain kinds of jobs, such as day labor, landscaping, agricultural, and construction, that do not require paperwork and therefore especially attracted to illegal immigrants, that many of them illegally in the Los Angeles area come from Mexico or Central America and do not speak much English. To be clear, apparent ethnicity alone cannot furnish reasonable suspicion. However, under this court's case law regarding immigration stops, however, it can be a relevant factor when considered with other salient factors. I agree that this right here doesn't necessarily mean that, these factors are present, therefore you can grab somebody and throw them on the ground and haul them off to headquarters. However, after a brief investigatory questioning, if there becomes suspicion that this person is an illegal immigrant, do you think that they can just what's the point of questioning them at that point, right? Just let them go? No, if you develop the suspicion that they're an illegal immigrant, you can justify detaining them for a further period of time.
I think you let them go and you report that suspicion and you go through the normal processes to obtain
for an
warrants.
illegal immigrant. Report
For
the
warrants.
suspicion of some unknown illegal immigrant in the LA area. Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's not how the law is enforced. That's not how the law can be enforced. This is that's a phantom law that has zero teeth whatsoever. If you are questioning somebody and you begin to develop a suspicion that they are breaking the law, then of course you can begin to question them further. It could lead to potential further detainment.
How do you prove that they're breaking the law in the absence of actual evidence that they're breaking the law without crossing that threshold that you're describing? Like,
it would have to rely on the questioning. It would have to rely on the questioning and the result of the questioning. If you're questioning somebody, and again,
so you question someone, they say, "I'm an American citizen." What now?
Yeah, as is the case with many crimes.
You throw them in the van and then you drop them off at the Walmart parking lot after you dump them.
As is the case with many, as is the case with many laws.
Just kidnap and traffic humans,
if the cops,
brother.
If the
Come
cops
on,
suspect
dude.
you of, if the cops suspect you of breaking a law, they're going to question you. And yeah, if you don't tell them anything, they're probably not going to have enough to go off of. But as a result of their questioning, they're getting responses that indicate some kind of increased level of suspicion, probable reasonable suspicion, probable cause, blah blah blah. You can go down the list. Eventually, you can get to the point where some of the actions that you're describing are justified. Am I confident in saying that every case demonstrates that the ICE officers are justified? No, and I'm not
Are you
here to
confident in
defend.
saying many of them are?
I think many are. Yeah, I'm not here though to say. I'm not here to say that to defend every single ICE action, right? I'm here. In fact, I even said that I would be okay with scaling back ICE. That was literally in my intro. I'm here to defend this particular ICE action, which you brought up Barnes v. Felix, of course. Barnes v. Felix. There's a specific part here in which very specifically says the court does not address a separate question as to whether or how an officer's own creation of a dangerous situation factors into the reasonableness analysis. The courts below never confronted that issue, and it was not the basis of the petition for certiorari.
Right. So it's still open. It's still an open.
It's still open. However, there are other cases that are not controlling because the big one here is going to be Tusis versus Billiot. This is a Seventh Circuit appellate case, so it's not for Minnesota, but it's Seventh Circuit, and it's right next to it. And I'm going to give you the fact pattern really quick. This is a Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals circumstance in which a DEA agent, so a federal police, and by the way, the DOJ actually has more stringent restrictions on how officers have to deal with cars as opposed to the Department of Human, the DHS. So in this case, the DEA was chasing the guy that was a suspected drug dealer. The guy pulled up at a light and stopped, or was in traffic and stopped, and the DEA agent stopped in front of the vehicle, got out, ran at the vehicle with his gun out, was running towards the vehicle with his gun out, and the right lane cleared, right? The right lane had cleared, and the suspect turned their wheel and was turning into the right lane, and the DEA agent shot the suspected drug dealer, right?
Sure.
Kind of arguably similar circumstances, except in this case, the DEA agent was, I think, 15 feet away and running towards the vehicle when he shot. That was determined to be reasonable. And the argument for why it was reasonable was because a vehicle can move very quickly in a very short period of time. You don't know if the vehicle is going to turn, if the person's going to turn different at the very last moment. And so a vehicle moving in your general direction at a distance of around 15 feet or less has, at least in some non-controlling precedent, been determined to be reasonable.
You understand already, though, the
coverage.
disanalogy that I'm going to suggest here, right?
What's the disanalogy?
Which is the reason for the pursuit, the reason for the detention of the suspect to begin with, already has more like justification than whatever was happening prior to.
How is that relevant? How is that relevant?
Because what leads up to the case that I sent you is the totality of the circumstances. What led up to the stop? What led up to them ordering them out of the car? All of this is relevant prior to the No, hold on. No, this is exactly the case that I sent you. It's not that it's
I just
officer
read
created.
out my thing.
I know. It's not that it's officer created jeopardy. It's that we have to consider the totality of the circumstances, including what led them to be in that circumstance. All of that is relevant. So the fact that they're pursuing a suspected drug trafficker, whatever, who's fleeing from them already, is relevant to the totality of the circumstances, is it not?
So
are you saying it's not relevant?
So, hold on. Listen, I think it's relevant to include in the fact pattern, but like when we're talking about, because we're talking about reasonable force, right? Does the officer feel threatened enough to use reasonable force in the area? Now, do I think that running towards a vehicle with your gun out in front of the vehicle, but you're 15 feet away and you're closing the distance, do I think that this is a officer created danger? Probably. I think it's much more so than in this case, where I think the fact, like, there are different facts that make the shooting more justified, actually. In this case, we're not talking about 15 feet. We're talking about, what, 4 feet maybe? 3 feet maybe? We're talking about a considerably shorter distance. We're not talking about the officer running at the vehicle. We're talking about the officer walking around the vehicle before the vehicle is moving, and then as soon as the vehicle revs its engine and the front tire starts spinning, that's when he pulls his gun out. We quite literally see, as soon as the threat is created, that's when he pulls his gun out. And we also see a lawful order, which is why the cop was walking around the vehicle in the first place, a lawful order to stop and get out of the vehicle. So when you're telling me, like, well, the totality of the circumstances, when we're looking at Billiot, obviously it's more justified that the cop would suspect more of a danger to his own life, as opposed to in this case. I don't see that. Especially when, once again, if we don't want
fucking legalism on bullshit, so that people can kidnap and detain whoever they want,
if we don't want to
shoot
figure
whoever
out,
they want.
Okay, if we don't want to factor in the fact that the officer was running up,
I'm just simping for the state killing people.
Oh my fucking god! If we don't want to factor, let me please. If we don't want to factor in the DEA agent running towards the car because that's going to be an officer created danger,
the
and then if we're not going to factor
gallop.
in the
fucking 10 different court cases he wants
the
to talk
ICE
about.
officer, and we're going to talk about the ICE officer in this case with Renee Good, we don't want to factor them walking in front of the vehicle because it's also going to be an officer created danger. Why doesn't the distance from the vehicle also factor in if we're talking about the totality of the circumstances?
So, friend, I hear you there, and I'll just say one thing, and then I want to let Grid in and Scott. Sorry guys. But anyway, one thing. So in terms of like the full context, I hear you on the distance, right? I think that's I think you're speaking on something there. That makes sense. But also like the reasons why you're approaching the vehicle matter, right? Like, so if this is let's give it examples. One, like an armed and dangerous criminal, right? That's one scenario. Like, this person is armed, they've shot before, right? That has to factor in. Or it could be like this person who was an observer.
Box of white wines on your mom.
Yeah, mom's. Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah, she was an observer. Right. No reason to think that she's armed. Though I mean, this is America, but like, still, there's no reason in particular to think that she's armed, or that she's any particular threat. And 3, a person that was like completely random. The cop simply is approaching a person, and then a car. And then the car starts moving in their direction, right? And they had no other reason to be to interact with this individual, right? But they've been approaching them, and then it's coming in the direction, and then the officer shoots. In all 3 of those situations, right? I would imagine like who the officer suspects this is would somehow factor in. But maybe I'm incorrect.
So,
if I may. So there's a couple of things here. Lactoid kind of covered
Write
it
it down.
first. Huh?
So I was just saying lactoid. Write down your response to me. You can tell me later. But go ahead.
There's a couple of things. First, the officer was moving to assist his partner who was attempting to open the door of the vehicle. He was not just randomly moving around the car with his dick out or something. He was literally like doing his job. He was coming to back up his partner. That's not just putting himself in danger. He was focused on helping his partner. When he did not also, Eucharist, you said something in your opening that kind of stuck with me. And what's interesting is that you said that he put the phone in his left hand and then drew his gun. No, he might have put his phone in his left hand as he was coming around to help his partner, but he didn't have the gun out until the car accelerated towards him, which is what Lactoid is saying. Lactoid is saying that, hey, up until the moment that she started moving, until she hit the accelerator.
It was at the same moment. It was at the same, like as soon as the car hit.
If you do frame by frame, she has not started moving, but while he has the gun out of the holster, I don't care. It's fine. Whatever.
It's a big fucking difference.
No, they literally do it frame by frame. I've seen it slow down. Yeah, he's pulling it when the car's engine immediately starts revving.
Yeah, when
and then
he's
aiming and the car's moving. Yeah, and the car's moving at him.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a huge difference. He didn't just pull it out like he was gonna brandish it in front of her face. He pulled it out because he's like, holy shit, I'm about to get run over.
And a car is a deadly weapon. That there's also
by the way,
yes,
that's part of U.S. criminal code. You should know that a car is a deadly weapon when accelerating towards a human. And it doesn't even have to be aimed directly at you. It can be pointed in another direction because cars can move and change direction. And you should know that. Why are you even arguing that?
Eucharist never disputed that.
There's also something
you acknowledge. Did you get that body cam footage, by the way, Grid?
No, you know what? You're right. It was a cell phone.
Whether it's cell phone or body cam is
I never denied that a car is a deadly weapon. Why don't I acknowledge that? Of course it is. No, why did I never brought that up. Why would I bring it up? Because I don't disagree with you on that. My goodness.
So about Plum, and the reason why it's important because kind of I guess more an answer to Prime because he was talking about what if this person is armed with a deadly weapon. Yes, when we're evaluating overall officer threat, we look at a whole bunch of different factors. But in this case, we're looking at, okay, what factors are unique here? The distance is very short, right? The vehicle is pulling out and then it starts moving forward, and we're talking about a very short distance between the officer and the vehicle. In the Plumhoff case, Plumhoff versus Rickard, there is a concept that's kind of explained. I don't think it's explicitly referenced, but it's explained in along the lines of the perception reaction gap, where when you decide something in the heat of the moment, your body's going to react, but it might take a little bit of time. And at that point, the action's already set into motion, right? The fight animation has already started, and you can't cancel the fight animation. So when you pull out your gun and you're aiming and you decide okay, this person's coming at me, and your brain recognizes this is the threat, pull the trigger, and then you pull the trigger. If we're talking about, a 1 second interval or 2 second interval, which is really the time period that we're talking, maybe 1 second, really the time second that we're talking about here. Courts have been much more deferential to police in the past. We're talking, sometimes as long as 7 seconds, 8 seconds. This was a case of 1 second, and it's at one point, it's very clear the vehicle's tires are straight at one point, and the vehicle's heading at him when his gun is out and aimed at the driver. It's only there is within the half second to 1 second following, she is spinning the wheel, right? Which doesn't necessarily matter here for our analysis, but she is spinning the wheel. But by that moment,
video shows her turning the wheel. You acknowledge that, right? We see that in his cell phone camera. We see her turning the wheel.
Yes. In the same way, in the same way that in Billiot, you also had the driver turning the wheel. But as the court mentioned in that one as well, you don't know if they're going to maintain that direction. Firstly, secondly. It is a tall ask when we're talking about less than a second for your brain to see this and recognize what's happening when a vehicle is coming at you. And thirdly, We don't actually know if he saw the woman turning the steering wheel. We know that his camera picked it up, but he's aiming a gun. His gun could have at her head.
Yeah,
it could have
he's
been
aiming a gun
obscuring
while he
her
has
hand.
his cell phone out recording a TikTok video. Yeah, super professional.
I would like to. I would like
in the
to
heat of the
later on
moment, people
look-
do. In the heat of the moment, people do all sorts of weird shit.
I would
yes.
like to later on look at
Yeah,
the
like shoot
New York
people.
Times analysis. They did like a analysis of all the videos and they synchronized the videos. It's only 4 minutes long, but before that, I know our friend Scott's been waiting.
Yeah, just a couple of things. I mean, it can be interesting as an observer to get into the nitty gritty of what precedent is set by the state on whether or not they think their agents of the state can kill people, and to what degree they're allowed to kill people, etc. I mean, it is interesting from just like an autistic perspective, right? But like not a moral one, right? It has nothing to do with morality and it has nothing to do with law. Several people talked about, we are a nation of laws, or, I'm against this concept of a nation. I wish we were a nation of laws. What we are is we are a nation of decrees imposed by a constitutional republic that kind of breaks its own rules in that regard a lot of times, all the time, actually. And so, no, like if we followed laws, we would follow objective natural law. And in that degree, ICE has no right to self-defense. Grid, you said something, I think maybe it was a slip of the tongue, just like being cheeky, right? You said, ICE are like enemies of the state or something that I said. No, ICE are the state, right? That's the problem, right? I'm sure you were just like making a cheeky comment, but I figured I'd clarify.
I was taunting you.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, no, ICE are not enemies of the state. That's the problem. If ICE were enemies of the state, then they'd be based and they'd have rights and they'd have the right to self-defense. And it would be wrong to run them over both morally and legally. Because they are the state, because they are agents of kidnapping and trafficking innocent victims, right? They are no different than child sex traffickers. They are no different than, the mob. They're in no way, shape, or form morally superior.
Doesn't this apply to police too?
Yes, of course.
All police. So it's just any government agent. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, individuals that violate human rights on a regular basis as part of their job are bad people. Why is that a shock?
Okay, it's not a shock. Okay, it's not a shock. I promise you, it's not a shock. It's just the conversation. Okay, the conversation here is amongst us, and I know you're capable. Like you've done this in the past, where you're like, okay, I'm going to turn off my ANCAP brain and just like try to analyze this from a different perspective for a second.
Yeah, of course.
If you think all government agents,
which
can
is
just
why
like,
I didn't
well, hey,
scream and interrupt,
force majeure on
other
them.
than like when you went on like
Well,
way
at the
too
end.
long, right? You know what I mean? Like it's, yeah, I get it. You guys are having a conversation from a legal positivist perspective.
Yeah.
Like I get that, right? Like, and I let you do that. I didn't really jump in other than the one time to be cheeky and make a joke until Prime called on me, right? So yeah, I'm giving my perspective here, which is that all of that shit is indeed nonsense. I do believe it to be nonsense. I do think it is nonsense, and I think the real crux of the issue here is that just one more like clarification, Ali. I think maybe you are vastly overestimating the competency of the state, because you said 27 weeks, 10 months of training is what these guys get. Like it's crazy that we call them agents. Our infantry get 22 weeks of training, right? So the U.S. Army. Right, when we take young boys and turn them into American soldiers, get 5 weeks less training than these agents get, right? So like that's actually a pretty significant amount of training, in terms of like other agencies and things.
Wait, with the infantry you do boot camp training and then you don't just go to war immediately. You go and you be stationed somewhere where you're also
boot camp would technically be the Marines, right? So you have basic training. And then your advanced individual training is combined with basic training specifically for infantry, and that's 22 weeks. Now, yes, you do have NTC
and you get
and
thrown
like
into
field
just
training.
the front lines.
You do have NTC, which is like field training. If like let's say immediately you deploy, you'd have a couple weeks out in the field, and then you'd get close to the amount of weeks of training that are occurring here. Now, the quality, you could argue that the quality of training is different. You could also argue that like when you're in basic training in AIT, you're there all day long, except for like when you're sleeping or you have free time, right? So you could argue that the amount of hours in that training is pretty close. But like, I'm just saying, like this idea of like, oh, they get 10 months of training, like
No,
this
not
is a
10 months.
joke
It's
comparatively.
27 weeks. No, 27
Yeah,
weeks is
27
like
weeks.
the top amount
Sorry,
of
sorry,
training.
sorry. Yeah. 27 weeks. I'm saying that's not like that's not a really low amount of training compared to everybody else. What I'm saying is,
So-
To, like,
is
throw
all of
people
these
to-
people are
wait,
not
to-
getting that much training.
Throw people in the street to throw. Wait,
Like if you go to
3 months, 4
Quantico,
months
you're
of
getting
training.
like 20 something weeks to be an FBI agent. If you're in the infantry, you're getting 22 weeks of training. What I'm saying is you're
After-
overestimating all the other people in the government as if like they're getting way more training. They're not. They're all getting low level. They're all getting this basic level
It's-
of like, okay, and then you
To be
go
a
out.
cop- to be a cop, it's like 9 months of school. Or how many?
Well,
how many
but-
months of school?
Yeah,
Prior
school.
to this guy joining the
Depends on one
Border
state. and
Patrol
everything.
or ICE or whatever, I guess it's ICE. Prior to that, supposedly, I can't confirm this because there's so much misinformation going on out there. But supposedly, he was a military police officer before he joined ICE.
So
Yeah, but
This
also,
doesn't count-
the fucking old Superman joined. Like, I'm just saying the qualifications for these guys is just like, hey, do you
Yeah.
want to join this?
Right.
Do you want to join?
And I'm
ICE?
just
Come
clarifying.
join
I'm
ICE.
just
And
clarifying
they're all,
that like you're
rent-a-cops.
overestimating everybody else the amount of training that they get.
Not
They
really.
all
Yeah,
get
yeah.
a low level of training
Yeah.
by your estimate.
So
This guy also had a lot of training.
Yeah, and this doesn't
guy had been around
count
for a
for this
while.
individual. So Jonathan Ross has been around for a while, and this doesn't count for him. Now, this reporting, I'm just telling you what the reporting is, whether you believe it or not. We'll see, right? But according to a reporting by Atlantic, this was in August of 2025. There was this reporting, and I'll just read it to you. New deportation officers at ICE used to receive about 5 months of federal law enforcement training. Administration officials have cut that time roughly in half, partly by eliminating Spanish language courses. Academy training was shortened to
That's so fucking
47
funny.
days. 47 days. 3 officials told me. The number picked
that's
because Trump is the 47th president. DHS officials said the training will run 6 days a week for 8 weeks. So that's the reporting that they only get 47 days. And to be clear, and something I'm not clear about because they said something very specific. They said ICE deportation officers, right? I don't know if that means ICE field officers. I'm not sure if those are the same thing. I can see like there's like a group that just like
I mean,
handles
like
and processes
actual
them
sheriffs
afterwards.
versus jailers.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah,
And there's
yeah.
probably
So I'm not
somebody.
sure.
There's probably somebody tasked with them that has more training, regardless.
Yeah.
But again,
Maybe.
I
mean,
just
that
wanted
would
to,
make
I just
sense.
wanted to point out, specifically when
make
he was
sense.
like 27 weeks. I was like, dog, that's
Yeah.
that's
So,
everybody
again,
in the
I don't know
government.
the
They're all
details, but that's
fucking
just
like
the
they're all a bunch of
reporting
fucking doofuses until they've been doing it for a few years.
Yeah. So I'd like to, if we could, just it won't take too long. It's only 4 minutes long, but we could look at the New York Times footage
Video?
here that
Yeah, yeah.
discusses this. Yeah. So I'm
Does
gonna
it
put
show
this
the
up.
actual shooting? Because if it does,
Mhm,
then that would be a that would be a violation of YouTube TOS. If it shows the actual shooting, that violates YouTube's TOS.
Is it this? Yeah.
Okay.
that's-
Like you can show up
On
to
the
that if you know what the timestamp is, and then stop that. But if you
Yeah, but if
show
you don't
the
know the
actual
timestamp.
shooting of the victim,
Okay.
then
But
it'll
also the
violate
timestamp
YouTube
matters
TOS.
for the argument that we're having.
Right. I mean,
Yeah,
like,
because literally it's like
incumbent
right, he
upon
pulls the gun,
It's
yeah.
incumbent upon
Yeah,
the
yeah.
rest of us to do our due diligence and have watched it first. I understand you want to show it. I'm just
Yeah,
saying,
you know what? Never mind.
and I say
Dan.
wild shit,
Smart
so
move.
you know I know where the line is, buddy.
I'll say like the New York
Weren't you
Times
also
video.
banned from Twitter? I don't know if you really know where the line is, my friend.
I was banned from Twitter. Wink, wink. Because I stated that it was justifiable for someone to remove someone from the road because it is a constitutes
car.
kidnapping. No, not with their car, with their hands.
Oh.
And I was saying
Oh.
the same thing literally every other right-wing pundit was at the time. And then that
Wait.
was the bannable offense because, that's it.
They
I'm
just didn't
not
like the
saying.
cut of your jib.
Yeah, how come
Okay.
how come you guys are okay with like did anyone go crazy were you guys condemning the dude who shot the protesters that were blocking the road? Was it like a couple years ago, the old white guy that went out and just kind of shot them in the street? Were you guys condemning that guy? Because I feel like he was renowned by fucking by Republicans at the time.
Yeah,
Which-
if I
Yeah, it's not a problem
I-
for me because I don't believe ICE agents have a right to self-defense. But for other people
Yeah,
that
I'm asking-
do,
I'm
you know,
asking-
that could
I'm
be an
asking,
issue.
I'm asking Laxwood.
Yeah,
I'm
I
asking
recall.
Laxwood and,
Yeah, no, I remember this argument, and so my
They're
argument
kidnapping
hinged
people,
on
kind of like ICE.
my argument hinged on false imprisonment, right? Like how long can somebody like lock you in a closet without authority until you have the right to like escape? And like there
How long
is
can an ICE agent throw you in a van?
Well, but here's the difference, and I know you're not gonna.
They have a badge.
You know,
I get it. Yeah.
You're not. Yeah. You're not gonna care for this, but like whether or not an officer is
They're a special
authorized,
person.
Yes, is authorized to
special
detain
rights.
somebody.
Let me do this.
Yes, they literally do. Yes, if a cop is walking over,
They
and, like,
literally
gonna put
do?
me in handcuffs.
Can I get you to
Yes.
claim specifically that cops have special rights over other humans? Can I get you to reiterate that and double down?
Yes,
Okay.
I'll double down. When an officer and I behave this way, and I think you do too, and I think everyone here does performatively. If a cop walks up to us at whether it be a traffic stop, whether it be on the street or anything along those lines, and they start putting us in handcuffs and they start putting us in the back of a car, I'm not going to react with deadly force, and it would be wrong to do so. I believe. I know maybe that last part you're not going to agree with, but we're not going to react with deadly force. If some fucking stranger got out of their car with a pair of handcuffs and said they're going to come put me in handcuffs and then throw me in the back of their car, I might respond with lethal force, right? In the first case, we have somebody
what if you
who
don't?
is
Are you acting performatively if a mugger points you at gun
stranger?
and says, I'm going to blow your brains out? Are you saying that the mugger has special rights because you performatively obey them because you don't want to die?
No, hold on.
That's the only reason I comply with the cops is because I don't want to fucking get killed or have my property stolen. I don't do so because I like cops. You're saying I'm behaving performatively if I obey the traffic laws and I do what the cops.
Yeah, I think you would treat them differently. Hold on, would you treat them differently?
Why does he treat them
At all?
If I have a
Because
gun
they're
to my
special,
head
because
and
they're special
if I have a
right?
gun to my head and I'm in genuine fear for my life and I don't think that I can respond with force and get away with it, then yeah, I would quote unquote by your definition behave performatively that the mugger has special rights.
No, but let's say let's say you're pulled over by a cop and this is, let's say, a fucking boonies cop and you think you can get away with it if you shoot the cop and escape. Would you do it?
If I genuinely
you over-
thought that I could get
and
away,
and they pulled you over
no
for
one
speeding.
would
Yeah,
ever
and they
know.
and they pulled you over for speeding, like a pretty significant speeding.
You're getting away with it.
You're getting away with it.
Probably not. I don't want to kill some random dude over that.
Sure, but if some random fucking dude pulled you like I guess pulled in front of you or pulled you over or something, and then like took out his handcuffs and is like, "I'm gonna put you in the back of my car," like you're probably
mean
gonna shoot
every
that
ICE
person if they
agent
really
ever?
try to like put their hands on you, right?
Yeah, but
all of
you're-
ICE.
No,
but-
ICE
right,
is
but
federal
we
police.
have to-
It's
right,
different.
but we have to
Random
engage.
people that you don't know
We
that
have to
they're federal
engage.
police or
Hold on.
not.
We have to
They
engage
knew
in
these
a
people were
fantasy.
federal police.
Right, like it sounds cool. The argument sounds cool, but you have to remember that you're engaging in a world where I can genuinely kill a cop and leave him on the side of the road, and no one's gonna find me or find out. Right, that's not the world we live in. Right, sure.
That's why it's a hypothetical. Yeah.
Right, yeah. So if a thug, be they a police officer or be they a criminal, and I am 100% guaranteed that I can throw them in the bushes and get away with it, I might behave differently towards a cop in that regard. Yeah.
That's
I might
So-
kill a cop if he was gonna try and extort me for my wealth and my resources.
Would you? Yeah. So you would
yeah.
treat them the same if you could get away with it in both circumstances. And I guess the random person, you wouldn't really even need to get away with it. You'd probably just have a justified case of self-defense there because it'd be false imprisonment. But assuming
Right,
that
but
you
in
can
the
get away
scenario,
with no,
no
like,
one
legal
would find out
consequences.
either way, really, right?
Sure.
Right,
Yeah. In the scenario, no one would find out either way. You would treat them both the same. The same situation. They're both thugs. Is that how you operate?
Assuming that I also would face the same level of social stigma for both actions, right? Which is to say that
No one would know.
but I'd have to keep it a secret, right? I'd have to assume that it doesn't cost me the toll of keeping it secret, right? Because that has
But you
some
think
value
they're
to me,
both thugs?
that I can tell people. No. Right, but it still means that there's a certain amount of social pressure where I might not do something simply because society deems that it would be wrong to do so. So I'd have to keep this secret, right, and not be able to tell people. But if I could go around and say, I killed a cop, aren't I a good guy? And they'd be like, fuck yeah, dude, you're a good guy. And most people said you were a good guy, and I got to kill the thug, and I got away with it. And everyone and the people around me praised me the same way, as if I killed a home intruder that came in. They're like, dude, that's kind of badass. Like, you know what? And then girls looked at me and they were like, actually, you're kind of fucking sexy for doing that. You can protect me.
All right.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Your
Fuck
riz
yeah,
just
kill booty
increased.
old cop.
So
You know what I mean?
okay, so we went through that. Okay,
Sounds
my
consequentialist.
position is that
I'm justified no matter what.
I do value.
You're justified in
Scott,
killing a
hold
cop
on.
no matter what. The
Okay.
consequentialist
Okay.
portion that you're basing off of
Just
is
a
whether or
cherry
not it's
on
of
top.
value to me. Right, it's whether or not it's of value to me. It's of no value to me
Okay.
to pull the trigger and end another person's life for something minor. But if I'm going to get a bunch of praise for it and they're a thug intimidating me, then yeah, I might do that.
So one of the things that I value, along with liberty, which I value very highly, I also value a level of stability, which is really important within a society. And as part of that stability, we have authorized certain subsections of the economy to act as enforcers, where they have special authority to enact laws upon people that regular run-of-the-mill
Use the same
civilians
term you already doubled down
do
on,
not-
special
do not-
rights.
Just do not have. Yes, for the special rights, authorities, however specific word you want to use here to understand the concept that I think is pretty clear that I'm putting forward. And so as part of that, we have agencies that are authorized to conduct certain tasks. I think police officers are authorized to do things in the course and scope of their duty that regular civilians are not authorized to do. Cops are authorized to, go into people's houses in circumstances that regular citizens are not able to do. Pull over vehicles, potentially use lethal force in certain circumstances, arrest people, et cetera, et cetera. And this is necessary in order to maintain a level of stability within a society and avoid what I think is, bad, I guess, complete fucking
quick
Mad
question.
Max style mob rule. Now,
one quick question.
As part of
when Thomas Jefferson
yeah.
said that we are all created equal, did you think that he meant some people were more equal than others?
Yeah, I think Thomas Jefferson was okay with cops.
Just curious.
I mean,
Yeah.
think they
I
had
think
special
Thomas
rights?
Jefferson. I think Thomas Jefferson was okay with
That's
cops.
not an answer.
I think he was
That's
okay
not the
with
answer to the
giving
question. You're the one that said that they have special rights.
He was obviously okay with the existence of police officers who had special rights.
And slaves.
He was
some people
he
are
was the
slaves.
president. As the president, he had special rights.
Statist.
So you believe?
Did he
so
not? He
Are all
ordered the
people
Navy
equal?
to go kill
they
Barbary
have different-
pirates. Does a regular
He did
person
that.
get to do that?
He did do that.
He had slaves.
100%.
He had
Does
slaves.
and he owned slaves, Scott. So no,
Barbary-
I don't think he meant it actually.
So actually, number one, the Barbary pirates. He waited until he had congressional approval before he did.
No, he
any
did
attack
not.
Actions. Yes,
No,
he did.
you're wrong on that.
Yes, he did.
You're wrong.
Yes,
no,
he did.
no,
I'm
no,
100%
no,
right
he
on
didn't.
this.
How much would have bet?
deployed them.
Nope,
He deployed
I
them.
researched this before.
He deployed them. He deployed them. They only were to engage in defensive actions, which would be
In
if they
somebody
were
else's
attacking
territorial
someone.
waters.
Do Barbary pirates have rights? Do Barbary pirates have
no,
rights, or are they criminals?
They were agents of the. They were agents of the state. They were agents of the pashas.
Do Barbary pirates? Do Barbary pirates have
they
rights?
were agents of the. Hold on.
Do they have
They
rights?
were agents of the. Stop interrupting me. They were agents of the pashas who were under the Ottoman
I'm going to
Empire.
keep interrupting
They
you
were-
until you
they-
until you answer the question. Do they have
were
rights?
state
Do they have
actors.
rights?
They were
Do pirates
they
have
were state
rights?
actors. Yes, everybody has rights, regardless of a pirate or not.
Do they lose
So,
their rights by kidnapping
stop. No,
people?
no.
Yes or no?
I answered your question. Do I get to go now or not?
Please.
Oh, I'm sorry. The Barbary pirates had
Great.
special rights.
Great.
They had extra
So,
rights. They were more
Thomas
equal
Jefferson.
than others.
Come on,
Shut
come
the
on,
fuck up.
let Jed finish, please.
Jesus
please,
Christ. Thomas Jefferson in 1801, like I think 6 months before he got congressional approval to do so, Congress authorized it after the fact because they were on leave. They were like on vacation, and Thomas Jefferson didn't bother them with that. Didn't convene any kind of special session. Thomas Jefferson ordered the Navy to go out to kill Barbary pirates that were attacking U.S. commerce vessels off the coast of Tripoli, Algeria, that kind of North African area.
Yeah.
Now
Marine
the
Corps song,
negotiations
they solved it.
the negotiations prior to this were with the pashas, which were princes in that area that were subordinate to the Ottoman Empire. They were state actors. The question is not whether or not they themselves are criminals. I know you think that state actors are criminals. The question is, did Thomas Jefferson have the
Yeah, I
authority
think
as
pirates
commander
are
in chief?
criminals. Yeah.
Yes, sure. Did Thomas Jefferson have more rights to order the military to do shit than your average run-of-the-mill American?
So what is a right to use?
Yes or no, Scott? Are you going to answer that question? Did
The
Thomas
answer's
Jefferson
no.
have more
The
rights?
answer's no.
No. Okay, fine.
The answer is no,
But
because it's objectively
Right,
true
right.
that Thomas Jefferson doesn't have more rights. And number two, power and authority to tell other people what to do is not a formulation of rights.
Oh my God. Okay.
Number
If I
three,
use
number
the word,
three,
if I
in
use the
terms
word
of-
right
in
in a
terms
way
of-
that bothers you, we can
in-
just use the
in
word
terms of-
authority. Does
in
that
terms of-
work?
Yeah, sure, of course. But
Okay,
of course, it would be
great.
you
Then we
moving
can
the
move past
goalposts
this.
because you know what rights are. Secondly, in terms of Thomas Jefferson owning slaves, how many times did Thomas Jefferson petition for the right to be able to sell his slave, to be able to get rid of his slaves while still maintaining debt?
I don't know. He still
3
owned
times.
him.
3 times.
He still
Because
owned them.
It was literally illegal for him to free them while he had debts.
He was
The
illegal
law
for him to
required
free
the
them.
law required that
asset,
because slaves were
So couldn't he have
property,
sold
if
off
you were
some percentage of
indebted-
them, paid off his debts, and then released them?
Yeah, he didn't. Yeah,
But he
Yeah,
didn't do
well,
that.
he didn't want to.
He wasn't he
didn't want to sell them.
He freed his he
They're
freed
pretty
as many as he
profitable,
could
right?
on his deathbed.
On his deathbed. Very convenient, right? When he doesn't have that.
How
when
many
he's about
times
to
did he
die.
petition? He petitioned multiple times to change
So
the law
what?
so that he would be able
No.
to free slaves while in debt.
So what? So what? This is still not the optimal moral.
Legally,
This is still not the
you're not allowed
optimal
to
moral
free
solution.
slaves.
You can say, I understand
Yeah, he
that Thomas
could
Jefferson
sell
maybe
slaves
was
to another
better.
person.
Maybe he was better
Yeah.
than some like
They would still
average
be
fucking,
slaves.
southern
He
fucking
petitioned
kind
for
of slave
the
owner.
right to be able to
it doesn't
free his
matter.
slaves, which he was not legally allowed to do.
And he was
could
only able
sell
to do
his
that on his
slaves and
deathbed?
pay off his debt. Maybe
He
if
was
he
only able
sold
to
them
do that
at a
on his deathbed?
specific profit.
But if
he would
ICE
then
had
be able to
come
free
knocking
other
him on a
slaves.
cello, right? If ICE had come knocking him on a cello,
he'd have said, "Where's your fucking warrant?"
Okay, so I'm okay.
He was
Now
a
that we've
liberal,
established
right?
that, I'm gonna use the word authority here, not to trigger Scott, but now that we have the term, okay, officers have authority, that they're entrusted with authority in order to enforce some level of order within our society. Scott doesn't agree. Everybody else here does, especially Eucharist, who I was having really the contention with, I think, before, when it comes to the authorization of ICE agents to do the things that they do. Now, I guess we can just go a little bit Socratic method here. Do you think that that ICE had the authorization to order that woman out of her car?
I'm of mixed opinion. I lean toward no.
You lean towards no.
Yeah.
Under what circumstance could ICE order a woman out of a car?
If she was actually stopping them from conducting their normal business.
And you feel comfortable with the evidence in front of you to know that she wasn't?
That's why I'm mixed, leaning toward no. I based on the video where cars are passing her, I don't feel comfortable saying she was keeping them from conducting their normal business. Yeah.
When she is stopped perpendicular in a roadway like that, I understand she's waving cars by, and that might be a good defense there. But do you agree that she is contributing to congestion along that road that ICE is operating on?
Sure.
Why was she perpendicular? Why didn't she turn and go about her way?
I don't know why she was perpendicular. I know, as you said, we have video now that shows that she was there for a couple of minutes. I think, as for why she didn't go about her way, I don't know. I don't know her intent. So I think what was happening prior to her being shot in the face was an officer recording her license plate to report her to local authorities so that they could cite her for a traffic infraction, and then they decided that it was sufficient enough to say.
Right. What did they say? What did the wife say in response to him taking a video of that license plate?
I don't remember her exact.
It was like, we're going to change today.
Yeah. She insinuated that she was going to switch out the license.
No. She said it's not. No.
Yes.
No, she's the opposite.
Yes.
She said
no.
Listen,
she was sarcastically. She was sarcastically, obviously. No. If you're gonna gaslight me, if you're gonna gaslight me about this, like
make your case and I'll make mine. Go ahead.
Yes. When you watch the video, he's going around taking a video of the license plate, and she says, "We're definitely not going to switch out the license plate. Don't worry, we're not going to do that." Now, if you think that's her honestly saying, yeah, they're not going to switch out the license plate, then I got a fucking bridge to sell you.
What I think she's referencing
The fucking
is
white
the fact
Karen
that
mom does not have
What I think-
access to fucking fake license plates and shit.
What I think
right?
she's
Like, she's just
referencing
being
very
regular.
what I think she's referencing very obviously is the fact that ICE is using
sure she
personal
knows a
vehicles and
chop
swapping
shop,
license plates on them to masquerade what vehicle it is. Their license plates change day to day because they are swapping them between personal vehicles that they are using for this enforcement. She is making a reference to the idea that ICE using their SUVs ladies that are running around
Yes.
town are swapping license plates. She's clearly making a sarcastic reference to that. She's not saying we are going to swap the license plates. She's saying
Yes.
we, in contrast to you,
that's a
are
hell of a
not
reach.
going to swap
You
them.
didn't know she was.
That doesn't. Okay, let me respond.
She had multiple-
That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. When
It
you look
does
at the
make sense. What do you mean it doesn't make sense?
Stop smirking. Stop smirking. Stop smirking. Stop smirking. Stop smirking. Stop smirking. Let me respond. You cut me off right when I said that doesn't make sense because. What do you mean? Calm down. So that doesn't make sense when you look at the totality of their actions, right? When you look at the fact that they're sitting in the road perpendicular for an extended period of time, despite the fact that they could have driven out and left at any moment. When you look at the fact that she is following the ICE officer around as the ICE officer is walking around taking a video of the license plate, literally like before walking back over to where he was before, and then you see at the very end moment, right before the Renee Good takes off in her fucking Honda Pilot, you hear the wife say, like, drive. Like, she yells at the driver to drive.
She says drive. Yes.
Was that sarcastic?
No, get away, leave.
Well, those are separate
You were
statements.
telling
What
her
are
to
you
run
talking
over
about?
the officer?
Yeah, guys.
Yeah, well, the officer was in front of the vehicle when she
No, he
yells
was
to
on the
drive.
side, and then she turned away.
Hold on, stop. Was the officer in front of the vehicle when she said to
He
drive?
was on the corner of the vehicle.
No. When she said to drive, he was in front. He was directly in front of the vehicle when she said to drive. What do you mean? What does that matter? Prime. Okay, hold on. So she was turning. I don't disagree that she was turning.
What was the intention of her driving?
The question
her saying drive?
doesn't matter. Hold on. It doesn't. First of all, she's dead. We're not like the intentions of
No.
her.
Her partner is dead. Her partner who told her to drive. What was the intention of telling her to drive? To run over the officer to get away?
No. To escape. My
Okay,
whole
so why
argument.
are you
My whole
using it to say, like, well,
my
she
whole
did
argument.
drive because the
My
officer
whole
was in
argument.
front of the car.
My whole argument is that the intention was not I'm going to run over the ICE officer because I want to run over the ICE officer. The argument is I think that she was I'm going to escape, and if I run over the ICE officer in the process, so be it.
No,
That is
no.
two
If it was
totally
she
different.
would've went straight.
If
it was
she
so
missed,
it would've went straight or
assuming she didn't hit the ICE officer, which she
turning away. The
likely
guy was on
did.
the corner of the car.
Assuming she didn't hit the ICE officer, which she likely did, she missed him by centimeters. If you're driving a vehicle
Well, she
at
didn't miss him,
somebody,
she bumped him.
so
But
she
because she was
fucking
getting
hit the
away,
guy.
Not intentionally.
She fucking hit the
The
guy,
intention
and you're
isn't
gonna
to hit the person. The intention is to get
The
away.
intention
He's
was
in
to
front of the
leave,
car.
and she was saying, "Oh, I'm gonna
Yeah,
fucking
she
hit.
does- yeah,
If I hit the
she
guy, hit the
doesn't
guy."
want
And she
random
hit the guy.
Well, listen.
Bro, if I'm like, "Oh, I'm gonna back up out of my fucking driveway," and you're standing right there, I run you over. Are you gonna be like, "Well, Lactoid didn't intend to hit me. He just intended to leave." You were there. You were in the path of the vehicle.
Are you trying to pull me out of my car while I'm unbadged, unnamed? Are you trying to detain me while you're?
He had a
unbadged,
badge.
unnamed?
They were ICE.
What badge?
They were like they were known to be ICE. They were acknowledged as ICE by the driver
he?
and her
Who was
wife
he? Who was
right
he?
before the incident happened.
She believed they were ICE.
She believed they were ICE. That's why they were insulting them.
What was the badge
Everything
number?
up to that
What
point
was his
doesn't make
badge
any
number?
sense.
What was his badge number?
I don't know what his fucking badge
What
number
his
was.
name?
What does that do with
What's his
anything?
name? What's his name?
Bro.
What's his name?
What the fuck? Do you deny that he? First of all, do you deny that he was an ICE officer? Yeah. Do you
No, I
deny
don't
that he was an
deny
ICE
it.
officer?
No, I
Do you
don't
deny
deny
that they? Do you think that they didn't think he was an ICE officer?
No, they probably knew he was a nice officer. Still some random.
Okay, so yeah,
A random stranger? You mean a random federal police officer giving you lawful orders?
No badge.
Bro,
number,
if it
no
was a
name.
random stranger, it would be wrong to run them over. It's not wrong to
Oh
run
my
over
God,
an
Scott!
ICE
Stranger trying to get my
Scott,
license
stop!
information.
Ah.
How come the random ICE
We get
agent
it.
with no name gets to have my license plate information and know where the fuck I live and know all my information as an American citizen? No, I'm gonna drive the fuck off, especially when they're trying to detain me. You're in front of my way. You're in front of my way. That sucks to be.
She
you.
obviously knew they were
That sucks to be you.
though.
That was her mentality. Hold on. What was just articulated right there, that is exactly what I believe
Yeah, I have a right.
most
to
of the
freedom.
evidence
I'm getting the fuck
demonstrates.
outta here.
I think this is what it shows. I think Ollie's attitude is likely the attitude that Renee had. I'm getting out of here. This guy is standing in front of my car.
fuck this
fuck
guy.
him. Fuck this guy.
No.
That's
it's
that's
like
what I
he
think was
had
going through her
Seth
mind.
when he was
I don't
talking about
know, fucking
Maduro.
way, if
Fuck
they were
around and find out. I
should've
fucked
turned
around,
into him,
and
but
they
she
found
didn't.
out by getting
And then
hit.
Renee Good found out. Really didn't work out for her, huh?
Yeah,
so
dude,
hard.
I've said the whole time that if she's a commie, which she probably is, that
No,
like it's two criminals
But that's
fighting each
crazy
other. They
too.
both
I
fucked
also
around
don't
and
believe in
found
just
out.
fucking killing people for being communists. That's crazy. Okay,
I didn't
so
say kill people for being communists. I didn't say that was good. I'm just saying
He
I
doesn't
don't
feel
care.
bad about it.
I don't
He-
feel bad. I don't feel bad when a
I
commie eats the
understand
bullet.
where Scott's going. I just don't go there very often.
Corey's been waiting.
Go ahead,
so
Corey.
let's random. I gotta step away for a second. I just gotta go to the bathroom, but I'll be right back. Okay. But I am listening. Okay.
Okay. I'll hold back on the slurs while you're away.
Thank you.
So, Lactoid, I just want to see where your legal intuitions are. I'm not asking for the perfect analysis, and just to see where your line is maybe. So let's say an officer is trying to detain someone, but this person, okay, they're up against a wall, but they're brandishing a knife. Okay, and the knife, they're just
Hold
pointing the
on.
knife.
Who's brandishing the knife? The person up against the wall?
Yes, the person up against the wall.
Okay.
The person they're trying. The person
Is this in
that
the UK
officer-
or America, right? Because a knife is a
Well,
whole different
go ahead,
meaning
Corey.
there.
I'm following. So you got somebody who's up against the wall and they have a knife. Okay.
Yes. And the knife is extended a little bit forward. If the officer just charges forward and runs into the knife, are they then justified to shoot the person?
And the person standing still?
Yeah, they're up. That's
No.
why I used the wall. Okay.
Yeah, no.
And then what would be your just your intuitions, either legally or whatever morally? But yeah, why would they not be justified?
Because the person hasn't made any affirmative aggressive act that puts the officer's life in danger. They're just standing there.
Yeah.
Now, here's a more comparable scenario to make it more analogous to this. A guy is standing up against the wall with a knife. An officer shows up and slowly is approaching him with his gun out or taser out or something along those lines. When he gets within a certain feet, then the knife guy bolts forward with the knife. Then the cop shoots him. That would be justified. And if Renee Good was sitting in the car and they did not move forward, that there wasn't the rev in the car moving forward, then I would think that the officer would not be justified in shooting. The only question is, when you look at the frame-by-frame slowdown, was the vehicle heading towards the officer at the time of the shooting, and thus did the officer have a reasonable fear for his life? Because the vehicle at that point was heading towards him, I think he had a reasonable justification for fear of his life. And this would be similar whether it be the knife situation, even if you can be pulled under a car and it can kill you. We're talking about a multi-thousand-ton hunk of metal. It's a deadly weapon. And in other circumstances, I just also feel the benefit of hindsight, even though even in hindsight, I think this is pretty reasonable. But the benefit of hindsight, it seems like you guys are just incapable of putting yourselves in that situation. You pull out a gun, and we're talking about 0.4 seconds.
I agree. I would not be in front of a car as an officer.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah.
If only he could have moved out of the way of the car in 0.4 seconds. Oh wait, he did. He did.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah. He was moving out of the. Yeah, he's trying to move out of the way of the car. Yes, but apparently he already got hit. So clearly, despite
I'm
trying
sorry.
to move out of the way of the car,
If he hadn't shot her, would he have survived?
he probably would have survived in hindsight.
Probably 90%. Yeah, 95.
No, 99, 100%.
Yeah. So, oh no, what would have happened if he? Oh no, he only had a second to react.
Hold on. What the fuck kind of analysis is this? Let's say
wait, what do you mean? What kind of analysis is this? It's a probability of circumstances.
Let me follow up. Yeah, let me follow up. Let's say I have a gun with one bullet in it. Stop. Yeah, of course it's ad hoc. I'm about to point. I know. I'm about to point it out.
Cars coming out.
Yes. I'm about to point it out, right? If I pull out a gun that's got one bullet in the chamber and I shoot at you and it clips your ear, and then you shoot me and kill me, you wouldn't have died if you didn't shoot and kill me, right?
Very different than a car that clips your hip driving the opposite direction. Yes, very different.
Wait. No, hold on. Did you know when you pulled the gun out and when you made the conscious decision to pull the trigger, when the car is heading directly at you, did you know that it was going to swerve to the right? Did you know that she wasn't going to swerve to the left? Or do you see a vehicle coming in your general direction?
When he moved out of the way, it wasn't going in his direction anymore. He was driving away. That's why he got such a clean shot.
No, the first shot was through the front windshield.
Okay. First shot, fine. First shot, fine.
And he was hit.
Sure, fine. And then she's past him. And then what does he do?
So I even said this. The question in my mind is only on the second two shots. The first shot, I think, is clearly. But here's the thing. I think the second two shots are also probably okay.
Fine. You can say that, but you acknowledge they are clearly different. He's been clipped. She's
it's
moving
a little different.
Away. Right?
It's
They're different. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a little different. It's wildly different because he is no longer at risk.
Oh yeah. So by the time
at that moment, he's no longer at risk. You're right. Right?
Yes. Now, the second and third shot, and you're right.
That's post hoc as well.
That's post exactly.
What do you
it's
mean?
Post hoc.
I don't know. Post hoc.
I'm going to jump in.
Circumstances.
Wait.
Post hoc. We review everything post hoc.
No,
we review all use of force situations post hoc.
No.
If
I break into your house, if I break into your house
Oh
and
my
I pull a
fucking
gun
God.
on you, right?
Jesus.
I break into your house, I pull a gun on you, and then you shoot me once, and then we post hoc realize that first shot absolutely dismantled me, right? Like I dropped the gun and like my nerves were damaged in both my hands. The bullet somehow went through both arms. I would be incapable of grabbing a gun or doing anything. I'm bleeding out, and then you shoot me 2 more times. Is it not true that in that moment those 2 other shots
you
would be
might
justified?
actually be convicted for excessive use of force depending on the circumstances?
That's
But what
retarded
I'm saying,
because in that moment you don't know if I'm a threat or not. In that moment,
it
all you
depends
know
on
is
the
you pulled a gun
totality of
on
the
me.
circumstances.
All
right?
you know is I
This
pulled a gun on you and you
all
shot
of
me to
these
defend yourself.
situations-
And then within within a second and a half, you put out 2 more rounds to ensure that the threat is taken care of.
Any self-defense situation depends on the totality of the circumstances. There have been cases, both private and cop, where first shots are justified, subsequent shots are not. That's just the way it works legally. And
You're trying to cope. You're trying to cope because your entire case is it's not a moral one, but instead a legal positivist case. So you're trying to cope on this situation.
No, it's not a
this
legal
isn't going down
positivist
ACAP
case.
shit. This
no,
is literally
no,
an internal
this is
critique.
not legal positivist. This is moral. This
not a moral case because you know that if the first shot is justified, subsequent shots
then mag
within
dumping
2
anytime
seconds,
afterward. Okay.
Yes, absolutely. If your
how many
life
seconds,
is
Scott?
threatened,
Scott,
if
how many
your
seconds?
life
How
is
many seconds
threatened-
afterwards, Scott? How many seconds afterwards is my mag dump justified?
Until you are aware that this person is dead and has no control
How
over
can
the
we
vehicle.
determine if you're aware? The totality of the
You get to
circumstances, which is
mag
what we
dump.
rule on in a
You
court of
get to
law when we
fucking
adjudicate
mag
these
dump.
circumstances.
You get to mag. I know that you're really angry and you're yelling and you're trying to cover up for the fact
Okay,
that
hold on.
your
I'm sorry. I
entire
just need to say
position
really quickly.
is
I
a
just need
legal
to say really-
positivist
no,
position.
I just need to say really quickly, but Lactoid was yelling earlier, and people weren't telling him he was yelling. I'm just saying, people yell.
Well, I
in these
yelled when you
circumstances.
started yelling.
People, no. I muted myself the
Well,
whole
you
time you
started
were
it.
yelling at other people. You were yelling
I
at
did
Corey.
not start it.
You were yelling at Corey, and I was muted the entire time. I just want to say, sometimes
yell at
we
Corey.
yell in these circumstances. We're all very worked up. What I'm saying, Scott, it's not a legal positivist situation. What I'm saying is we have to rule, morally speaking, in these cases on, is there a reason you should have known that this person was incapacitated or not? Was there a period of time where you should have known that they could not pose a threat to you or not?
So
And
let's
these
take a
are
hypothetical.
relevant
All right,
questions.
let's calm down. Take a hypothetical. Let's assume
Calm down,
for the sake
calm
of
down,
argument.
Scott. Calm down, you enemy of the state, Scott. It's okay. Calm down, Scott. Jeez.
I'm perfectly calm.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Scott,
so
hypothetical,
take a
please.
hypothetical. Let's assume, just for the sake of all argument, that the first shot is justified. Right?
Okay.
Now, why would it be that if we're assuming that the first shot is justified because the officer actually let me clean this up. The first shot is justified because the officer is in genuine danger from a person that they believe or they have knowledge of, whatever, is attempting to run them over and attack them with the vehicle.
Sure.
Why would the subsequent shots that happened immediately after, where the cop does not have time to understand whether or not they have stopped the threat, why would those be not justified?
Because he has time to understand he's clear of the vehicle that was threatening his life.
Because modern vehicles.
So what if
can't
they turn
move
the vehicle?
sideways? You can't move sideways.
Then you can shoot.
Then
you can shoot.
You can't.
Okay, but is he
You literally
required
cannot
to
do
know?
that.
Okay, when we were talking about she was turning her wheel to back up, then she was revving right to go straight to hit the officer, right? Then she slightly turns to the right as the first shot is occurring simultaneously, right? And so the question is she trying to escape, right? We're looking
So that's
post,
the first shot. No,
but
I'm
the standard
looking at the
here,
first
if we're
shot.
doing an
The
internal
second-
critique, the standard here
Less than a second
is about
passes between the first,
standard here
second, and
is
third
not
shot.
It doesn't matter.
was
It's
she
past.
Yes,
hold
it
on.
does.
The standard here, if I'm attempting to do an internal critique of your positions, because obviously we all know my ANCAP one at this point, right? The standard here is, does
I'm
the
not quite
officer
sure. Tell me again.
believe And is he reasonable in believing that his life is under threat from this person? So it doesn't matter whether or not the wheel is turned to the right slightly. What matters is whether or not from his field of perspective, as he's getting hit by a car, whether or not he believes that this person is attacking him.
I am going on your.
Why
your
are you
logic
interrupting
here.
me
I'm
right
working
now?
with you.
What's going on?
Sorry, no, I'm with you. I'm responding.
Right. So this is, I mean, presumably to you as well, right? So if he shoots, right, like why is it in your opinion, right, that presuming the first shot is justified, that the second and third shots that happen immediately subsequently after that are designed to do the same thing as the first shot, which is to neutralize the threat to him as he's being hit in a very quick time? Why are those? Why does he have a duty to do one shot and then stop and see if they're going to turn or can't the vehicle and slide and hit him some more and run him over and kill his friends or something?
Like the more shots, more likely you are to actually kill the individual, right? That's why we need to be assessing, right? When we were.
But if the first shot is justified, then we're okay with him killing the individual.
I hear you here. I'm not pushing back against the hypothetical, not at all. Okay. So we put a lot of authority in these officers' hands, right? And so every use of force, like individually, actually, yes, you have to put some thought into that. So understanding, according to this hypothetical, first shot justified. When the second and third shots happen, she is he is completely clear of the car, or she's completely clear from whatever, right? Because he fires into to the side window. He clearly fires in the last two shots in the side window.
Yes.
And modern cars cannot move sideways. They can't move sideways. There's
a really cool movie called Tokyo Drift. It is absolutely possible, especially on ice. But secondly,
you mean if it drifts?
if she cants and guns it like she was before, she absolutely could still hit him in that position. But setting that aside, what I'm saying is the problem is that the officer in question, the agent in question, is under the assumption, assuming that it's justified. I don't believe it's justified. Assuming it's justified, is under the question that there's a person trying to hit him with a car. There's no reason to believe that if he stops while they're still behind the point of a vehicle and having attacked him, right, that they're not simply going to just whip the car to the left and gun it and try and continue hitting it.
Okay, then I'll respond one other thing, and then anyone else can jump in. Also, we do have to get to Corey. Corey had his hand up for quite a bit here.
Are you mirrored on the stream, or is it just for me?
I think he's all white people the same. That's all.
No, I think he's mirrored.
Because I feel like you're pointing it. I feel like you're pointing to him.
I'm pointing at Corey.
You're pointing to Lactoid.
No, right now you're pointing to
right
Lenny.
now.
Yeah,
Oh no! On my screen, I'm pointing at Corey. Oh, okay. Why this has happened is because of I started using the OBS virtual cam. I never used that before, and I mirrored it, and I thought it mirrored it on the way out. Oh my god, you guys have been confused the entire time. Holy crap! I'm sorry.
Well,
guys.
we're not
I've been
confused
using
because
it
you
for a
always
few
name
weeks.
it when you point as well, and we can kind of figure out what you mean from the
sorry,
context.
It does that on my virtual
I've
cam
seen,
too.
I've seen a confused look in your eyes before. I'm like, why is he confused? I'm putting right at him. So like, okay.
Prime, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but can Grid explain why he's displaying this on the screen right now? Can you explain
for Scott? For Scott.
Okay. All right.
can't
Do you
see
agree
what
with
it
it?
Yeah.
Do I agree with it? No, I think it's an interesting observation.
With the application to the situation, do you think this woman was not a human life? That she was a communist and deserved to be killed?
I'm literally just giving this.
I was curious. I was just wondering why you decided to display it. So.
Okay. I gotta take.
Communists are humans, right? They're just humans that have rejected the non-aggression principle and thus outlawed.
So this is Corey, right?
That is me. That is now.
Now you're pointing to Corey.
In my screen, I'm pointing to Lactoid. So okay, I'm so sorry. Thank you, Scott, for telling me that because I wouldn't have known otherwise.
Fair enough.
But yeah. Okay, so sorry. I apologize, Scott. You asked me a question and I had a response. Or I was gonna say
second and third shot, assuming that it's justified and assuming the officer is shooting because he believes someone is using a deadly weapon to try and harm or kill him or the other people outside of the vehicle. Why is it that the subsequent shots, which are also designed to neutralize the target, are unjustified?
Oh,
are you saying that cops have a duty to shoot once and then after they shoot once, they have to then
Assess the
reassess the
situation.
situation, and then they can shoot again, and then they have to stop and assess the situation, and then shoot again.
I think cops should.
Because I don't think that's the legal position from a legal positive position, which I'm doing the critique of.
Position. Oh, I'm sure that's not a legal position, but no, actually, you should be assessing constantly your use of force, right? Like if a person is down, right?
I mean, I feel like you can have a lot more dead cops if you do that, which I'm cool with, but I don't feel like that it works out that well.
Hey, cops should go. It shouldn't be the fact that cops are concerned about their own lives more than the lives of the public. So in these cases,
why is that?
Yes, like
shouldn't their life take priority over anyone else's life? Shouldn't any human's life
This
take
is every
priority over
self-defense
other people's
situation.
life?
Fuck no. Not when you're have the badge when you're supposed to protect and serve. Sorry, let's not go down this route because it's going to be a complete distraction. The thing I was going to say before was that like there's a reason why that the manuals, police manuals, tell you not to shoot at cars, right? Because cars, like we saw in the video, keep going after you shoot into them. So you can shoot and kill the driver, right? So like even if he follows his intentions, you shoot to kill the driver, but the foot goes down in the accelerator, as we
Not
saw.
always.
She was but it did in this case.
In this situation, it did.
Yes, and that's the reason why you
not
don't
the
want to
standard,
do
though.
this. This is they literally don't. We during this week we've had many examples brought up of like in terms of police standards. Do not shoot at moving cars, right? Like within police standards, that is in their standards.
Nope.
What standard are you talking about? There's different police.
Find me any standard, especially DHS or anything comparable. In fact, give me a single policy which states that you cannot shoot at a vehicle if you believe your life is in danger.
No,
right? That is required.
I'm talking about a moving car. That's what I'm talking about. A moving car.
Yeah.
Not necessarily if it's in your life is in danger. I'm saying a moving. Sorry.
There are general it generally states not to shoot at a moving car unless and if his life wasn't in danger, then everyone would agree that it's not a good shoot. The question
His
is,
life wasn't in danger. His life wasn't in danger.
No one here agrees with you that his life was in danger.
That's our position.
He had a reasonable belief that his life was in danger. He had a reasonable belief that his life was in danger.
We'll see what court decides. Oh wait, they're not cooperating. He'll never see a court. We will never know.
And his life was in danger.
No, it wasn't, and we'll never know because it will never end up in front of a court because he's being protected by the feds that you claim to hate. You're a libertarian. You don't like these feds, but they're protecting him. This will never appear in front of a court, Lactoid.
Lactoid isn't a libertarian.
So I understand it's probably not going to. It's probably no. Yeah, I would. So Jesus fucking Christ.
Yes, he's called himself a libertarian. That's why I'm accusing him of it.
I would continue to call myself a libertarian. Okay, I think that it's okay to be a libertarian and believe.
You're a bootlicking libertarian. Yes, it's fine. You're okay to be a bootlicking libertarian. That's fine.
Relax. Hey, you believe in police. Yeah. Eucharist. You believe in police, right? Scott would call you a bootlicking libertarian.
That's fine. I'm not a libertarian. I've never called myself a libertarian.
Yeah, well, you're a bootlicker, though.
I'm not.
Are you a bootlicker?
Yeah.
Are you a bootlicker?
Fine. Call me a bootlicker.
Are you a
Okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay,
fine.
all right. Well, now here's where we are, where you want to go after like certain political identifiers as if that matters here.
I don't actually competing for who's more libertarian.
Can I stop yelling?
This is a win.
I'm sorry.
I know.
It's
fine.
I don't care about the political identifier. What I'm suggesting is that in normal circumstances, you would be opposed to federal agents doing things and then being protected without court oversight or without any sort of review of their actions, right? But what's happening right now? What's happening right now is that they're never going to end up in front of a court. This will never get adjudicated, right? We will never know if he had a reasonable fear for his life because those facts will never appear before a jury. It just won't, because Trump has said, Vice President Vance has said he has absolute immunity. The government is protecting him. The FBI is refusing to cooperate with state officials, so there will never be an investigation into this shooting on the state level. The feds certainly will never prosecute it. It will never appear before a jury. We will never have these questions adjudicated in a court of law, and so we'll just have to argue about it on debate panels, and that sucks. I would much rather this appear before a court, like Kyle Rittenhouse. I'm glad that went before a court because I think he was justified in defending himself. I would much rather this agent defend himself with representation in a court of law and be able to articulate why he feared for his life, and I would like that on the record, but we'll never get it because the feds are protecting him.
This is hold on.
and you would object to that in any other circumstance.
No.
That's why I'm bringing up bootlicker. It's not because bootlicking is bad.
Oh, God.
I bootlick. I'm saying it's because you would object to it in any other circumstance.
No,
yeah.
I was also a huge fan. I also was a huge fan and defender of Kyle Rittenhero. Okay, I don't think he ever should have. I don't think he ever should have gone to court, because that is a punishment in of itself. When you force somebody to undergo a litigation process in which now you have to hire a shit ton of expensive lawyers, in which your fucking life is put on hold for a long period of time. If the evidence is clear, as is the case with any crime, that what you did was justified, which I think is the case with Kyle Rittenhouse, especially. No, I think that those charges should have never been brought.
Agents of the state don't have to hire lawyers, and they have extra protections that we don't have.
You don't have to, when it comes to, especially with Kyle Rittenhouse, or any time that you use defensive shooting, perhaps. I don't think that just because you shot somebody in self-defense, that you have to go in front, like that they have to charge you, and that you have to go in front of a whole fucking trial, and that you have to go in front of a jury.
I didn't say any case. I didn't say any case. I said this case.
Okay, hold on. No, you also brought up Kyle Rittenhouse. You also brought up Kyle Rittenhouse, which any fucking monkey who was to watch the footage of that case would know that he was unequivocally that he was circus monkey. Circus. I'm not trying to make it racial. Circus monkey. Any fucking dancing monkey who was to watch all the evidence.
Dancing?
Oh my fucking
shucking and jiving?
Stop.
Oh,
fuck. You know what? I'm gonna keep on using it. Fuck you guys. So any fucking troglodyte. Any fucking troglodyte who goes over all the evidence of that Kyle Rittenhouse, all the evidence, right? Which the district attorney did prior to bringing charges. Stop, please. Which the district attorney did.
Anytime I hear praising of that kid,
which the district attorney did. Prior to bringing those charges and making that kid's life hell for no reason, for an extended period of time, is, I think that in of itself was a tragedy of justice. The fact that currently, right now, you have like I don't know if it's still most, but immediately afterwards, you still had like 3/4 of Democrats thinking, yeah, he should have gone to prison. It is crazy the amount of reputational assault and fucking the time out of his life and the money that he had to spend defending himself was absurd. I hold that standard for Kyle Rittenhouse. I would also say that in this case, based on everything that I see, I am convinced that it was self-defense. If I thought it was like, I really don't know, I would want this to be in front of a jury, then I may have like a bit more of a gripe of the fact that it might not go in front of a jury. I do think this might go in front of a grand jury, by the way. We don't know at this point.
Maybe the standard should be checking the latch before you charge people. So thank you.
I'm on a panel giving my opinion as to what I think.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're on a panel giving your opinion that no one else should give their opinion in the legal context. So yeah, fine, we're gonna criticize you. Oh,
you can give your opinion. What have I said that nobody else should be able to give their opinion?
No, you just said that we should not present this to a court system to give their opinion, and so we're objecting to that, right? And
it's not weird at all.
You seem offended by that.
Yeah,
it's not weird at all to say this extended legal process might not be appropriate in this particular case. Do you think that anytime you shoot somebody, you should have to go in front of a jury?
Yes.
Do you think this?
You should have to explain yourself to somebody. There should be an investigation, and we should have some knowledge of why.
So you don't think a jury should have an opinion on that?
It depends on the context.
It depends on the context. So there are certain circumstances in which you believe that a jury should not be able to have an opinion.
Stop yelling. Lactoid, stop spurging. Lactoid, stop yelling. Lactoid, stop spurging, please.
I'm not cutting you off with it. I'm not cutting you off with it.
You know you're spurging. You're spurging. Please, calm down.
I'm spurging a little bit because you're being a dummy. You're being a big dummy. I gotta respond to you being a big dummy a little bit.
Okay.
Whoa.
Did dummy offend him that much?
I'm pretty sure
I don't think that was the case.
Okay, all right.
Well, we'll wait for him. All right, so we're gonna go to Corey. And am I pointing at Corey now?
Yes.
Okay, so you know what's funny, right? Is that like it's not I thought that was OBS I made that change in. It's in StreamYard I made that change.
Yeah, StreamYard
there's a thing in StreamYard to mirror the thing, but still it doesn't show you mirrored. That's crazy. Whatever.
Now I look like a big dummy because I tried to mute myself and I left. I look like
we understood.
I was worried that I offended you with me calling you a dummy.
I tried to mute myself and I left. I'm sorry.
I defended Your Honor. I said that.
Can't use StreamYards.
I would never insult you with anything that would actually.
Let's go to our friend Corey.
Okay. So okay, Lactoid. Same scenario that I brought up before. Okay, but
Okay,
the
I'm ready.
The person, okay, in a sort of a semi-comedic way,
knife,
yeah, exactly. They're just they're making a stabbing motion consistently all the time. Okay, just like that.
Okay.
And the officer just slowly approaches. Okay, and they get stabbed. Are they now justified to shoot the person?
Probably not.
Why not? They've expressed an intent, right?
Because the officer, if the person is standing there stabbing the air, the question is like, who is making like the last action that like makes the danger happen? And so if
they
the
have
guy
a
is
reasonable belief that their life is in danger.
no,
right?
no, but it's not reasonable at that point because the person just walked right into the person stabbing with the fork knife
But
right
they
in front
do
of
have
them.
a genuine belief, right, that their life.
No,
is
hold on.
Okay,
They might have a genuine belief,
That's
but
not
but
the
here's the
standard,
thing.
it's reasonable.
So for self-defense, it's about whether they had a belief and whether or not it's reasonable for them to have that belief, right? Whether when I look at that, do I think that somebody just standing up against a wall, poking the air, and a cop just like wanders in? No, that's not reasonable.
Well,
but
okay,
if the guy starts running after the person with a knife, then it's reasonable.
Yeah, that's why I am trying to sort of isolate the variant. That's why I'm bringing up sort of ridiculous scenarios.
That's
Now let's say same scenario, and the person says, okay, you come towards me, I'm going to stab you, and the officer walks towards them. Are they then now justified?
It doesn't change my answer. In fact, that would make the cop even less reasonable. I think because
Casimir,
at that point the officer should be like, pull out maybe their gun,
Lactoid.
taser, be like.
Casimir wanted to tell you that he thought it was unusually manly when you raised your voice, and you should not have apologized. Never surrender to femoid energy.
Oh, no. I'm gonna I like Casimir.
I think we should bring up a stream maybe about a month ago and let's see some femoid energy.
I got broad shoulders. I'm just saying.
Okay.
Broader than mine?
I think probably broader
That's
biologically.
motorcycle.
You're in better shape than I am. This is true.
Okay. So any more, Corey? Any more of that?
Nope. That's it.
Okay. I'd like to bring some
Tell us
stuff
again how hot you are, Corey.
He's been,
shoulders, baby.
He's been bringing it up more and more often, and I like it. All right.
So do I. For different
talk your
reasons,
shit,
maybe.
man. Like this is the time. There's no wrong, nothing wrong with that. Anyway, which way? So
I'm trying to get him to take his shirt off. I don't know where you're at.
That's a $50 super chat.
Just join my OnlyFans.
That's a $50 super chat. Okay. So we spent. This is why I'm glad we started earlier than we usually do, because I knew we were going to take up all the time. In fact, we only have like a half hour left in our regular discussion. But great. It was a good conversation so far. So shout out to all the rest of you. But I wanted to bring some other things, right, in terms of the Trump administration and how they are acting and responding. I want to ask a few questions. Hopefully we can knock this out. So first of all, the Trump administration has decided, right? They made the active choice to stop working with Minnesota law enforcement, right? The FBI was working with them, right? They were, of course we're going to work with you. We will work with you to investigate this. And then they specifically stopped working with them. It was an active choice that the Trump administration did. So keep that in mind. J.D. Vance, right, says the officer has, quote unquote, absolute immunity. Legal observers, I can't speak for our friend Lactoid here, but other legal analyzers have said this is complete bullshit. This idea of some absolute immunity in this case, right? So a lie from J.D. Vance. Here's something else that J.D. Vance says. J.D. Vance says that the last two shots did not go into the side mirror or side window, right? He says they all went into the front. This is, and I can pull you up the quote, and I can do that in a second, right? But on Twitter, he puts out a statement saying that he's arguing with another reporter, Ryan Grimm, and he says no, they're coming into the side. In fact, I can pull up like super quickly. It's under immigration. One second, guys.
Sure looks like they go on the side.
He says, the J.D. Vance, quote, "These people are incapable of not lying about this. Side window," he's quoting someone, side window in quotes, question mark, you can see the photos of the car with bullet holes. The shots came from the front of the car because that's where the officer was standing when he was hit by the car. He is allowed to discharge his weapon in self-defense. J.D. Vance lied about this. This is like I think I believe it's 2 days after. If I'm wrong, I apologize. But like the video was out there. J.D. Vance straight up lies about this. Okay, great.
Don't forget Christy Nome also, I think, said quite a few.
And Christy Nome, hours after this, lies about what happened. That she paints an entire scenario that's just completely incorrect as to what's happening, and then accusing this person of being a domestic terrorist as well, as if she like approached these individuals and then to ram them rather than them approaching her, and all that complete like fabrication, kissing them. And she's been tripling down on her story. Tripling
Okay, so
down.
what's the question?
I haven't gotten to it. I'm like putting things out now, and don't worry, I'll get to it. I'm just like putting stuff out in the open. I do have a question for Lactoid on the JD Vance thing. So we'll get to that later on. Trump thought that the officer had been run over. Trump thought the officer had been run over. He was doing a New York Times interview, and having a back and forth with a reporter. He says, "Hey, the officer got run over by the car." The New York Times reporter disputes this. He doubles down. No, he got run over by a car. No, this didn't happen. The New York Times reporter says, "Yes, he did." And then he gets an aide to bring a laptop over, right, and show the video. Show the video, right? Trump is so sure he's correct. They show the video. Obviously, he doesn't get run over. And Trump tries to avoid it. It's like, oh, well, I really don't like what I see here. Was that an example of Trump being senile? If that happened to Joe Biden, the conservatives would be right to point out that's a moment of senility, right? But what Trump did, where he clearly in his mind thought that this guy got run over, apparently that's fine. No one makes comments about it. So putting that out there. And right wingers have been like cheering the death of this Bingdom. Not all of them, okay? Not talking about the people here, right? But right wingers online, like people with commentary platforms, right? Talk about the lesbian victim, right? Focusing in on that this hateful messaging immediately, that somehow means she deserved it. So it's just another thing. And I've got more, but I'm going to leave it there for now. So I'm going to ask Lactoid a question, going back to JD Vance, right? JD Vance, he lied about this moment, just like he lied about the cats and dogs moment. Yeah. When he was using it as a parable, right? Oh, afterwards, I was using it as a parable to talk about a specific truth out in the world, right? JD Vance is a goddamn liar, lying to sow division within the public. Once again, caught in another lie. A strange lie, but another lie once again, right? And so, my question to you, Lactoid.
All right, there you go.
You defended JD Vance last time, so we'll see if you'll defend him again. Do you find this lie disqualifying for JD Vance in the future? Like in terms of voting?
No. I'll repeat what I said about the last time as well, which is I think that JD, as is the case with many politicians, but clearly he does it. He will, without sufficient research, just say shit about like some event that's currently in the news. Like he'll take a position without doing the proper background research. I think that's. I think that clearly, when it comes to the cats and dogs, he was simply regurgitating something that he saw. I think with this, he was also likely regurgitating some narratives that he was told without properly vetting it. Yeah, I don't like it. I am somebody who like tries to avoid doing that, and I will, if I'm going to give like what my intuition is, or like I kind of feel this way, I'll add those qualifiers. But I mean, yeah, I don't think that.
Maybe the VP should be a little bit more strenuous than Lactoid, the streamer, on being like, oh, I don't know, like let me look into it.
Well, I mean, look, I agree, but I mean, if we're going to compare anyone in this panel to American politicians, I mean, I'm sorry, like I don't know what you want me to say, like.
So
I do these politicians repeat the shit that's told to them? Yeah. Do I think that this guy was run over?
The video
No, he was hit. He
was
was
the
hit by a
video- hold on.
car, but he
I
wasn't
think-
run over. It's kind of excessive.
And sorry, I don't this. So I had the JD Vance tweet ready. I screenshotted that one. But I believe, and if I'm wrong, I do apologize. I'm not trying to put false information out.
Already doing better than JD Vance. Let's go.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I
Did you
believe
say something
but
that
if I'm
wasn't
wrong,
true?
No.
Yeah. No. So no, the screenshot is correct. The screenshot's correct. What I just read you, that's absolutely correct. I didn't make that up.
Okay.
What I'm about to say is that I'm unsure of, right? I believe what he also did was retweet a video of the situation that like it seems like he has like it's not like he this was something new to him, right? Like this wasn't immediately afterwards. He didn't not have time. He was like looking for information on this, and I believe he retweeted a video. If I'm incorrect about that, then I do apologize, right? So like that, I think that goes to show that he's doing this intentionally. I think, and maybe
he grokked
does this
it.
all the time.
Grok gave him the wrong answer.
Possibly, right?
You know what I mean? You never know.
That's a possibility. I can't put that out there.
Or the accounts that he follows gave him whatever he reposted that you're about to say.
I think that he signs political advantage. So I'm going to put this out there. You don't have to agree with this, Lactoid. I think he finds political advantage in doing exactly this, right? And that he thinks this is a political winner for the Trump administration to show this level of division, right? To make this into a culture war issue, right? And so lying about the actual facts, right, just to get the W, is just works for him. And if it was the case that looking at polling, that it was the opposite, like if polling comes out after this moment, and the opposite becomes true, right? That it's clear that this is a disadvantage, a detriment. He'll just reverse course. I'm just like, yeah, whatever. I actually didn't mean that, or I've changed my mind, or whatever. I think that's the type of person he is. He's a completely untrustworthy individual, and this is the type of behavior he gets into. But you don't have to agree with that.
I think you said something that maybe was a slip up, right? But I think the exact opposite is obviously true. So if we assume that JD Vance is lying, right? You said that he is lying about it to sow cultural division. I think if he's lying, it's almost certainly the exact opposite. If he is lying, it's not he's not trying to start a culture war on the Renee Good situation. If he's lying, he's trying to stamp down what the left is attempting to use as a martyr, as a means of protesting against ICE. So he's actually if he is lying, right, which I assume he probably is, he's probably almost certainly lying for the exact opposite reason. To stop cultural division and just say, let's get over it. This is obviously like a justified shooting.
Move along.
What
nothing
ICE
to
is
see
doing,
here.
like move along, right? Like I think it's kind of absurd to assume that if he's lying, the reason he's doing it is to start a culture war issue. Like
I
especially
actually agree
over
with Scott.
ICE.
Especially over,
but we have
over the
we
Renee
have a
Good
culture war.
being a martyr.
In case you guys aren't aware, we have a culture war over ICE. We've been having it for a long time. We've been having
I
it for
agree.
at least a
I
year,
agree.
but
That's
much
what I'm
longer
saying.
than that.
That's what I'm saying. I agree.
But I disagree with your reasoning. I don't see how you see.
How do you come to the conclusion that him lying about this specific shooting, in which, and I know this is like adding a lot of things, but I'm trying to be clear of my position, right? And I want to hear yours. In which the left and the media are currently rallying behind this kind of like cultural moment. You have the mayor of Minneapolis, you have Tim Walz, you have the media all coming out like this is the last straw. The National Guard is ready to fight the ICE agents, and you stand by, right? Tim Walz and Minneapolis mayor says, to ICE, I have a message: get the fuck out of here, right? So this is their, their. You can call her a martyr. You can call her the victim. This is their like flashpoint to like finally change public opinion in the culture war on their side. How do you then get to the point where JD Vance lying about this and just saying, this is justified. This is, like this person was a crazy protester. We're trying to do like the mission of deporting a bunch of people. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
How do you get to the point where that is him lying for the purposes of creating a culture war.
Sure. So one thing, I disagree. I agree to most of what you just said until you said this is a flashpoint to change it in like the Democrats' direction. No, like
Maybe not the Democrats' position, but the anti-ICE people. I absolutely
okay, sure,
absolutely
fair.
believe that this is like, because like I've seen a lot of people saying like, hey, like Marty Made, for example, was one I saw, and he was like, you guys have no idea how much this has been a moment where a lot of triple Trump voters are now moving away from Trump, right? Like this is their moment to say ICE is bad, this is bad. Trump
Yeah, no, I hear you. But so what I'm saying is that the polls have been saying previously to this is that like Trump is losing on immigration. That like he was strong with it previously, right?
For sure.
But now because of the ICE raids and all that, so that's why I'm saying I don't think this is necessarily the flashpoint. I think this is a major step, right? But this isn't the moment where like it tips over. That was all I was pushing.
I mean, maybe, but like I feel like a lot of people in the media and a lot of pundits do think that this is the moment to like capitalize on.
I think
maybe for one way or the other.
Capitalizing would be different than it's just a matter.
Sure. I can set that aside. I'm not married to that. What I'm saying is you made the claim that he's lying specifically to sow cultural division, and I'm claiming if he's lying, which I think he is, right? It seems more like what he's trying to do is make this go away by excusing the officer's position.
So I don't think. Sure. So my response to you is that I don't think in any universe. And maybe we just see it differently here. I don't think in any universe, the vice president, especially if he's lying, right? Lying about a clearly a politically explosive issue, where the lines are drawn with him on one side and the other, and the in the opposition on the other side from the other party, right? I don't think in any way that would calm things down, right? As opposed, let's say it was the situation was reversed, and that like what JD Vance was saying was that the Democrats / the anti-ICE people are correct, right? And I'm trying to tamp down my own side. He would have cultural cachet within the Republican conservative space to do that. Hey guys, sorry, we just happen to be wrong here, right? The facts
I think
are
I
the
see what you're saying.
facts.
I think I see what you're saying. Maybe, and I think that you are wrong, but not like, but not for the reasons you may think, right? Like I think that you misunderstand maybe the mind of JD Vance and the mind of like the populist right as they've risen, right? Trump and people like that. I think that for the standard American president, you're almost certainly right. That the tactic of stopping culture wars has been to capitulate to some degree on your position to the other side, whether that be left to the right, right to the left, etc., and be like, yeah, you guys are right about this incident. Hopefully this will go away. I think JD Vance and other people in like, are you good? Oh, sorry, you like froze for a second.
Yeah. Oh no.
I think JD Vance and other people in power in this kind of like MAGA movement view that this capitulation would only be a means by which the left would further increase the culture war. Now, this isn't me saying right or wrong. I'm saying from a perspective of JD Vance, I think that his position is very much what a lot of people believe on the right, which is ignore it, deny it, and a new story will come up 2 weeks. Capitulate, and they will use this as a means of attacking you forever. That if we just sit here on the stage and go, this was a justified shooting, you people are crazy, like this lady tried to run someone over, like ICE are trying to do their job, this is the job we were elected to do, I'm just going to repeat this, that in like a week or two, there'll be a new thing people are mad about. But if I capitulate right now and say, you know what, this shooting was fucked up, it'll be a CNN chyron for the next 6 months to a year, tracking every bit of the incoming trial, and it'll be used to stop our ability to do the job we were elected to do. That is my opinion of his position. I think I'm probably more accurate in this.
I see what you're saying, and I won't harp on this anymore. We can move past this, but like I see what you're saying, and I follow your logic here. I disagree, especially like watching JD Vance and the type of individual he is. I think he's an extremely dishonest person, and I think that this is like par for the course, especially looking back at the cats and dogs incident. Right? I think this is a pattern with him. But
no, that one is different. That one is definitely a cultural war thing. Like that is definitely him attempting to like further the flames of getting his base out, to be like, look at how these people's immigration policies have fucked over Ohio. You got random Haitians eating cats and dogs. Like that's for sure him fanning the flames. In this specific issue, I think it's the opposite. I think it's like very much like, don't give in, or this will be a thing for a year that like fans the flames of this culture
And even
war
then,
instead of
how
us
does
doing our
that-
job.
I don't. Okay, so I'll leave it alone. We're just gonna disagree with this, but like it's fine. It's fine. Okay. And then so I just want to get a because someone else put it out here, whether it was Corey or I don't know, you, Chris. I forget which one, right?
You better get this right, or Corey's gonna be mad.
True. I get very mad.
You don't even remember what happened a half hour ago, you piece of shit.
2 years ago and 33 days and 5 minutes.
Yes, it's all in my database.
So okay, then I just want to get from my conservative friends. I think I know where Chris stands on this, but he can answer as well. Like just a solid answer, like on Ashley Babbitt, right? You would think her not following the
Can
officer's
you talk about it in his
orders, right?
intro?
Who was it?
He literally mentioned it in his intro. Go ahead. Just
Who-
ask the question.
Who
Sorry.
mentioned it?
You, Chris, did.
Anyway,
He just didn't mention her by name.
That's what I thought. Yeah,
and I didn't get answers, so.
Yeah, so yeah, that's what I'm asking. I'm asking everyone else then. Yeah. So thank you, Chris. Yeah. So I want to answer on this. Was Ashley Babbitt either, well, you can call her a domestic terrorist, like Christy Nome. If you don't want to use that term, fine, right? But was it justified shooting her as she was crawling through a window when an officer was right in front of her, issuing her a lawful command to not crawl through the window, right? And then shot her dead. Was that a justified shooting? So I just want to hear from each of you. Blackfoot?
Yeah, probably. I think it does cross a threshold into justified. Keep in mind, I mean, she didn't have a weapon, but I mean that's not necessarily needed for it to be a valid self-defense scenario. I don't know what fucking clown world you have to be in though, to where you think Ashley Babbitt's shooting was justified, but that this ICE shooting is not. That doesn't make any sense. But I think both are probably justified.
Okay, it's fine.
Because I'm
but thank
consistent.
you. Because you're consistent. Okay, but I appreciate you, Electroid. Scott, please.
Well, I don't think any agent in the state is justified in killing anybody because they don't have a right to self-defense, and I think this is one of the greatest failures of the right.
Unless they have a track record on Twitter about their libertarianism.
True. Sure. Close enough. That being said, I actually think this is one of the greatest failures of the right, is that they attempted to play the innocent victim of police shooting card like the left, but they don't have the political or NGO structure to be able to like actually utilize that in a meaningful way, as opposed to utilizing her as a martyr and actually sticking behind the convictions that led towards January 6th. They should have treated her like a martyr, that she was killed in the cause of, the fact that, there was all kinds of fucked up shit going on with the election, that there was, states changing all of their rules, and that, and that the Supreme Court violated, when Texas sued for additional information, the Supreme Court, much like it did with, Bush, was just like, actually, no more, no mas. We're just going to say this is fine, right? And because, and violated the rights of Texans, and that there was no additional legal recourse to deal with them as they were bragging about electioneering and changing the results of the election by pulling levers to get Joe Biden elected. They should have treated her like a martyr for the cause.
Let's go to our friend Grid then. Honestly, like this question was for Gibbs. When I wrote this down previously, right? This question was for Gibbs. But he ran from me. Let's never forget that. He ran from me. But Grid, please,
Gibbs is not running anywhere. Come on, man.
No. This is actually this is what I'm going. He shit his pants. It's fine. It's okay.
He was running to the bathroom.
He's running to the bathroom.
That wasn't because of you. That's Coke, man. Come on.
Come on. I'm obviously joking, dude. I was joking.
I am too. I just called him fat.
We're all joking. It's
I love
fine.
it.
It's everybody calm down. Okay. So my position on Babbitt is along the lines of lactoid, with the exception of I'm not sure that there was a measure of force or threat to use to justify deadly force. It was one girl coming through a doorway or through a crawling through a window.
What?
Now, and hold on. Seriously?
Go ahead.
You gonna let me finish?
I don't know why you're laughing when you guys don't see a car as a
finish.
threat.
What I
okay?
said was way crazier than what he's saying in terms of the normal American viewpoint.
No, you can
Let him
finish.
finish.
I mean, there was all right. So we've got differences. A vehicle is a weapon. We know that. Ashley Babbitt had empty hands. Empty hands. She didn't even have a stick.
Jazz fingers can be a deadly weapon. Okay.
Right.
Do
I
you
mean,
know
I have
about
to
the
assume that
power
she's a
of
kung fu
dance
master.
to
Okay.
change
I mean,
politics?
to make this fucking Michael Phelps reach work, I have to assume that she's a kung fu master. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a borderline case for me because I don't know what. Honestly, I don't know why the officer felt like he was in such fear of his life that he had to use deadly force.
Okay,
now,
so I'm
had
gonna-
all of those people broken through,
the Capitol
sure, I
building.
can see that.
You know what I mean? Like,
So
context matters a little bit.
Apparently, we're having the regular amnesia that MAGA has around Jan 6, right? That's okay. We can deal with this. So we can remember the video, right? It wasn't just Ashley.
We
Babbitt.
replaying
It was
our
her-
greatest hits, going to
it was
January
her and
6th.
literally
Typical left
an
winger,
entire
got to bring
crowd-
up January 6th and everything.
Hold on, but hold on. Whatever. There's an entire crowd of individuals.
I've got
behind her.
Enrique's
It
phone
wasn't-
number. I can call him
it
up, maybe
wasn't-
get him on panel.
It wasn't just Ashley Babbitt. It was her and an entire a mob of individuals, and he was giving a lawful.
Okay, did he shoot anybody else?
No, he had to just shoot the one, and that worked. He gave a lawful order.
So he couldn't have fired a warning shot.
Wait, what was his badge number?
Yes, hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Yeah, well, that was in my but no, hold on. Yes,
I probably
then
have
we
his
could-
badge number. Actually.
So then once again, in terms of this situation, right? Well,
Where was the deadly weapon?
Officer could have found out.
Where? Hold on. Seriously, where was the deadly weapon?
We don't need a deadly weapon in this.
We do
situation,
need a deadly
right?
weapon.
Yes, we do. Hold on.
We do need a deadly weapon.
You're a bullshit. You're a bullshitter, Quid. You're a
No.
bullshitter because she was breaking and entering. She was told like, hey, like you cannot enter this premises. You cannot come past this point, right? And she broke the law. She didn't follow the orders of the officer. And now all of a sudden, right?
You're
in
literally
terms of
punching
MAGA,
holes in your
and
case
now
that
in
I
terms of
can't
MAGA,
punch.
and
Like
now in terms
like
of
you are
MAGA,
literally
and
making your case worse.
And now, not in terms of MAGA, right? Now all of a sudden we don't have to follow the law, the officers' orders, right? Now it doesn't
Or
matter at all.
ICE
Okay,
agents'
great.
orders to
Or-
get out of the
or I
vehicle?
think-
Like, what are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, hold on. Oh, don't worry. I can
Get away from the
resolve that.
deadly weapon, which is a car that you're revving right now.
No, but it doesn't. There was clearly a threat. We had a mob that broke into the Capitol, right? That assaulted officers all the way through, right? Who was yelling, "Hey, kill them!" Right? Beat them down, kill them. We have all the videos showing them, right? Like,
Well, do we know what that
encouraging-
cop saw or didn't see? Right? The only
He's never
isn't
been
that
to
what matters?
trial.
Yeah.
He's never been to trial.
Was he? Well, hold on. Was he in front of a jury?
No,
He's never been to trial. We don't know what that fucking cop saw. We don't know shit.
Okay, great. Oh, no. Oh, yes, sure. So
We know what the cop who almost got run over saw. We know that for damn sure.
Yeah. All of a sudden, mobs aren't threats anymore, right? Mobs aren't threats. The right talking about
Police can't fire into mobs randomly, indiscriminately. You guys just said that in LA. You literally just said in LA that they can't fire indiscriminately into a mob. You guys said that. I didn't say that. You guys said that. I was like, hey, I could kind of understand that. But you guys said that you can't fire indiscriminately into a mob.
Incorrect. No, you didn't. No, you didn't hear me say that.
You did say that.
No, you didn't hear me say that.
In the LA mob. Hold on. When they were burning LA. When they were burning LA.
You're making it up. You're making up your
all
head. You didn't hear me say that, right? Especially because
Bro, you gotta be more specific. Which time they were
literally-
burning down LA?
literally, hold on. Once again,
It's happened a lot.
Again,
That's true. That's true. He's got me. He's got me.
You have to distract. I get it because
I'm not distracting from anything. It's
completely indefensible, right? Now a mob like entering a premises where they don't have permission, right? Let's say it was your home, right? Let's say
I was
it was your
meaning
home,
about the
and a whole
January
mob-
6th
but
thing,
they
but you're
don't
really
have a
harping on
weapon,
this.
But they don't have a weapon. Right? And a mob is trying to break into your home, and you've told them multiple times, hey, because you have the right to do so, you cannot enter this premises, right? But they're climbing in, right? And you'd say, well, I guess I can't.
Hold
shoot
on,
them
hold on,
because
hold
I
on.
don't
A
see
police officer,
deadly
a
weapon
police
on
officer
them.
in a public building doesn't have the same castle doctrine
Corey, can
I do in
you a
my
question?
home.
Corey, can I ask you a question?
They have the
Corey,
right. No,
I'm trying to listen.
Did,
Yeah.
did
No,
Prime
don't fucking
ever
do that.
give his
They don't,
opinion
Prime.
on those
That's
two
a
white
fucking
people
lie.
that had the
A
guns
police
with
officer in the
BLM?
building says, hey, stop. And you walk peacefully
Did Prime
towards
ever
him.
say
They
anything
can't
about those
shoot
two
you.
white people that had
They
the
literally
guns
can't do
when
that.
BLM
You
showed
make
up to
sure
the
of
house?
that.
There's
Guys, stop
You would know, Corey.
Stop frigging Grid. Grid, stop frigging.
So,
Grid, stop
yeah.
frigging. Grid.
I'm having a good time with this.
There's obviously
I feel like the moderator is
other
the one
legal doctrine. It doesn't
spurting
have to
right
be
now.
the castle doctrine. Obviously, you can have the same rights, right, under different legal precedents, right, or legal case law, or whatever, or like that doesn't matter, right? So yes, it's not the castle law, and I didn't quote castle doctrine, did I? Not at all.
You said in my house,
you have
if
the
people are coming
authority.
in, I have the
Because
right
you
to
have
defend
the
myself. Yes, I do,
Yes,
because
know.
I have castle
Grid,
doctrine.
it's amazing. I don't know why you're having so much trouble following this. You have the authority.
Because you're not making sense.
You have, I know, because you can't follow this. You have the authority.
Because you're not making sense.
Any other people cannot enter your house, and they're breaking.
Yes, because I have the castle doctrine.
Yes, but you don't need the castle doctrine.
Not every state says that. No. In California, if I break into your house, you can't shoot me.
It's a different
in
authority.
California, if I break into your house and I do not directly threaten you, you can't shoot me.
It's a different authority. I can keep saying it, right? And you can just pretend like you don't.
And you're using very bad
understand.
examples.
I know you don't understand. I know you understand.
I absolutely understand. I don't think you understand.
I said that. No, I said that.
He was obviously following, and
understand.
that's why he brought up castle doctrine.
You're pretending. You're pretending like you can't.
You're being
see
silly.
I'm on topic. You are spurting out and are completely fucking deranged right now. You're completely deranged.
Yes.
I'm the only one of this in this conversation, other than Lactoid, that's been on point.
Stop crying because
I'm not crying. You're crying.
You can't handle this anymore. Okay, so then, right? Like, answer the question.
He could handle it.
Right?
That's why he brought up castle
in
doctrine.
In one case,
Like, what are you talking about,
The
Prime?
individual has an authority based on some case law and based on some like a policy that you.
But we'll never know that
they
because
can
that
tell
guy
the
never went to
individual
trial
not to
over
enter.
Ashley Babbitt.
You had the authority not to enter a domicile, or sorry, any building, right?
A public building is not a domicile.
I know. And then I corrected myself. I said any building. Okay, great. Authority. Period. Security guards have that authority, or police. He's probably a police
Bro,
officer.
I wish security
has
guards
that
did.
authority.
That'd be dope, dude. We could have some more privatized police if they had that authority. Unfortunately, Prime, they do not.
He's a police officer. He's a police officer, and he has that authority. And so she broke that. She ignored that, and then she got shot. So if one is
Prime,
so you're
you
saying,
punched a bunch of holes. You had a solid case.
Can I help? Can I
short
short circuit this? I mean, this is really what's happening, Prime. Like, okay, so you're saying the cop issued an order to Ashley Babbitt to not do what she did. She refused to follow the order. You believe this like caused a certain threat profile that was sufficiently high for the officer to discharge his firearm. That's your read on the scenario. I don't think it's like a subjective analysis to some extent, right?
There's a mob coming through, a dangerous mob.
Yeah, a dangerous mob. Well, right, but you would agree that there is a question, Prime. Do you think that there is any question at all? Like, do you think two reasonable people could come to different determinations on which poses more threat, like the mob or a car?
Sorry, hold on. To be clear, I don't think I have, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I've said that the shooting was unjustified because you, Lactoid, have been not justified, legal.
Okay.
Because justified, I don't think it's justified in terms of morally or whatever, right? But legally, I think you've convinced me that like.
Sure.
It's not the same thing.
Well, it's not the same.
So I don't think I have. So, but
it's a contradiction to say something is unjustified.
I think it was what you've told me. Give me more information. But what you've told me, it seems more legal. He was in the legal right to
more
do
likely,
so.
Yeah.
But was this actually morally justified? No. I mean, it was clear.
Well, but again, so like leaving the legal aside for a second, that's fair enough. Looking at this purely ethically, I still think that two reasonable people could disagree as to, well, what is the threat posed by the Honda Pilot compared to like Ashley Babbitt and the mob that she was with, right? And what it seems like to me, and just again, I'm trying to short circuit this a little bit because yelling is, it is what it is, but you guys have been at it for a little bit. I think what it simply is that grid is everyone here agrees there needs to be a certain level of threat assessment, and grid is simply putting like the Ashley Babbitt situation is he's kind of on the line of he doesn't quite know if it really reached that threshold that justified the officer shooting, but he thinks the Honda Pilot does, right? He thinks the vehicle does, and you're saying that you're not sure about the Honda Pilot situation, ethically speaking, perhaps, or maybe you're very firmly think it's unjustified ethically, but you are pretty convinced when it comes to Ashley Babbitt. Is that more or less accurate?
Yeah, I'm extremely convinced. Yes, Ashley Babbitt.
Sure. So that's it. I mean, it's just like a difference in threat assessment. Like, what's more dangerous, a Honda Pilot or a mob? I mean, it's an open question.
Well,
I think both are dangerous.
No. So it's not what's, again, because the reason why I don't think it was morally justified is because he was clear of the car. That he was clearly clear of the car. Now you feel
the cop
differently.
was clear of the mob.
There
was no mob in that hallway,
and he could have. He
could have moved away. He could have ran away.
He could have literally moved back.
They couldn't. At some point, they couldn't fall back. No,
yes, they could.
No,
they could. Literally,
point,
the congressmen that literally moved out of the building were gone by the time that. Hold on. No, the entire reason that they said that cop shot her is because he believed there were still congressmen in the building, and yet when he actually shot her, they're unsure as to whether or not there was still any congressional staff in the building because they have been evacuated. I mean, he could have moved back to where they were evacuating, and he chose to stay there, and he chose to shoot that woman, and that is not a good threat assessment. I'm not sure because I honestly, I don't know how big the mob was. I don't know. There's a couple of things I don't know. So I'm like, hey, you know what? An unarmed woman coming through a window, an officer could have backed up a few steps and said stop and controlled that.
And
the officer didn't think he had the time to get out of danger when it came to the mob. Just like the ICE officer.
Possible.
Yeah, just like the ICE officer. Sure, just like the ICE officer didn't think that he had the time to get out of the vehicle.
But he was literally out of the way, though. But he was.
He got hit.
No, he didn't. So I don't agree with you that he got hit. I don't agree that he got hit.
Maybe.
I think it's
assuming he didn't get hit. How close do you think the car was to him?
I think it was extremely close.
Like centimeters, perhaps. Like within. Yeah. So it's like within the distance. Sure. Hold on. It is within the distance for a reasonable actor to believe the car might hit him. We're talking centimeters.
The car literally goes past him, right? So maybe the first shot
knocked him out of the way. That's for sure.
Maybe the first shot is justified, right? But the car literally goes past him and then he shoots into the side.
Well, hold on. I wanted to address this back when it was said.
It's very quick.
Stop. I wanted to address this back when it was said, but then this happened.
The car can move.
And yes,
both of these things are true.
Well, yes. When it comes to the second and third shot, just so we're clear, like there is precedent on this when it comes to like. And also, leaving aside just the fucking precedent for a second, we can just think about this logically speaking. Like, perception reaction gap, there's going to be a delay. If you fire once and you fire two more times within 1 second.
For amount of force you're using.
No, within 1 second. Like the standard is, has there been a significant chance for the officer to like reassess and come to a second determination?
I agree with you legally.
No, but also ethically. But also ethically.
Not ethically.
Yes.
No, not ethically.
Have you hold on? Have you been
to ethically then? So,
no.
Well then, hold on.
I've never been in any of these scenarios before.
Grid can make Grid can make a subjective a determination where he's not sure that a violent mob is enough, right? Of a threat.
I don't know.
Okay,
hold on. How many people? Hold on.
A violent mob is not enough.
It was a violent mob.
I'm going to finish my point. It was extremely violent mob. They beat up officers. We saw that, right?
Video.
They threatened the officers, right? Like when I'm not going to play that game to pretend
Over
that
the
it
head.
wasn't happening.
If that's
right?
if that's an extremely violent mob, then
right?
most of the Summer of Love is far more violent,
right? And then I
right?
can't make the subjective determination that hey, like when you're using deadly force, right? That each time you're using it needs to be measured. Right, especially if you're an especially if you're a trained officer of the law. Yes, you have to have that.
This is like a Joe Biden shoot him in the kneecap moment, and you don't realize
it is a little bit. It feels a little bit like it's one step behind. Well, he should have just shot her hands off the steering wheel. Like when you initiate initial force, like yeah, if there is a length of time now where if you fire 3 shots in quick succession within 1 second, within 1 second, which is I hear you. Within 1 second, which is what we're talking about here. Like we have the same state of mind. We have the threat that's already been determined to require lethal force, according to the officer. I believe reasonably. And then we have 3 shots that are all happening within that same judgment, right? Literally, like you're asking somebody to stop
you are
within 1 second. Within 1 second to stop, reevaluate. I have the mental capacity while you believe you're being attacked by a car to reevaluate within 1 second, and then reevaluate, and then not shoot again.
No, what
That's
I'm
you're trying to
asking is an assessment of the totality of the circumstances as the Supreme Court has held. So we don't just need to look at the moment when the officer felt in threat of his life. We have to look at the totality of the circumstances. It's not just that moment where he decided to pull the trigger the first time. It's not just the second and third shots, which we can argue about. It's the whole thing. So is this a reasonable stop? Do they have the authority to be doing what they're doing? Do they have the authority to pull them out of the car? Is he making the right decision and putting himself in front of a car that could pull towards him? And then when he pulls his gun while making his TikTok video, is that reasonable? And then are the subsequent shots reasonable? All of these things have to be taken into account. You're acting like it's just the moment where he's like, oh no, the car's coming right toward me. No, hold on. You're making hold on. Let me finish my point. Hold on. I'm still talking. You're telling me to calm down, and I'm still talking, and you're interrupting me. So
the middle of your sentence is interrupting the beginning of his.
Hold on, Grid. Don't tell me to calm down while I'm in the middle of the sentence. You are interrupting. So you are doing, Lactoid, the South Park analysis of, oh no, it's coming right for me, and now I can do whatever I want. And we don't accept that, and I don't think the law accepts it either. Now you can talk, Grid. Now you can talk.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. I get to respond to that, I think. So
Grid, hold on.
And then he gets to respond, and then you get to respond, and then
okay, whatever. I'm sorry. Barnes versus Felix.
Yes, special
Barnes versus Felix, which you brought
special
up.
rights.
Oh my God. Barnes versus Felix, which you brought up, right? That is not measuring about whether or not you have to analyze the totality of the circumstances when it comes to the multiple shots in succession. There's actually a different case in this, Plumhoff versus Rickard, which is that multiple shots within the same decision to use lethal force, multiple shots within that are determined to be part of the initial lethal use of force.
But what led up to that?
Wait. Yes, what led up to the initial use of force is the question, which is why I was so focused on the first shot and why I kept pointing out that the second and third shots were within 1 second of the first shot. And then Prime, and I believe maybe you did, but maybe you didn't. I know for a fact Prime did. Said, okay, Grant, we'll just grant that the first shot is justified for the purposes of this argument. Then let's talk about the second and third shot. And you guys really stuck onto that argument. What I'm telling you is that when it comes to the decision, hold on, maybe
because they wanted to argue that the second and third shots were different.
Sure. Yes, I know you fought with them back and forth on this. Scott, you're right on this.
Yeah.
Yes, you're correct on this. When we're talking about a quick order of shots in succession, all behind a single action, all behind a single, I am using lethal intent now, I am initiating lethal force. You don't have to stop between every single shot and reassess. Did I hit them? Did I hit them in the head? Are they no longer a threat anymore? Do they need medical attention? After every single shot? That is not the standard required by police officers. That has never been the standard required by police officers.
One question.
And there is a Supreme Court case, Plumhoff versus Rickard, that proves this.
I'm really trying to get this clarifying question.
Police officers, to be clear, right? So I wasn't doing that.
I really want to ask this clarifying question. You, Chris, you keep harping on his position when he was walking in front of the vehicle, which may or may not put him in harm. I'm not a legal scholar, right? I am compared to all of the rest of you in terms of actual law. Right, but in the fake funny money law, right? I am not a legal scholar in the fake funny money law, right? And you guys know so much more about the fake funny money law. So in fake funny
Thank
money
you.
law land, right? Just being silly, right?
You
keep
silly guy.
Is this actually the standard that if you're detained? Hold on, you're saying it. Right, hold on. That if you're detaining someone, assuming that they have the legal justification to detain them, right? Because you keep harping on this next thing after that, right? The totality, as you say, according to the Supreme Court. Is it the standard that if you're detaining someone, you're causing a problem that allows you to not be able to use lethal force if someone tries to run you over because you stood in front of the vehicle? If you're detaining them, don't you have the right to place yourself or vehicle in front of the other vehicle and means to stop them? Or are you supposed to leave egress for someone to escape if you're detaining them? Is that genuinely the standard?
The case that I'm referencing, Barnes versus Felix, had to do with an officer who was approaching a vehicle, ordered them out, I think opened the door. Lactoid knows the facts, I mentioned it earlier. Opened the door, the person started driving off, and they began shooting. The standard training that Prime has been referencing for many police officers and for DHS and for other people is you do not ever position yourself in front of a vehicle, because you don't ever use yourself or even your vehicle as, except in qualified asterisk as a like, we're going to stop you from leaving, because then that creates a situation where they might be using deadly force against you. So
you're supposed to leave.
I don't know how to answer your question.
Detain people to escape, and if you don't,
so what I'm saying is the standard procedure for officers. Hold on. What I'm saying is the standard procedure for officers who are trained to make traffic stops, for example, is never to step in front of a car. Is to approach it from behind. Is to order them out of the vehicle. Maybe approach it from the side. Maybe draw your firearm. Look, like there's a procedure for this, and ICE does not follow it. And ICE in this situation introduced danger that should not have existed.
Okay,
So,
but here's okay. Follow
Can I specify the facts right here real quick?
Which is,
Barnes
please do,
Felix?
yeah.
So the actual facts were the car started driving off. The cop jumped on the door, like in the door, as the car was driving, and shot the guy 2 times while on the side of the car. So he jumped on the moving car. The car left. He shot the guy twice. That was determined to not be excessive.
Right. So potentially disanalogous, but what I'm saying is the training that these people should get is you don't create danger that shouldn't exist. And that's what he did by stepping in front of the car.
Right, but the problem here is like, as he's walking, right, they're detaining the person. He's walking across the front of the vehicle.
You still shouldn't do it. You still shouldn't cross in front of the vehicle. Like, if you're
but
trying to
why?
stop somebody,
You
you
have
think
to
that
hold on.
you're creating danger that shouldn't exist.
Okay, you're creating. Hold on, relax. Stop spurging, as you said, right? Stop spurging out. Relax.
I'm sorry. People accuse me of it, so now I'm accusing other people of it. So it's
all fun games. Now it's
creating danger is not necessarily part of the circumstances, though. Barnes found.
Okay,
you're right. You're right. Not necessarily. You're right. I agree.
So my issue then is, by this standard, you're saying that it is the officer's fault for creating danger if they don't leave room for someone they're detaining to be able to escape. That they're supposed to allow a path of escape for criminals?
That it would be better for that person to drive away than to drive over a federal
Hold on. Is that like a policy that they're trying to do in the hopes that officers won't be in danger? I get that.
No, it actually is a policy. It actually It actually is a policy in many police forces to not cause excessive danger. So there are many police forces that no longer do pursuits, and in general, it is a policy that you don't put yourself in front of the vehicle to create excessive danger. Yes, it is a policy, Grid. You can say whatever you want, but you've made clear the entire time you don't know what you're talking about. So
you're spurging out again.
I am.
You're doing it again.
But Grid keeps saying things that are wrong.
Okay,
but I'm not wrong on this.
Right, what I'm saying here is,
there is a
it's
law.
obvious.
Hold on.
It is obvious that there is. Well, no, I was speaking. Then he started interrupting and spurging out. Then you started interrupting him.
I'm interrupting all the time.
Yeah. So
do it.
So obviously, it's true that when, and again, this is not the legal scholar perspective. I'm just trying to understand. I'm trying to make some sense of this nonsense, right? Obviously, it's true that many departments have created a policy to no longer engage in pursuits because it puts the public at risk. Okay, now you're like, I understand the rationale behind department policies or federal agencies' policies to say, hey, don't do this because you might get hurt, and we would prefer that you not get hurt. But you keep harping on it as if it's somehow detaining someone and not giving them the ability to escape is actually what caused him to be in danger, and therefore it's his fault that the shooting occurred because of this situation, and I'm trying to figure out where you're drawing that specific line from, as opposed to just saying, hey, there's a policy not to do that. And then it seems like you're connecting that policy to this concept that it's actually somehow his fault that she tried to run him over because he didn't let her escape. That seems absurd to me.
Wait, hold on. That last line is the problem I'm taking with this, right? Because he didn't let her escape. No, he could have, as the other officers were doing, approached her vehicle from the side, attempted to open her door. He could have done everything safely according to policy and tried to detain her and not let her escape within the bounds of policy and law. But he didn't.
So he's coming across. The
comes
car
across.
is pointed not at him, then backs up as he's walking across, then revs the engine at him.
He moves in front of the car multiple times. So he moves to the back
as
of the car.
she's moving.
No. He moves to the back of the car. I'll have to look at the video again. No. Before
Right, like
she
she's
moves.
she's
Before
moving
she
here.
moves.
Yeah, before
she moves at all. He
Right, but
crosses
in the
behind
initial
her.
interaction.
Before he crosses behind her to video the license plate because what they're actually planning to do is call this into local law enforcement and cite her for obstructing traffic, which is what should have happened. Then he moves in front of her. Then he goes back to his car. Then he comes back and then he moves in front of her again, and that's when the shot happens. And so he's moved himself in front of her in a danger zone multiple times. Right. So what I'm saying is, I'm not saying he had to like let her go in every possible conceivable way. Oh no, I can't stop her. No, he could do what normal law enforcement that's trained in traffic stops could have done, but he's not, and he's not supposed to do that, which is why this happened.
So does that put him at fault of the shooting? Because you're harping on it like that's like the crux.
If she had
that
tried
makes
to,
it his
if
fault.
he had not done the dumb thing, the shooting would not have happened. Yes, correct.
There's no legal evidence or I even think ethical evidence, or I guess disagree with it ethically, but there's no legal evidence that him walking in front of the vehicle to begin with, that him walking in front of the vehicle in the first place has anything to do with, again, whether or not he was in danger, right? The totality of the circumstances doesn't necessarily hinge on that point.
He shouldn't have done it.
Yeah, you can say that he shouldn't have done it. And you can make you can even make an argument. You can even make an argument that like, yeah, maybe like he should get warned, like, hey, it is unsafe to walk in front of like vehicles. Here's like a write-up on your file. But there's nothing.
Yeah, and she should have been given a citation for obstructing traffic and not been shot in the head. That's what should have happened. He should have been given a warning for unprofessional behavior, and she should have been given a traffic citation, right?
If he didn't reasonably believe that his life was in danger,
she didn't rev her engine and
I'm glad him salivate over women being shot in the head.
Hold on. I've been very patient.
Stop being fucked. Don't morally. Come on. Like I literally start off by saying I'm not a huge. I'm fine with scaling back ice.
Yeah, but Grid is not that, right? Grid is coming out here and be like, no, it's fine. It's totally cool.
But using your like if I just use your rhetoric for a second, like, oh, you salivated the idea of like ice being run over by crazy women. You love the idea of the wheels rolling over their heads. You love it. Oh my god!
I want ice to be
that would be
well
ridiculous.
They're never in that situation.
Wouldn't that be ridiculous?
Ice to be trained well enough that they're never in that situation.
Wouldn't that be ridiculous of me to like frame this that way? I don't think that you want ice. I don't think you want ice to be run over.
If you made that accusation, I could respond to it with a well-articulated argument. But when I say, "Oh, she shouldn't have been shot in the head," Grid goes, "No, absolutely, she should have been shot in the head."
Why? No,
ideally she wouldn't have driven at the officer, and then she wouldn't have been shot in the head. Ideally, I don't like the fact that she was killed.
And ideally, he would be in the front of the car.
It's irrelevant that he was
and ideally the woman, like the little girl, wouldn't have gone to the house party. But who made the decision to drive the vehicle at the person?
She didn't drive it
saw
at the
him
person.
there.
She drove it away from the person.
She did.
The wheel was turning away. He was in front of her.
When she hit the gas, the officer was in front of the car.
You're lying. Listen, fuck ice. All right, I don't give a fuck if he dies. But you're lying right now. Everyone here has seen the video and watched the wheels spin out, pointed directly at the fucking officer. Everyone has seen it.
She made the last aggressive act. She made the last act, the last reckless act.
When he shot her.
That was the self-defense. That was the self-defense, right? Yes, he shot in self-defense. But what led up to that was her driving at him. And yeah, did he walk in front of the car because he saw his fellow officer order her out and go over to the car and he was going to go around to help him? Yes, he did.
Go
So
ahead.
so the
Greg.
officer gets to be panicked, but the girl who isn't an officer, who isn't a trained
Who's
Indian, gets to
faced
not
by
be
guns,
panicked.
a
Who, by
bunch
the
of
way,
men with
gets in the
guns.
car. Now, what you're saying is she drove at the officer. She was driving straight. No, she
Yeah.
wasn't driving straight. What you expect
You
is
said she
that
clipped
the
him.
person. No. What you expect is that the person is parked, calm, gets in their car, turns their wheel all the way, then drives off. Yeah, that's not what's happened. She was in a panic. She got in the car. She has her partner in the car screaming to
already in the
drive at
car,
her.
and the partner
She
was
And,
not
drives.
and she was
The car
willing to
goes
hit the
straight-
officer.
The car goes straight. The car goes straight for less than a fucking second, and then she's turning away. What's happening is
No.
she's panicking. She hits the gas and she's trying to get away.
Was she
Now, this
willing
guy
to hit
was in
the
front of-
officer?
This guy
Okay,
was,
but that's not
no.
okay.
She wasn't trying.
Ali,
to hit the
that's
officer.
not what
Was
you
she,
said.
I didn't ask what she
This
just.
is
I
a
said
goalpost shift.
was she willing? Was she willing to hit the officer on her escape?
No, I would say no.
She
I would
wasn't
say
willing.
no. Hold on.
You think she was unwilling to risk hitting the officer?
She bumped the officer on
That's
the
obviously
side
a
of
lie.
his
No reason
hip,
to believe.
on
No,
the
I'm
side
not-
of his body, and he
Bro.
was able to bounce off. You want to call that? You want to call that fear for her? Fear for his life? But when it comes to her,
Yeah.
there is no fear for her life. There's no,
No
fear
fear.
of detainment. There's
No,
fear
this
of
is a
being
lie.
thrown on
This
the
is
street.
a lie.
There's no
This
fear
is a lie.
of abuse
This
of
is a
power.
lie.
That's wrong,
This is a
Ali.
lie.
That's just
This
all
is a
it
lie.
is. You
This is
wanna
an
give- you wanna
absolute
give
lie.
all
Nope,
the
this
She
is
had
a
no
lie.
reasonable fear for
This
her
is
life.
a
For the
lie.
woman.
This is an
For him, no.
absolute. This is an.
Get the fuck outta
This
here.
is an
What was her
absolute
re-
lie.
what was the
This-
reasonable
hold
fear
on,
to her
hold on.
life?
This is no. Listen, this is an absolute lie. Okay,
not a
you're
lie.
trying. No, you're absolutely lying right now. You're
not
trying
lying.
to. You're trying to.
I'm not lying.
Stop
I'm not
talking.
lying.
Stop lying.
I'm not lying. No,
You're
you do
lying
this when
by
someone calls
saying
you
you're
a
not
liar.
lying.
I'm not lying. I'm not
You
lying.
are lying, and I will
let him
prove
make
that
the
you are
accusation.
lying.
No, my beliefs aren't a
Let him
lie.
explain, and then you can tell. You can say otherwise.
You are trying to create hypocrisy to cloud what are the actual circumstances. The claim that you originally made is that she was not driving at the officer, that she was not driving at him. Now, just because her intention in that moment was to continue turning to escape, and as you admit she's panicked, that is different. That is about mens rea. That is a difference between actus reus, okay? The guilty action here, presumably under an internal critique, because again, I have a difference of opinion
doesn't
on
believe in
whether,
law. Yeah,
etc.
fine.
Right? I believe in real law, not
Well, you
not
believe in
funny
real
money
law.
law.
Exactly.
Right?
Okay,
Actual law, not
okay,
funny
go
money
ahead.
law. Is
Make
that,
the point. Come on.
Is that
You're losing it.
regardless of her intentions, which is a separate act from her action, her wheels were spinning out, pointed directly at the officer. That is a fact.
Wait.
Yes.
When I say she's not
If she
driving
had not
at
slipped
the
on,
officer,
if that
Wait,
vehicle
no.
had snow tires on, she would have plowed over the officer and ran him over. It is
No,
the
she wouldn't
fact
have.
that the wheels were spinning as she was, as you say, as she was turning. They stay there for just a second, and then she goes to turn. I completely concede mens rea. I completely concede that she was just trying to escape. Right?
If you're
the
saying
the
that-
issue is that in reality, the vehicle was revved, the wheels were spinning out, they were pointed directly at the officer. They do not gain traction until later, and then right as they gain traction, which is usually the case in snow, which is when it cants a little bit from the vehicle, because it is often true that when the wheels are straight, they'll spin out, but when they're off to the side, they get better traction because there's more surface area. As she starts to turn just a little bit is when the vehicle actually moves, and it either clips him, brushes him, hits him by a few centimeters, but from his perspective is a totally different thing. When what I am saying and what I am claiming that you said is not true, which is an absolute lie if you simply watch the video, is that it is absolutely true that her foot was on the gas and that the vehicle and the tires were pointed directly at the officer.
Okay, so my lie is that I'm speaking of intention when you say she was driving at the officer. I'm not speaking.
It could be an
literally.
accidental lie.
Obviously-
I'll give you that,
obviously
right?
she
Like,
was
that's not what
driving
you
in the
mean, right?
direction. Obviously, she was driving in the direction of the officer. He got in front of her car, so she was going to have to drive in that general vicinity. And the reason she clipped him, is because he was in the side. But the reason she didn't run him over, the reason he wasn't under the car, the reason he didn't get knocked over, is because
her wheels spun out.
He could get out of the way.
That's why.
And she was also.
If she
turning
had
away.
traction, she would have ran him right over.
So
if she had
this
gotten
is-
traction immediately and
this
gone
is the
straight, she
problem.
absolutely would have
This
ran
is
him
the-
right over.
This is the problem with walking in front of the car in the first place, right? Like whether it's intentionally or accidentally. Like a person is in a car,
Agreed.
right?
ICE agents
Yeah.
play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Fuck them.
Agreed, right?
They're kidnappers and traffickers.
Agreed, right? But so this is not to you, Scott. This is to the other two. And Grid has been wanting to respond, so I want to give him some space. But But like whether purposefully, like she really wants to run down an officer, right? Like like Christy Nome said, the goddamn liar, right?
Yeah, guilty mind, guilty action, two different things.
Or like her foot slips, right? She's like for whatever reason, her foot lands on the accelerator and it hits the other person. When maybe she's even having a friendly conversation with the officers, right? And that can still happen. Which again, why you don't get in front of the car. Why that's against policy for doing that. So that's it. He put himself in danger, and today, right? He gets to hold his family. He gets to be home, and she's dead. Right?
Yeah,
so
and if she had gained traction, it'd be the other way around.
Well, I'm pretty sure they've been.
Well, actually, I take that back because she didn't have custody of two of her kids. But the one that she did have custody of, she might be able to go home and hold. But that's because the dad died. Because she abandoned all of her children.
I don't know what it has to do with anything, but okay, right? Like
I'm just saying, if she gained traction, he might be
I have a quick question. I have a quick question to the lefties, if I could.
But Grid hasn't talked.
Oh, that's right.
I mean,
that's super true.
And another thing,
there's a couple of things, and I brought this up earlier, and I mentioned that Tennessee versus Garner removes that a direct threat is needed for an officer to stop or shoot at a fleeing criminal, someone that they know has committed a crime, even in this case. So even if we take all of this spinning tires, all of that, the fact that when his partner was trying to get her out of the car and she started to drive away, he has enough right there to shoot it. Now, most cops wouldn't, I don't think. I think they have better judgment.
Is that law of land or just Tennessee?
And obviously, in this case, he was in fear for his life. But Tennessee versus Gardner says you can shoot a fleeing
it depends. It depends. It's not universal. You can't.
It is not universal. You have to have knowledge that they've committed a crime, which he did, and they have to be fleeing. They have to be fleeing. They don't have to be a threat. Garner says they don't have to be a threat.
Hold on.
You're misreading this.
Any crime whatsoever.
The court. Wait, hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. I gotta reread this. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, reread that.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. So
where there was an unarmed
kid. I mean, like, I can believe you if you're saying crazy case law was created, right? But like any crime,
does sound wild.
If there's a violent crime, yeah.
Can I read it? Like this is This is like the primary holding.
Sounds like funny money law to me.
It's just which is it's kind of like a easy site to read or whatever. But like I'm gonna read right here. Under the Fourth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, a police officer may use deadly force to prevent the escape of a fleeing suspect only if the officer has a good faith belief that the suspect poses a significant threat of death or serious physical injury to the officer or others. Which I would agree with, but I don't think that's just like
you're reading this exactly wrong. The holding of this is the exact opposite of what you've been saying the entire time, Grid. I'm sorry. They found against the state of Tennessee and its statute in this case and remanded it back.
Another big surprise.
There would need to be some level of threat, I think, right?
You've been reading it exactly backwards, backwards of the facts you've described. So I'm sorry, that's crazy to me.
Well, I'll reread it, but I don't think I think you're rereading it.
You did. Law enforcement officers pursuing an unarmed suspect may use deadly force to prevent escape only if the officer has probable cause to believe that the suspect poses a significant threat of death or serious physical injury to the officer or others. So they found against the state of Tennessee and the officer in this case. Is what the court found. You are just wrong. It's crazy. It's crazy. I should have read that before. My goodness. We've been going this whole time assuming you were right. Oh, goodness.
Eucharist, all my cases were good. Come on.
Lactoid, I believe you. You're a lawyer. I believe you know your cases. But this crazy. I've been operating on good faith, assuming you'd read that case correctly. But it was the ass backwards of what you've been saying the whole time.
Shocker.
Yeah.
I will check it out again.
Okay. All right. Why don't we? Can
I ask a question?
Okay, go ahead. And then after, because I do want to
to yourself
to leave right? afterwards. Yeah.
Okay. So
am I lefty here or not?
No. I know your answer. I know your answer.
I'm a lefty.
We already know your answer.
Apparently, I'm a lefty.
Yeah. No, I'm. Well, look.
Yeah, you Chris
look. You can put me in whatever political category you want to. I'll put you guys in whatever category.
You're right.
Everyone should answer except me because you're all dirty socialists. All right. So everyone answer.
So
all you lefties. All of
so you. Here's the question: did Ross commit murder or like homicide? You can specify what kind of wrong thing you did, and then 2, should he get the hate harassment? Should he have to go into hiding? Should he fear the revenge of the people, so he has to like go into hiding over this incident. Because that's what some people are saying is happening. I don't know if it's true.
So,
guys
do you
know
mean legally? Like, is it murder? Like, do I think he's gonna?
Or manslaughter or something
Nothing.
that you
Nothing is gonna happen to him.
Okay.
But all the social bullshit, yeah, absolutely, 1,000,000%. He should. He deserves to reap all the social fucking downfall.
Should he fear
that
for his
happened.
life? Should he fear for his life over this? Do you think?
I mean, I don't think anyone should be living in like a manhunt, right? I don't think we should have vigilante justice, so on and so forth. But I mean, if he is fearful of his life because of his actions, I don't care about this personally, right? But obviously, the overall, I don't want vigilante justice to be out like that.
Yeah.
And you think the same thing about Kyle Rittenhouse, right?
Huh? No,
You
I
think
think
the same thing about Kyle?
what, that legally nothing should happen to him? Yeah, but I just think Kyle Rittenhouse is a disgusting little pig who got everything he deserved outside of the fame. And honestly, I hope his children grow up one day to date either a black guy or a Muslim and just become woke lefties who play his crying video at his weddings all day. That's really what I hope. Deep down in my soul.
We're gonna go to Corey.
When his children end up dating a Muslim, do you want the girl to be 9 years old or older than that?
Just curious. Listen, if she could be at least 18, I'd prefer that.
Okay,
Just
curious.
Tessico Johnson, $5 Canadian. So I appreciate you, Tessico Johnson. Says, please discuss Kristi Noem calling her a domestic terrorist an hour after the shooting, and how discussing this to admin double down on that. I did actually earlier. I brought that up multiple times. How vile Kristi Noem is, right? Who doesn't know anything. Even Tom Homan, right? Who's also a disgusting
means
goddamn
nothing.
pig, right? Even Tom Homan was like, "Oh, maybe we should wait till we get the facts, right?" But Kristi Noem always looking for the next photo op, right? Always looking for another chance to prove how vicious she is to the MAGA audience, right? I want to jump right on top of it. Yeah, actually, she was a domestic terror. She was there to run them down. Yeah, fuck that.
Can I say I'm kind of with? I don't know about terrorists, but don't they nowadays? I'm kind of with Ali on this, which I think the term domestic terrorist at this point is used the way the right, like the right uses that term at this point, the same way that the left uses the term Nazi. Like at this point, domestic terrorist just sounds like a based title to hear from them at this point. Okay, the people shipping drugs in the country are domestic terrorists. The people at ICE protests are domestic terrorists. Basically, anybody that disagrees with the Trump administration and has guns are domestic terrorists. And there's a lot of people that disagree with the Trump administration and have guns, and they're based as fuck. So, at a certain point, yeah, Ali, I'm kind of with you on this. It just doesn't mean anything at this point because they just use it as a legal justification.
They're taking
to find a loophole to do whatever the fuck they want.
Bro, fucking white people always doing that shit. Don't take whoa.
Fucking Arabs have terrorism on lock. I get it. You guys love running over people with vans and Christmas parades. Domestic terrorists is for sure the white people thing. All right, we're definitely the ones that put fucking fertilizer in vans and blow up Oklahoma City and shit. Come on now.
Okay. So on that note, I do want to add that Trump has issued a national security presidential memorandum number 7, which is different from an executive order. These things are two different things. Expanding was a terrorist, right? Wildly, which is another thing. We didn't get to talk about that, but I had that ready. But we got a little stuck on this one.
Wouldn't she technically fit the new definition of insurrectionist? Doesn't she meet all four?
She might. I mean, they're making it really fucking vague, right? Hey, maybe she's a narco terrorist too. Who knows? She might have smoked weed at some point. Anyway, let's go to our friend Corey, and you can answer that question.
Well, first of all, I appreciate Johnson's spelling of Kristi Noem. But yeah, so Lactoid. Also, just to see where you're at. Okay.
Well, answer my question and then I'll answer it.
Yeah, I will answer it right after you answer mine. Quick question: what did the officer say right after shooting her?
Oh, fucking bitch, I think he muttered.
So,
the first thing he said was whoa, and then he said fucking bitch under his breath.
This is just my leanings towards. At least to me, that sentiment sort of conveys not for sure, but not the greatest of intent. And so I lean towards how we want to categorize it. Homicide, murder. Do I think he should be threatened for the rest of his life or be in fear in the rest of his life? Probably not, or almost certainly not.
If I run you over or hit you with
I
my
am
car,
definitely saying fucking bitch if somebody tries to hit me
you
with
know
a
what I mean?
car.
You know like that's kind of, what does that say? If you get hit by a car and then your adrenaline goes, and
I
then
don't think
you
he was hit by a
shoot
car,
in
or
fear
at
of
least
your
he was
life.
grazed at most. Grazed.
Well,
I don't
being
think there's any
grazed
evidence
would be
aside from-
hit, correct?
Grazed is getting hit.
Okay,
Right?
I'm conceding that much. I'm not even sure that he was grazed. I
Sorry,
can concede maybe
injured.
his clothing.
I'm not
was
in your
grazed.
room.
Okay. Let's say he gets
I'm
hit.
not touching
right? Let's say he
you.
gets hit, and then adrenaline spikes, and he decides to shoot. I feel like fucking
don't think
bitch
that-
is pretty.
I
Like,
don't,
feel
but
like
you have lower
I feel like
standards
that's
for
too
yourself.
tepid.
I don't
you
have
know,
those
like
standards
maybe
for
like
myself.
fucking
Yes.
cunt might be like a
No.
better
I would
response
not
if
use
someone
that.
tries to run you over.
No.
Let's move on to you, Chris. You can answer the question.
I mean, I'll respond in my closing to the meme that the chat has been doing about the, before a judge and jury or whatever. But as far as murder, I don't know. I would like to see some sort of charge for something and then adjudicated in a court. As far as being, driven into hiding, I mean, no more than anybody else who's accused of a public crime. I mean, it just happens that way. But I would appreciate it probably if these ICE agents weren't just sort of shuttled out of the state and shielded from any accountability when they do things wrong. So I don't know. I guess I don't know how to answer the question without falling into the trap that I think you're laying, which is like, oh, so you think people should know who they are and should be able to criticize them publicly? Well, yeah, obviously, I think they should. The same way the cops are. Like, cops have their faces and their badges and their names, and when they do bad things, we criticize them publicly. My favorite YouTube channel is the Civil Rights Lawyer, who could mog Lactoid any day, and he criticizes cops by name all the time.
Wait, what's his take on this ICE event?
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it.
Because look, I watched this. I watched that guy. I don't think he's bad.
great.
I like him. Yeah,
he's great.
Why
So I like him
photos
because
like
he
the
calls out
IDF?
cops by name, by department, and I can email that department and say, hey, I'm somebody who teaches constitutional law, and I'm going to be using this video of your officer as an example in my constitutional law class. So I hope you're proud of that. I can use that. It's really great. So I'm glad that those YouTube channels exist, and you seem to not like that. I don't know what the problem is. I appreciate some.
I am okay with YouTube channels
I was
existing,
not agreeing
okay?
with I was not agreeing with Casimir that you had femoid energy until that exact moment. I like emailing the department.
Dude,
I hope you know you're proud. Like, that was the
femoid
most
energy.
Karen
You can
thing
accuse
ever.
me. You can accuse me of whatever you want. All I want is for police departments. I'm sorry. Are you a bootlicker now? You like police departments keeping on staff and not punishing the cops who violate people's civil liberties? You prefer that to them being flamed and being forced to fire these people? Is that really what you want? Or would you rather
that's
people
a silly
hold them
whataboutism.
accountable?
I'm just saying.
No,
that
it's not. Would you
hilarious.
prefer people hold them accountable or not? Do you want people?
I
to
literally
hold them
already,
accountable or not?
I literally already made that
Yeah,
argument. Like, this is goofy. I'm just laughing at the fact that you were like, I hope you're proud.
No, it's great. I love
It's like a
sending them
carrot at
emails like this. It's fun.
like a carrot at McDonald's. But also, I
Sure.
will say this: you don't want them charged with murder, right? And the reason
I
you
didn't
don't want
say
them
that.
charged,
I said.
well, no, I'm agreeing with you, right? I'm just saying you don't want them charged with murder because the murder charge would never stick. If those were the charges that were brought forward without subsequent charges, then no jury would find them guilty of that.
Probably not. Yeah.
Unless, of course, it was like the Derek Chauvin situation where they were afraid for their life and afraid that the left might burn down the city unless they, put an innocent man
I'm
behind
sorry.
bars,
I just
except
need
for all
to
the other
backtrack
shit
for
he
a second
did.
and just say that Scott suggested that the public harassing cops is femoid energy. I want to be that on record that's what Scott just said. So just so you know, Scott supports
It can
cops.
be.
Okay.
It can be.
No,
Depends on
when
how
you do
it's
it like a femoid, like fucking, what are you talking about?
Okay, Scott supports cops. That's great. I love it. I'm glad we're on record.
So let's.
Actually,
then I want to let you guys go. Okay, all right. But before then, just very quickly. So what do I think legally? I will answer your question, Lactoid. But legally, my friend Lactoid, I think, has convinced me that, as the laws as they stand, that this was probably a justifiable shooting. Okay, if I'm very much willing to change my mind on this, but I need to hear a good argument, and I haven't heard a counter argument, so I'll leave that there, right? So he gets to fire all those shots, right? Morally, is it justifiable? Absolutely not. And ought it be legal? Ought it be legal? No. We should absolutely be able to charge this dude. And we should absolutely spend time behind bars for this, right? We should have a different legal framework to handle this. We give cops way too much leeway, right? It should be the case that our officers, and this is why, and I might have been unclear about what I was trying to say previously, so I do apologize. Though, like, my point was that it ought be the case that officers should be accountable for their use of deadly violence. That if you could have solved an incident, put someone down with one shot and not kill them, right? But then you decide to use more shots. That doesn't matter if you're panicking, right? Like, you have to be better trained. You have to have better judgment, right? If not, then you shouldn't have the badge. And I don't think these officers have a very good judgment in general. Like, not just talking about this particular person. Ross has a lot of experience, didn't do much good. But in terms of especially the new crop, right? I think they're a complete fucking mess. I think there's plenty of evidence to show that. But I'll leave that there. But to answer our question of our friend Lactoid, should he be charged with murder? I'm going to agree with Scott that no. Because, like, again, with everything you said, I don't think it should stick. That doesn't mean that a lesser charge might not stick. Maybe some sort of manslaughter charge. But yeah, I'm not an expert, so I couldn't tell you. And in terms of the last question, should he fear for his life? So I am not for vigilante justice at all. So the answer is no. It's a hard no on that. However, and this is, I think, what Ali was trying to get across.
However, it'd be cool if you were.
Yeah, well, but we should be putting multiple things. We should be putting fear in the hearts of ICE agents, but not of a vigilante mob, of the justice system. Democrats, especially, right? But really any politician of moral conscience, watching
Somebody said
immigration policy.
I know somebody that won't be testifying against him. My chat.
Watching this immigration policy play out, they should be saying, "Hey, we may not be able to get you now because of the outlaw renegade Trump administration, right? We may not be able to get you now, but once he's gone, yeah, you're gonna be charged. We have to put fear in the law, a fear of them that the law will be followed, that we are gathering evidence, and yes, you will go to jail. So that's the type of fear I want in them. And then secondly, we should be making them feel shame. So I am supportive of the people like Renee Good and her wife, right, and all the others who out there being observers.
Are they married?
Of ICE. Yeah, they're married.
Because I've heard a lot of people say wife, but
Good.
but I don't think anybody can.
I heard her last
find
name
any
was like
documentation.
I think her name is like Becca Good or something like that.
Oh, okay,
but,
all right.
Whatever. I don't know.
I
That's
couldn't
my
find any.
understanding.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
I had told several people told me they were girlfriend, but that they should just
Well,
call them her wife. But whatever, fuck it.
Can't be sure. Gay people do that sometimes, so that's true. But in any
Yeah.
case, and so I'm going to wrap it up so we can end this here. We should actually be putting shame, right? This is Gestapo tactics. I agree with friend Scott from earlier in the program, right? These are Gestapo tactics. They are gathering innocent people. There are stats showing how few. And I have to pull them up. I have them there in a second. But like how few of the people who are there actually bringing in have actually committed a crime, right? There's people who are just citizens, right? And they harass them just because they're in the way. They'll charge them with bullshit, right? They'll either just arrest them just to fuck with them, or they'll charge them knowing that they can just put out a spurious charge and there'll be no consequences, right? And then they'll have to fight that in court, which is what Lactoid was talking about. Hey, maybe sometimes you shouldn't have to fight things in court, right? Well, that should also apply to what the ICE officers are doing. They're doing that to American citizens. So yes, they should feel shame over that. We should identify them. Absolutely, they shouldn't be able to hide behind their mask. We should identify them and then mercilessly mock them and make it so
Can't really
that
have one without the
their
other, right?
children, that their children, that
Right,
literally
like-
their children are ashamed of them, because that they're modern day brown shirts, and we have to make sure they go down in history as exactly that.
It's
That's
kind of
my
having your
point.
cake and eating it too, right? Like if you want them known publicly, who they are and what their names are, and you want society to shame them for, in your opinion,
But not
murdering
attack them.
Renee
They shouldn't be
Good.
attacked on the.
Right. Like, but like that's kind of living in a bit like people accuse me constantly of saying like we can have a private law system of like living in a fantasy land, right? So I feel like I get this enough to kind of return that to you a little bit. Are you kind of living a little bit in a fantasy land if like everybody
No.
if their names are out there and you want them to be publicly shamed by society on every social media platform, etc. But then you're like, but of course they shouldn't have any fear for their life. Like you're gonna get that, right?
I have to say, the
If that's the price, then I'll
the
pay it.
ANCAP
Fine.
has just accused
okay.
us of living in a fantasy land. Okay.
No, he's
And I'm right.
I just want to be clear.
And
I
I'm
just want to
right.
be clear. The
I just want to be
anarcho
clear that
capitalists
I
has just accused
mog
us of
you
living in a
every
fantasy
single
land.
time in the way that you believe that Lactoid will get mogged by another lawyer. I mog you in this conversation and
Fabian,
debate. I'm right.
Fabian, do you think
I'm right.
do you
You're living in
think
fantasy land if you think that you can publicly make their name available, publicly make like their social media accounts available, and that you desire everyone to make them to shame them on social media. That they're
a
also not
McDonald's
going to get a fuck
militiaman
ton
is
of
telling
death
us we
threats
live in fantasy
and a
land.
fuck
police
ton of like
officers-
hate.
do you believe police officers shouldn't have their names and badge numbers and none of that should be public?
This
But
is
no,
like
no,
a
that's
this
what
is
he's
like an
saying. That's what
is-odd
he's saying.
problem.
No, that's what
Yes,
he's
I believe that
saying.
they
So I just-
absolutely should be. I feel like they should be given over to the mob so that they can face the gallows.
No. I'm saying in the world that
That's
we
what I
live in,
believe.
in the world that we
I understand.
in
what
the
you're
world
saying.
that we live in. Go ahead.
No,
It's
fine.
an
He's
is-odd
not saying that they
distinction.
should be covered, right? He's just saying that like I can't have it both ways. That like it is the case that if we're going to create a societal pressure on them, a massive societal pressure, what I'm
Right.
talking about on
Yeah.
these individuals, right?
You're
Shame,
you're
then,
gonna get
like, there's
crazies
gonna
to do
be some
crazy shit.
crazy individuals, exactly, crazy individuals. Like if you call someone a pedo, right? Hey, you can say, hey, pedos are bad, right? And you can
Unless
say
you're Prince
don't attack
Andrew or
pedos,
something,
but
you know
someone's
what I
gonna
mean?
attack. If they think someone's a pedo, someone's gonna attack a pedo. So I hear you on that, right? And
Unless
so,
you do it on
if
an
it's a pedo-
island.
Yeah. So I hear you, and I accept. I understand that that
Yeah.
was a contradiction. I accept that, and if that's
They're
the price that they
contraries,
have to
but
pay,
yeah.
then I'm okay with that. So all right. So I'll.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm cool
So,
with it. I just don't
yeah,
want anything to happen to their families, right? That's my big
certainly not.
concern.
Certainly not.
You know what I mean? Like
Certainly not.
I'm concerned that like when I do have a genuine concern that like if you dox these people, especially their addresses and stuff, that
Yeah.
crazy people will harm like their wife and kids.
Oh,
and it's
I
like,
wouldn't necessarily.
you
put
know what I
their-
mean?
wouldn't
You're
necessarily
sleeping
put
with
their
the enemy
address.
and all, but
I would
like
have
still,
I would have
you
like
know,
the regular
like,
amount of information there for any cop. Like we don't put at least I don't say put cops' addresses out there, right? They should have their names and their faces out there.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't say like put their addresses out. But some people might do that anyway.
To be fair,
what
if their addresses go out, maybe a lot of these motherfuckers will get divorced, you know, and we can
Maybe.
we can isolate them
Good.
that way even better.
Absolutely. So I'll leave it here,
Especially considering the intimate partner violence
way
rates, you
over
know, it might be
time.
good.
We went way over time, so I'll leave it here. And I want to thank everyone for coming through and having such a great conversation. It was a lot of fun. Hey, people out there in TV land, consider supporting the channel if you haven't done so already. Follow the channel, right? If you thought this was a lot of fun, consider following the channel. This was a pretty wide-ranging conversation, and we still didn't even cover everything, right? There's much more to this topic. We didn't really dig into like Trump's immigration policy here. We just like focus on the case. The case is super contentious, and we can see, you know, like different people have different subjective takes on it.
We'll have more opportunities to talk about Trump's immigration policy.
Oh,
Trust,
we will absolutely.
like,
Yeah,
you know,
well,
like let's
it'll
be
happen.
honest.
Yeah. So like like you can see the different two different people, Grid and I, you know, like we had different opinions of the subject. So we had a very wide ranging and deep conversation on this. So I thank everyone for being involved in that. So yeah, consider supporting the channel, super chats, and becoming a member or what's the other word?
A subscriber.
Doesn't matter. Subscriber, yes.
Subscribe.
That's not
Subscribe
all
on
the
Twitch.
things.
Subscribe
Yes,
on both
on
Twitch
Twitch.
and YouTube. To be fair,
on all the things. Okay, so thank you all, and thank you, Tesco Johnson, for the kind super chat previously. So I'm gonna give an outro to all these amazing individuals, and yeah, we'll go from there. So our friend Lactoid, thank you, Lactoid, for coming through. It was a really kind of you. As always, like I appreciate your legal perspective on this, right? Like you help make some things clear, and you always make persuasive arguments, whether they actually persuade me or not. They're like good arguments, I should say. So thank you so much for being here and taking the time.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. No, thank you for having me. Lactoid, you can find me at Lactoid TV. I am a libertarian who is okay with things like roads.
Small L.
Some government agencies, scaled back, right? But I'm Mad Max is I think a good movie, but not a good way to run society.
Not a
And
roadmap.
I guess it's going to open me up to some criticism. But hey, it is what it is. Yeah, I just want to thank everyone here for talking to me. I know things got heated as they do. I'll stand by everything that I said. But I do sincerely appreciate all of you, and I don't, if you think that I'm harboring any ill will towards any of you, and especially the people who I really heavily went back and forth with, like Eucharist, for example, I don't harbor any ill will. I appreciate all of your contributions, and I appreciate the opportunity to chat with you. So, yeah, good times.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Scott. Scott, it was great hearing your opinion, right? It's always so unique. And it's nice for you to be, at least relatively, on my side, right? That's always a nice change of pace.
I'm far more extreme than you on this issue. Yeah, I am Fabian Liberty. If you want to look at anarcho-capitalist, bit of a neophyte on objectivist philosophy in the framework of the prescriptions, debates, reactions, things like that, come check me out. Fabian Liberty, just Google it, you'll find it. Yeah, I too, as a real libertarian, do not want Mad Max, right? A dystopia that was caused by government wars over oil. If we could, actually get the US dollar off of the petrodollar and, privatize things, we could avoid Mad Max. But unfortunately, people like Lactoid, they just can't give up the state because they want Mad Max to occur. And they want that, anarchy in the worst sense of the term because of the oil shortages and nuclear war that comes from government control over energy production, and nuclear weapons and things like that. Obviously, they couldn't be trusted in that film. I agree. Great set of original films. So come check me out. Fuck ICE. Fuck Karens that are socialists that, want to fight about it. I could care less about either of them. If it turns out that Renee Good was actually a libertarian fighting the good cause, then I'll take it all back. But as so far, I could give a fuck. I will say this, just to kind of slightly answer Lactoid's question on the way out. I do not think that the ICE person should be charged with murder. I do not think that he should be charged with manslaughter or any of those things because he just killed another fucking socialist that was fighting the good cause of socialism. Instead, he should be charged with kidnapping and trafficking, which is a crime he has committed repeatedly over and over again. He deserves to rot in a jail, or preferably slave labor towards the families so that they can be brought back and so that they can be supported for the crime of the kidnapping and trafficking that he did to all of those people, until, of course, he pays restitution for all of those crimes. Whether or not he's able to do that till the end of his life, who knows? And if he can't, then he deserves life in prison for that.
You know what we don't call Scott? We never call him half measures, right? We never apply that to this man. Or boring. That's not an adjective that we apply to Scott. Thank you, friend. Let's go to our friend Corey. Thanks for being here. Thanks for your contributions, buddy. This is a lot of fun.
Yeah, as always a pleasure and grateful to be invited. I just want to make sure I heard correctly, or maybe I misheard. Scott, did you say you could care less, or something else?
Couldn't.
Okay, all right. Then I might have just misheard. Yeah,
I might have fucking said it wrong. I don't know. It's like almost midnight. Quit being a Karen.
You'd remember better than he would.
No, it's not that it's not a matter of memory. I might have just misheard. Okay, it's totally possible. But just FYI, I believe.
Yeah, I'm like super ADHD. I say shit wrong all the time and like trip up on letters and shit. Like I don't care.
Fair enough. Yeah, I still think unjustified. The officer should not have been there to begin with. And so far, yeah, nothing has convinced me otherwise. But I'm still open to change. You can find me on Twitch, CoreyCal94, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Substack. It's Corey Campbell. Eucharist, Grid, Ali, Scott, Lactoid. Always a pleasure. Love you, Brian.
Thank you so much. Okay, and next, our friend Ali. I loved your contributions as well. It's fun watching you get heated. But thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's just this whole time I was just wondering what it is with the men on the right and their fascination with these absolute dorks. Right? First it was Kyle Rittenhouse, then it was Nick Fuentes, and now it's this Nick Shirley person. And I just don't know what it is about you guys propping up these little basement dwelling gremlins and making them your heroes and making them the like figurehead for your voices. I'm just very confused. Fuck
Men
this
on the
ICE
right care
agent.
about virtue, not about sexual attraction. That's the difference.
Fuck sexual attraction. I mean, I guess I don't know. I just think they're dorky and annoying.
Yeah, they see
Fuck
virtue,
sexual
like Nick
attraction.
Shirley being like a virgin that is a Mormon. They see a virtue in the thing. They look at them in that way, whereas the left looks at them, like they like chads. They like men that look like they could get a bunch of pussy. But I mean, to be fair, like
I don't know. Before
fresh
before
and fit
these guys,
Andrew
they were
Tate
obsessed
shit
with
is a
Andrew
thing
Tate
too.
and
Yeah.
Sneeko and Myron. So I don't know. I feel like you guys have the absolute worst idols, right? Not that the left has any better idols, but just like you guys have worse ones, right? It's just bad. And so yeah, I don't know. Fuck this ICE agent. Rest in peace to the woman who got killed. I think
Renee
that's
Good.
bad. I don't know that you should be shooting people in the face for bumping you in a car, driving at someone. Yes, directly, like literally, she drove at him, right? Obviously. So just like cover up that lie. I was speaking more of intention. When I hear she was driving at someone, I hear intentionally driving at that person. Yeah, thank you for having me, Prime.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Grid, again, for being so kind as to fill in for Gibbs.
Yeah, I wish I
Gibbs,
had a
who-
little bit more time, but that's all right.
Yeah.
I was
You guys
wrong,
can.
by the way, with Tennessee versus Gardner. He constitutional guy down there was right. I reread the whole thing, so
that's fair.
I can admit when I'm wrong.
No hard feelings.
Well, thank you, appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I don't. Yeah, Ollie, man, I don't know what to say. I'm just not attracted to any of those dudes. So I guess that's what it is. Maybe it's a virtue.
Which dudes are you
ignoring
attracted
me
to?
or something?
FYI.
I never thought of it that way. I think
Which
Scott's hit something. I've just never thought of it that way. That's weird. It's been a good time tonight. I did have a really good time. Scott had me rolling. I think that I really agreed with a lot Lactoid had to say tonight, and we'll be it was a good time. Always glad to be here. Always glad to come back. And don't take anything I say during this time personally at all. I don't actually think you're a fucking idiot. I just say that it's part of the gig. So
Yeah.
You can find me at An Unreasonable Man on YouTube and Twitch, or Gun Prattle on all platforms, not
Yeah, no hard feelings, friend. I certainly didn't take it badly, and as opposed to our friend Scott, who has called me a fascist, and he actually fucking meant it. But still, we love him any which way. Let's go.
But if I've called you retarded or dumb, that part wasn't true.
Prime, first time?
But a socialist and a neo-fascist, crypto-fascist, commie bastard, all of those insults I will take to the grave as absolutely true.
Oh, wait, Scott. Are there any non-retarded communists or socialists in your mind?
Yeah,
In this panel,
I tend to think that communists maybe like go towards the mean, but ever so slightly. So if I had to guess, I'd think that even though research tends to show that commies are dumber than average, I don't know.
No, I'm not talking about like from a strict IQ perspective, just in your subjective sort of analysis. But sure.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about retarded, then we're talking about people like that are like dumb.
Okay.
Right?
Why don't we let people?
You know what I mean? Like, sure, yeah, Slavoj Zizek is retarded, but also really smart.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. Let's go to our friend Eucharist. Eucharist, first of all, I gotta say, that clearly, the lip hair, right, is like your strength, right? It gives you the
apparently.
strength of Samson.
I
I need you
gotta-
to not cut that off.
Never cut it,
because
yeah.
You are so much more hardcore than you ever were years ago. Ever, right? And it must be
I've
the
lost
only
all
thing I
cares,
say-
Prime.
You got to like, dude, the kid does it to you. I promise
He
you.
had the kid beforehand. You had
I had one kid. I had one kid before him. The second one killed me.
multiple
Okay,
kids.
that's
Okay.
Yeah, dude.
Took everything out of you.
No, it's
Yeah,
the
dude.
mustache. Yeah, you know, you're right. So I tried to grow my beard out, right? And I'm very patchy on the cheeks, and so it looked awful. And my wife cuts my hair, so she went to cut my hair, and she's like, "We're shaving this off." She shaved out the cheeks, and she looked at just the mustache, and she's like, "You should keep that." And I was like, "Okay, I will." Like, I'm never gonna argue with you, right? So this has been my source of strength ever since then. Yeah. All right. So with the caveat that I concur with everybody who's said no ill will, I'm gonna say some mean things that I don't mean. Okay, real quick, just because I wrote them down because I want to keep saying them. Okay. First, again, I harbor no ill will toward anyone. But by the way, if anyone does want to harbor ill will toward me, I will not begrudge you that. And also, I will not forgive you, and we can be locked in epic battle until Judgment Day and trumpet sound. Okay, funniest moment of the night was the ANCAP telling us that we live in a fantasy land. That, honestly, funniest part of the night. I should have conceded right there. When the ANCAP says, you people live in a fantasy land, we should just quit. That's that we won. It's amazing. Grid's most common comment tonight was, I don't know. Okay, and I love that. That's fun. I'm glad he mentioned the Supreme Court case. No ill will. You don't know the case, and you get it backwards. It's fine. But if we're assessing on the facts, there are people who know some facts and people who don't, and we can judge accordingly. We also did confirm in this conversation that based on the TikTok video that the unprofessional ICE agent recorded, Lactoid thinks that Good's wife literally meant, we are going to go home and change our license plates to evade detection by federal law enforcement. And so I think we can disregard all of his opinions on the video from here on out, because that's the most insane conclusion I've ever seen drawn from a video. So Lactoid, okay, hold on. Let me back up. Since Lactoid and Scott and the chat in general, they seem invested in this phrase I said earlier, and I want to hone in on this, my last serious point. I said earlier something about, well, this will never be heard in front of a jury and a judge and everything else. And my point with that was, I don't think that Lactoid, I don't think that Grid, and I don't think especially that Scott would ever in any other circumstance accept the internal review of a 3-letter agency saying, we did no wrong and everything is fine and you should be okay with it. In this case, that's what we're going to be stuck with, because the federal government, unlike other cases that have happened before in Trump 1 with federal enforcement of immigration, is refusing to cooperate with state governments in this investigation. And so my point is, we should have these questions adjudicated in a judicial context. We should have this presented before a grand jury. We should maybe hear this in court. I would prefer that to these 3-letter agencies burying it in a way you guys would never accept in any other circumstances. And that bothers me. And so that to me is like the crux of it, is like, wherever we fall, I think there are contestable issues here, right? As we said, we don't agree on what the video shows, whether he was hit or not. We don't agree on whether it was justified. That's fine. We can disagree on that. But we will never reach a satisfactory resolution as long as these shadow federal government 3-letter agencies are covering up their own conduct in a way that these libertarians would hate in any other circumstance. That's my point.
I just want to say you're wrong. If a 3-letter agency investigates themselves and comes to the conclusion that I'm right, then I will agree with them.
That's a good point. I'm sorry. I will admit I misrepresented your position on that. Thank you.
You know what I mean? If they say I'm right, then I'm right. I'll accept it.
I also accepted the shooting of Ashley Babbitt.
Okay, yeah. I am rating Pisco. Now he came off of like a really big debate type thing, so let's go support him. Off you go to our friend Pisco.
Relax.
Sorry. Excuse me. No, that's fair.
Now, guys, I've got to go inside and do family stuff.
I'm sorry if I yelled too much. I do apologize. That was fun.
No, man, you were cool. It was actually a really good time. I prefer it when there's a little back and forth. But I do have to go. I've got kids inside. My wife's going to kill me. So
yep,
not really.
Peace, friends.
Okay.
Peace.
Have a good night.
Yeah, have a good one.
Chris, you have 1 second?
Yeah, sure. I'll
have a really random question to ask. Okay, so I was having this conversation with my wife, and I just needed to know. For would you say you're relatively religious, or you understand Christianity? Yeah, okay, okay, cool.
Understand? I don't know, but
yeah, well, okay. So for Muslims, when I don't know what that. I'm not particularly. I don't know what that means.
Like at mass,
Eucharisto.
I don't know what that is.
It was fine. It's fine. Go ahead.
A Muslim body of Christ, presumably.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. So for Muslims, when they get married, right? They sign like a marriage certificate with the mosque, with whatever it is, and that's its own separate thing from the like legal marriage contract, right?
Okay.
So for Christians, is that the same thing? Because as far as I understand, like divorce isn't necessarily accepted in all churches.
Correct.
Like obviously they're going to accept the legal aspect. You're not going to force a marriage. But is it the same thing in like, is there a Christian divorce in the same way that Christian is like there's a Christian marriage?
Depends on who you ask. So in Catholicism, they have very strict rules about this. Basically, Catholicism says there is no such thing as divorce, properly speaking. If you are sacramentally married in the church and you're united and in all things proper, that can never be actually broken. And so if the marriage in the legal sense or the practical sense breaks up, you are still sort of metaphysically speaking married in a way that affects both of your lives from then on. Now, the Catholic Church has also a set of sort of call them caveats of there are ways you can get your marriage quote unquote annulled, which is not a divorce. It's saying it never existed in the first place. So if your husband was drunk on your wedding day, that's a grounds for an annulment. If your husband was cheating on you when you got married or engaged, that's grounds for annulment, etc. Orthodoxy is different. As far as I understand, I'm not Orthodox. I've just talked to a bunch of people about this. They do accept that sacrament can be severed. Like you can legitimately be divorced from someone. But if you are divorced, it has implications in a similar way in the sense that I don't know the details of how Orthodox would handle this, but my understanding is if you are actually divorced, you are separate from them in that grand metaphysical sense, but you probably shouldn't ever get married again, et cetera, et cetera. Protestants usually do this and like they look at the New Testament and Jesus says anyone who divorces his wife except for grounds of adultery or whatever is anathema. Blah, blah. Basically, there are grounds that Protestants look at in the New Testament that say Jesus says, well, if your wife cheats on you, your husband cheats on you, you can get a divorce and then you can be legitimately remarried. But if you get divorced outside of those and then you get remarried, you're committing sin. So it's all very hazy.
I just wanted to understand that because we were having a conversation. So technically, if you were to get divorced legally, in the eyes of God, you're still committing adultery.
Correct. Yeah.
Right. And that's kind of like the idea. Okay, that's fair.
Right. So if me and my wife, if neither of us cheated on each other, and one of us is like, fuck you, I want to get divorced, and then one of us remarries, I think according to our church, at least, technically speaking, we would be committing adultery in that circumstance, or the spouse that divorced and then got remarried would be. And this leads to some uncomfy conclusions, which is like if you're the wronged spouse in a case where like somebody divorces you, like there are some churches that teach like even if she goes off and gets married, like because that divorce itself was never legitimate, you probably should never get married again. Like there are some churches that teach it's complicated.
Even though technically they're cheating on you, and so in Catholicism it would annul it, or no, not in Catholicism.
In Catholicism you would need some annulment for the initial act of that first marriage. In Protestantism, maybe the fact that they cheat on you later gives you grounds to say, okay, it's a legitimate divorce. It's a whole mess.
All right, you're gonna be my. You're gonna be my new go-to. iCow died on me, so now I need someone.
iCow died on you is a rough
tough.
way to put that.
That's
but
rough.
all right,
Brother. Do you know how much
guy.
I miss this? I miss him. I used to have like just random conversation. It's just it hurts. It hurts.
He messaged me
was
like
good.
I
still
three
confirm
days
that he
before
was
that
a
and I didn't
cuckold.
respond. I feel so bad. Like,
but you know.
Oh. Yeah. No, he was great.
But yeah, wasn't there like I was just like because I'm not a Christian obviously, but I did go to Liberty University for grad school. And I did minor. No, you know what? Honestly, way better to be an atheist at Liberty University than to be a conservative libertarian at
a lot of universities.
At a regular university for undergrad, right?
True,
undergrad, like I had to hide what I was. At Liberty, they were like, yeah, that's cool. Like I had to like tell my professor each time, like, just so you know, I am an atheist. I'm not going to dog anybody. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. So long because they would require you to like quote the Bible in every paper I wrote, right? Like every
biblical assessment,
everything. Yeah, biblical assessment, exactly, right. Which is weird in a counseling class, by the way, because that means you also have to bring in the Holy Spirit as a means of like the Holy Spirit as like a witness.
Psychologizing, yeah.
Well, no, it's like the Holy Spirit is like a witness through the healing recovery process of counseling. And so like so you have to like recognize and have openness for the Holy Spirit in that domain like while you're doing that. But it was cool because I was genuinely trying to be a Christian. I just couldn't do it. I tried over and over and over and over again. But nevertheless, isn't like the exact like correct me if I'm wrong, but like people asked Jesus about Moses, essentially saying that like there is no grounds for divorce ever. And then Jesus gives exceptions, which, as you described, adultery, but he also talks about like a natural born eunuch, like, which is like there's some debate about like whether or not like if you're born infertile
Yeah.
or something, then you can remarry. Like,
So-
isn't that also a clause like infertility?
So
Which
the
is, like, kinda
question that his
fucked, but-
disciples, no, the question his disciples ask him is, so Jesus says God hates divorce, which is quoting the Old Testament. I think it's Malachi or Micah is one of the prophets. And then his disciples say, whoa, hold on a second, bro. Like, didn't Moses say in the Old Testament law that a husband could serve his wife with a certificate of divorce? Like, what are you saying that Moses was
Sorry,
wrong?
sorry.
And then Jesus says, no, because of the hardness of your heart, Moses gave you this
Yeah,
law,
yeah,
but I'm giving you a new teaching that's sort of the leveled up, same way with adultery. It's like, it's not just you slept with another woman. If you've lusted after another woman, you've committed adultery in your heart. Similar with the divorce thing. He's like, well, Moses said you could give certificates of divorce. God allowed that because you guys sucked and you weren't ready for the real teaching, which is all divorce is sinful, except in these qualified circumstances. The eunuch passage, I think, is close to that, but I don't think it's directly tied. But he basically says, like, yeah, there are eunuchs that are made eunuchs. There are eunuchs that are born eunuchs. There are eunuchs that are
eunuchs, yeah.
like, there are eunuchs that are eunuchs for the kingdom of God. Like people who Catholics interpret
If
that as
someone
like,
if someone has a calling to be a Catholic priest, then obviously you can divorce them.
take a vow of celibacy or whatever. But it seems to be that Jesus is saying there are people who call them eunuchs, like whether they're infertile or whether it's like, oh yeah, you're born hermaphrodite or whatever. Like these are people for whom the traditional calling of marriage is weird, and that puts them in this weird status. I don't
because I was always confused by that, so I was actually just genuinely asking.
As far as I understand, again, we don't have Iko here, unfortunately, to tell us about this, but I think Catholic teaching on divorce is, if you are found to be like fully, completely infertile, that could be grounds for an annulment, which is like when you go into a marriage,
you were
making
never
a commitment
married in
to
the
each other.
beginning,
You're making a
Because
commitment
you
that's
could
like,
not make
we
the
are
commitment to
introducing a
marriage.
productive relationship. You can't commit to this sacramentally. I think I could be I'm not Catholic, I'm not going to commit to that, but I think that's what they say. It's more complicated. Protestants make up whatever they want, so that's why that's why I'm a Protestant. We just make up whatever
Thank
we
you
want.
for indulging me, Eucharist. I really appreciate it.
As what is his name? Oh my God, who wrote God Is Not Great? I can't think of his name right now. Christopher Hitchens. Cafeteria
Hitchens,
religion. Cafeteria
Exactly.
religion is what he called it. Like you go to the cafeteria and you're like, I have a little bit of this, I have a
want
little
this
bit of
one,
that.
I want
I don't
this
want
one.
that
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
No, that's not good. All right, it was a pleasure speaking to you, even though
Nice
we
chatting with you
obviously
guys.
have wildly differing politics. I'm okay.
I
with
know,
it.
I know.
If I
Have a
couldn't
wonderful
be
night,
if I
fellas.
couldn't be friends with people that had different politics than me, I
You
couldn't
couldn't be
have
friends
friends.
There's like 2 people in the world who have the same politics as you, maybe.
Yeah, well, hold on now. Liquid Zulu.
There are dozens
preaching
of
to the
us,
remnant.
dozens.
He's got what, like 12,000 subs now. You know what I mean? Like, and he's as hardcore as I am. Like, we're fucking,
Wait,
we're
who'd
growing.
you say, sorry?
Liquid Zulu,
Oh yeah. Okay.
right?
Oh,
Like
there you
we're growing, boys. The remnant is
All right.
growing. Y'all have a good one.
You
Have
too.
a good
Have a
night,
good
boys.
night.
Thank you, Eucharist, once
Bye.
again.
Pull this up. Speaking of Liquid Zulu, Liquid Zulu and Casimir and I are going to discuss this very issue on the 24th, right? So not this coming weekend, but the weekend after that. So it'll be British people time. I know none of the Brits are in here right now. I know none of the Euros, unless you just woke up and tuned into my stream, are in here right now. But I am going to discuss my issues with this like weird law of like communication of rejection of the non-aggression principle and whether or not that deems them an outlaw, and how the non-aggression principle applies to those people such as communists, socialists, etc. Because Liquid Zulu disagrees with me. I think Casimir sits somewhere in between the two of us. So Casimir, Liquid Zulu, and I are going to hang out on, I believe it's Saturday the 24th. Let me look to make sure that that is indeed a Saturday. Yep, Saturday the 24th. So if you're a Euro catching this later, you're here as a Euro. That's wild, dude. Go to bed. Then I'll be on your guys' time with Liquid Zulu, and it should be a fun stream. Not necessarily a debate, but a discussion of like the really nerdy, gritty. It's a libertarian nerd night while not being night for the Americans. But yeah, I'll probably do a stream something Thursday or something. Make sure you like, share, subscribe, do all that fun stuff. Appreciate the support. Appreciate the super chatters. Appreciate the people that bought memberships tonight. Didn't get any direct donations, but I like those. I like those too. Join the Discord. Links in the description. Follow me on Twitter. Twitter is where I post my horny thoughts, my shower thoughts, and sometimes spurg out on like a whole paragraph of libertarian theory. You never know what you're going to get there. Discord is where we all hang around, fuck around, and argue. And it's where the go live notifications always are. And I will see you guys soon. Like I said, I'll probably do a stream Thursday. And if there's anything that you guys want me to watch or something you want me to react to, put it in, at me, DM me, put it in media recommendations, and I'll get to it. Maybe, who knows? If you pay me, I'll definitely get to it. And so I'll see you guys Thursday, and I appreciate all the love and support. Peace.